evening, welcome to All Fans TV. I'm John, joined here today by Rams. Rams, how's it going, mate?
Big up yourself, John. Rams in the building. Looking forward to the fight tonight. Come on.
Yeah, sorry we're a bit late, everyone. Just having a few technical issues, and because of that, I'm about a minute behind on the clock, just because we were a bit behind, so I will sort that out. But welcome, UFC Fight Night, and also a bit later on, we've got the Askren versus Jake Paul boxing match. Thanks everyone for joining us. Again, apologies we're late, but we're here now, and it's fight time. So obviously, first fight is Hubbard versus Bush. It's early in the prelims. Welcome to everyone in the chat. Sorry we're late, as I say. I was just having a quick look at the chat, so welcome everyone. Bill, welcome back from earlier on. Class FM, nice to see ya. All looking forward to the fights, I can see. I don't know what happened there, Rams. It was an iron poke.
What do you mean, mate?
You just need to be a bit louder, mate. I can hardly hear you.
Sorry, mate. Bit of an eye poke, sorry.
An iron poke, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I'm a little bit, probably a few seconds behind. I've just seen it now.
The only thing with these eye pokes now on UFC, for you guys that follow it a lot, it's a bit of a major problem, really. They talk about changing gloves and stuff, don't they? But I'm not too sure it'll make a difference.
And could you do it without open gloves, without your fingers out? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Trying to get some of the moves they do in that BGG, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's a little bit, you might need your hands.
I won't lie, I don't know too much about these ones, guys. Was a bit late, I didn't get a chance to check them. So let us know in the chats who's your money on. I think there's been a fight change from what I can understand from the chats. I'm just having a quick look.
Yeah, what it looks like is a co-main been cancelled.
Yeah, JJ saying it's annoying that after the face-off at Stevens, always good up for a tear. So who is it, Bill? Who's been called up? Who's been called off? Is it the Stevens fight?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Co-main event Stevens has been called off. Can't understand why yet. I have to try and wait to
have they found a replacement fight, or is it both of them?
No, I think it's been cancelled. It was cancelled late. It looks like it was cancelled last night. So
yeah, Bill up saying co-main has been cancelled. That's annoying. Very annoying. Obviously, if you're new to All Fans TV, thanks for joining us. Obviously, make sure you like and subscribe. Follow us on the socials. Here for all your watch-alongs, football, UFC, boxing, you name it. We're going to be here for you.
As well as the Euros, some of the internationals, loads coming out here live, bringing it to you with lots of bants.
I like some of these early prelims because you don't know they are, but these guys look alright.
The swinging big time.
My money's on Hubbard early doors, just to let you know. Don't know nothing about him, but he looks bigger. You know that counts for a lot. He looks better. Looks scarier.
I think Bush has started better, though, to be fair.
Oh, lovely move there. Lovely headlock. Tell us who your favourite fighters are in UFC on the chat, guys. Obviously, I'm sure there's loads of McGregor fans and Diaz and Izzy fans and Jones fans, but let us know who you're following. Was you a massive Holland fan like me and Rams up until the last couple of weeks when we loved his talking and we loved him knocking people out, and then he's gone to sort of a quiet soy boy, and it wasn't quite what we thought he was, which is a bit disappointing. So was you a fellow? Did you get sort of stuck into that trap of falling for what Holland was, and then you got caught out quickly? Let's change this round. See if I
Holland
can
was definitely silenced, totally silenced. Went from ultimate talker and done some big events with the talking, and then lost one and just zoop. Man's not saying nothing.
Yeah, I think he should have just stuck true to who he was. He was a brash talker.
Yeah.
Shit talker. He should have stuck to it. The second round just about to start, guys. And as I say, if you're just joining us, we will be watching the Triller fight card at 2 o'clock when it starts. We'll see if Logan, or Jake Paul, should I say, is as good as he says he is.
Mate, one of the best moments I can remember over the last few weeks is Holland talking, telling him, I've dreamt about this moment, and then banging him out. So,
Jacare Souza, the old up punch.
Yeah,
take that.
Awesome.
That's a lovely
he needs to
shot.
stick to what he does best and talk crap.
Yeah, stick to who you are. Bush going for the takedown. Well defended by Hubbard. Actually, Hubbard went for the takedown, well defended by Bush even.
Oh, well, Bush is swinging.
The chat saying that Hubbard's got the first round. Yeah, I agree with everyone in the chat. Everyone's disappointed about the Stevens. Totally agree with you guys. Very disappointing. I don't know if you guys watch Stevens or have for a long time, but the guy loves to tear up. He's won £500,000 in fight night bonuses. So that's 10 fight night bonuses. It's pretty epic, really.
And how long has he been in the game for? Like he's been around forever.
Yeah, he has, yeah. And I like it. I like his sort of fighting style. Comes to bang.
Yeah, he's in many a tear up.
And that fight he had with Calvin Guitar was really, really good.
Yeah. That's when Guitar looked good.
Bush is going for another takedown. Hubbard's ended up taking him down. This is not a good position for Bush. He's looking tired, open-mouthed. You know that's the sign that everyone's getting tired.
Already,
yeah. Big up everyone in the chats, as I say. Really glad you're joining us. Really, really appreciate it as we try and grow the channel. Big up yourselves. Hubbard's ended up advancing now.
I think it's the way Bush is breathing at the moment. This is not looking good for him at all.
No, he's in trouble now. He's in trouble. He's getting to half guard.
I love the way they all grab that wrist now. Always grabbing onto that wrist.
Guys, I've got my telly on just number one. I've not had it on before, so if you can hear it in the... if you could let us know in the chat if I need to turn it down, it'd be much appreciated. Bill Up is sending some abuse, I think, to the up and coming YouTube fighter coming up a bit later on. I think he wants to stick to UFC rather than watch some semi-pro with a hard-on talking crap. So pick up yourself. So, should I read it? Yeah, why not? I'm reading it. Pick up yourself, Bill. He is definitely semi-pro, and I think you're probably being nice to him, but he's definitely talking crap.
I think you're being very nice. Semi-pro. You've seen some of the clowns you fought.
But you never know, guys. Yeah, All Fans TV. You keep on getting behind us. Me and Rams, we could become some like YouTube sensations, and we'll be representing the colours for you in the ring one day against some other person. Because I've noticed on tonight's boxing, there's actually some random fights. You've got Frank Mir, who's a UFC fighter, fighting a boxer. I think there's who's Raycon. Everyone, I'm not very good at music. Raycon, didn't he make a song? Isn't Raycon an artist? Someone let me know in the chat what he is. We should have done a bit more research for him, but as you say, they're only semi-pro. But I think Raycon, didn't he make a song, right? Or Randy, you must know what the song is.
No, I've not heard of him.
I think so. He's fighting someone who's 8-0 at boxing, Rams, yeah, and he's not had a fight, and he's definitely an artist, a singer, and he's fighting a boxer that's 8-0 with 8 KOs.
What?
So you could have Justin Bieber, Snoop Dogg,
and then... background in the sport, surely.
Well, that's why I didn't know if anyone knew in the chat who this Raycon is. Reykon, Raycon.
Bill Up, that's Akon. Funny.
"15 seconds left of the second round. Hubbard's now advancing into guard, landing some nice elbows. Decatur Bush is good spring out, to be fair. He's going to survive. Going for the rear naked choke. bit longer on that, and he would have done okay then. So that's the end of the second round, boys. As we're on the early prelims.
Hubbard controlled that second round. Some of them elbows he was getting off so close.
Yeah, Bush is looking tired, isn't he?
Oh yeah, you're not wrong.
Joe, when they start looking a little bit gaunt, where they're that tired. Oh, look, he's looking into the. That's when he knew. He looked into the camera. Did you see that? He looked into the camera, ladies and gentlemen, like, I'm fucked. I'm done. I'm about to get KO'd. Must be an awful feeling at that elite level, knowing you can't defend yourself properly because you're tired. Saying that, Hubbard looks knackered.
Yeah, I reckon Hubbard. Hubbard had a bit longer on the ground there. He would have. He probably would have got the neck and probably got a choke in.
Yeah. So what's everyone's predictions? Let us know in the chat. What's your predictions for Whittaker Gastelum? What's your predictions for Paul versus Askren? We'll do ours a bit later as it nears up to the main fight. But let us know what your thoughts are. Modelo, if you want to send us some beers, my friends, we'll be here for every watch along. Nice little back kick there from Bush though. He's got a minute left in him, I reckon. This Bush is going to try and go for a knockout, and then after that he's in deep, deep waters.
He's hanging, blowing out of his backside.
Bill up, I agree with you. Bellator is so bad. Streaming it on iPlayer, that's madness. And it's also crazy that there's not a second one doing better that should. Look how big UFC is. You think Bellator would make a better go at trying to, do you know what I mean, compete with these guys. Bush has got his back. He's looking tired, but he has got his back, to be fair. Down for a takedown. Hubbard's reverse. That's just tiredness, that is. He's in big trouble now. All Hubbard needs to do now is ground a pound. He's going to finish him. I forgot to do the clock again. We're not very good at this, are we?
Right, it's early doors, mate. I'm sure we'll be a pro in no time.
Oh, he's looking absolutely knackered. He's on full mount again. Hubbard just needs to go for it now. Just needs to let go and end the fight. And he will end it.
It must be frustrating for Bush because he's so tired. He took his back really well and then just flew out and give up the position to Hubbard. Now he's being controlled.
Yeah, it's turning for him big time, unfortunately. Dropping elbows now, 3 minutes to go. Can Austin Hubbard beat Dakota Bush? It looks like it. Madness, because this is a lightweight bout, but they look quite big, don't they?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Little bit of a scramble, but Dakota Bush is coming out.
Oh.
Bill up saying have to give Ryan some jobs. It looks like he's lacking responsibility. But I thought you might have told me the round has started, Bill up. You're right.
But unfortunately, I can't see
Whittaker. Can anyone tell me how did Smith get on against Andrade earlier on? When was that? That's only just finished, isn't it? Who won? Andrade or Smith? Let me know in the chats. Or is it on now? Hubbard's again in mount. Spent most of this round in mount, but just can't finish him. Glass FM talking about the boxing. Let us know who won.
Which, of course.
Very interesting, because that was quite a good stare down as well. I like Smith. He comes to fight, doesn't he? And Andrade's a bit of a gangster. I remember when he was he meant to fight? Who was he meant to fight, Rams? He was meant to fight Saunders, wasn't he? It is that same Andrade, isn't it?
Saunders, yeah, I think it is. Let's see how it's going in the box. I'm just going to flick across to it now. It's fighting at the moment. Who are these guys?
45 seconds left of the first prelim. Let's have a quick look at Triller.
We've got Yunnan versus Minder and Triller.
Who have you got?
Junior Yunnan versus Yison Minder.
What fighting now?
That's what I'm showing.
Oh, we hadn't started yet. What? Someone help me out, guys. Is the Triller fight started, right? The Triller card. Why can't I get it? I've downloaded it. I've paid for it. Why ain't it working? Someone let me know in the chat. Yes, Class FM virtual cam is on.
Yeah, I've got this coming in, just come out of 6th round, going into the 7th of 8 in the boxing, so looks like it's on.
Yeah, no, it is on. I told you I was not that technical. Is this UFC that's fighting now, yeah? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, Thriller Fight Club pre-show. Okay, the pre-show's on now, yeah? Oh, Junior Union, yeah, versus someone. Is that right?
That's what I've got, yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's not the actual main card yet. Okay, fair enough.
No.
Fair enough. Apologies about that confusion, guys. Class FM bigging up the live preview on YouTube, saving himself some pennies. Big up YouTube. Big up Bar for the lemonade. They're advertising the Usman Masvidal too. I bet everyone in the chat can't wait for that, the same as we can't. So let's have the result. I think everyone agrees it's probably Hubbard's night.
Well, from what I saw, John, Hubbard had controlled the first 2 rounds. I flicked over to the boxing now, but definitely
unanimous decision. Hubbard wins. First one in the bag. Well done, Hubbard, lad. I don't know who you are, but you done well. And I feel sorry for him, really, because if he'd have gone for it, he could have got the finish then as well. He was a bit reluctant to put it all on the line.
You don't know how many fights he's had. I don't know much about him, so you don't know.
He's got a good corner as well. He's got Neil Magny in that corner, so he's got a good corner. That is for sure.
Oh, all right, Magny.
I think that must make such a difference, isn't it, when you have a good corner sometimes.
Oh.
But yeah, that's lightweight. That's crazy. He's a big lad. Very, very big lad. So I believe next is... I don't know what order it's in, actually. Wait to see who's next. I think it's Fabinski versus Mershard. Now, last time we see Gerald Mershat was when he got knocked out by Kamzat, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, naughty. How long did that last? 20 seconds?
20 seconds, and Chimaev put him asleep, didn't he? With a really good punch as well. We ain't seen him since.
One punch. Bosh. Out.
I think that's who's next. Let's start
I
preparing.
wouldn't mind seeing Chimaev again soon. I mean, he was looking awesome. I know he's had his bouts of COVID and been out of the game for a while, but I understand he's back training again.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, it was mental what happened to him really, because there was such good, you know what I mean, good hopes for him. And then I'm gonna fight every week. Let me smash people. Let me smash people. And then goes and doesn't play for a fight for a long time. But like you say, it was COVID, so.
And from what you hear, it was really ill, from what I understand. So you know.
Oh, this is a weird spelt name. Wow. We're not going to get this one right.
That's not a knockdown. He's just, he's pushed him. Hopefully, I'll be able to catch the boxing from the start and tell you a little bit about the fight next time. Because at the moment, we've got 1 round to go, and it's hard to tell you who's winning or who's not winning because caught it halfway through.
Grams, can you see me now?
No, my man, I can't.
Ooh, technical issues.
I can see it's streaming fine, but I can't actually see you, so I can't give you any heads up or advice on anything because I just can't see it, mate.
I'll redo it. What about now?
Boom, you're in the building.
Maybe it didn't pick up the Virtual Cam the first time. Oh, well, at least you can see my pretty face now. I don't want you to miss out on that, my man.
And now I can see your clock and what round it's on, so I might be able to help you out a little bit.
That's why maybe Bill up was saying you look like he was lacking responsibilities. You can see nothing.
Well, it probably don't help my UFC watch long is probably about 10 seconds behind yours, so I'm a couple of steps behind you.
Yeah, everyone in the chat's knowing now you got one of them dodgy boxes. You're one of them, and you're a dodgy box man, isn't he, people?
I don't know what you're talking about. Dodgy internet, maybe.
Never knew you could get dodgy internet as well.
Dodgy box? What are you talking about, my man?
So if you're new around here, guys, please like and subscribe. And join the community, as we say, as we get better. You're more than welcome to come on here and join us. Send an email to allfanstv@gmail.com. One of the team will come back to you and get you guys on, no problem. Be great for you to join us. Voila, actually worked. Apologies to Gerard Mearshart if I spelt your name wrong. Because if I don't,
did you call him Mearshart?
If I definitely don't spell it wrong, I'm definitely going to pronounce it wrong.
Definitely think you called him Mearshart. You called him a little shite. It's hilarious. Oh, no, not calling that a down. No, all right. I think Junior Johans, from what I've seen, got the better of this boxing bout, and I think he'll take it. But I've only seen a couple of rounds, but it looks like it for me. He's throwing the haymakers, he's putting the pressure on, a combination of punches, body, head.
I got kicked out, so I've got to go back in.
Dodgy internet again, yeah?
Well, I was just about to make a complaint, I won't lie. So you spend 23 quid and you download the app, you expect it to work, didn't you? Saying that is working now. It was probably me. I'm having a bit of a nightmare. As you probably noticed when you couldn't see me. So if you're just joining us, guys, don't forget, obviously, we're not only doing the watch along that's on your screen for the UFC, myself and Rams are also watching the Trill Up fight card. So as obviously that builds up to the better fights. But at the moment it's Fabinsky versus Mearshart. I'm quite looking forward to this one because I remember thinking Gerard Mearshart would do better than he did against Hamzat. So.
Well, he couldn't do worse. Didn't throw a punch, got banged out. Fell in a heap, looked like a mug. Couldn't have done much worse, bless him. Especially after he came out talking, no one's given you a fight so far, blah, 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 blah. Didn't do nothing. Oh, big man was funny.
Yeah, Fabinsky next, that's right. Everyone's looking forward to the Gastelum and Whittaker fight. I think everyone's looking forward to that. If you watch Whittaker, you know he comes to bang. He's on another tear. But if you also watch Gastelum, he was involved in the fight of the year in 2019 with Izzy. He's capable of it. He's just, I think he's a bit punch drunk now, personally, but we'll see.
In that way, he's given Izzy the best challenge so far for me. That fight was the best challenges he's had.
Yeah,
I mean, you look at that.
Some balls in that. That's what we found out. Is he had some balls, to be fair.
And you compare it to Gastelum fighting, and you compare it to Whittaker fighting him. Whittaker, I'm a fan of. He got wiped out quickly. Didn't look like half the fight Gastelum's was. So this could be a really good fight. They both come to bang. Yeah. Could be another
Gastelum's definitely gritty, isn't he? He's not going out of there quickly.
Oh.
Whittaker's going to have to do some damage to him.
But then we've seen Whittaker and Romero 2 fights, and again that was some wars. So generally he's normally coming to fight and doesn't give up that easy. But Izzy dealt with him.
No, you're right. He did. Being really interesting to see Izzy's next fight. I don't know what everyone's thinking, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Is he the same? If we just took that shine off the new toy, and is he going to get found out very quickly? Look at Holland got found out, didn't he? Take him down, it's all over. There's no saying that no one's just going to do that to Izzy now. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Jan didn't necessarily show everyone a blueprint of how to do it, though. And they've got to have Jan's power, that Polish power. That's nothing to be messed with, mate. He was swinging, so I'm not still quite sure.
But all we got to do is take him down. You know, he took him down. He laid there. There was no difference from him and Holland, really. He got took down, laid there. He didn't know how to get up. Didn't really know what to do. Yeah, Jan's the bigger guy, but Izzy's normally the smaller guy anyway. His weight, he's tall and lanky, isn't he? But he's normally, look at Vettori. Vettori's a big guy. He rams into Izzy and takes him running. It's going to be problems, I think. So, as I say, that's why it makes it so interesting. Can Izzy do what Holland wasn't able to do and stop him getting at his knees? Yeah, so Bill Up's pretty much agreeing. So people don't think they'll fear him now when he goes back down to middleweight. Is he gonna be the same fighter? So people are questioning it. It's going to be very interesting. As I say, once you realise you can't wrestle, you're in big trouble in this game. Look at the best fighter there is at the moment. He's not the best fighter, is he? There's no way Khabib's naturally a martial artist, but he takes people down and beats them, doesn't he?
Mauls you to death.
You look at Kamara. That's essentially how he got the belt. I know he's started to stand up a bit now, but he just wants to grind you out, doesn't he? Take you down, grind you out. He's not bothered about finishing you. He's the champion. Who else you got as champions?
Well, fights like that, I mean...
I'm thinking of all weights. Who are the champions? Obviously for the women it's different. They tend to... Valentina Shevchenko, Nunes bang people out. But in the men's you've got...
Up in heavyweight, Gano's banging them out, but now he can sprawl. You never know, mate. He might be wrestling with people next.
Yeah, that was mental. Those who watched that fight, I'm sure you all felt the same as me and Rams. We were like, what the hell? He just dropped to the floor, sprang to the side. You could see Stipe's face like, where is he? Mate, he was
rapid as well, spun round his back like, whoa, I got you. That was it. I knew the fight was over. From that point onwards, that fight was over.
Oh, Bruce Buffer's giving it the old... To the left-hand side. I'll perfect one of these for fight nights. We'll have some All Fans TV countdown. Show Bruce Buffer how it's done. Oh, Gerard Meerschaert looks up for it.
I can't see Izzy having another fight at light heavyweight.
Nah, you go straight back down. I think it's gonna be really interesting. Like Bill say, does he go all the way down? The Bill's saying to me he has to stay light heavyweight and progress there where he should have been anyway, because he's pretty much malnourished mess in middle. Yeah, fair enough. Bill bringing the fire. He is a bit of a malnourished. I do know what you mean. He's big and lanky to be that way. But if you go up to light heavy, yeah, well, as I say, he looks quite similar to Reyes in that sense. Reyes is a big lad and skinny, so maybe he is more suited to light heavy. But Jones he'll just go down and take that belt when he decides. Right, let's start the clock. Come on, I can do it. So Fabinski, I know very little about, versus Gerard Meerschaert. And Gerard Meerschaert still hasn't got his hands up. He's going to get caught again. This guy looks like he's still fighting from last one. Oh, you've
Just
heard
a
it here
quick
first, boys. This isn't going very long, unless he warms himself up.
Just a quick one on the boxing. The hosts of the boxing are having a whale of a time, boys. My man are on there drinking. Snoop looks lean off his box. He's so lean back in his Crip colours. Oh yeah, they look like they're having a good time. And now we've got two boxers in there with head guards on. I don't know what these guys are doing. This is ridiculously amateur. They're just swinging.
Not just that. Are you telling me these guys are the same weight?
No way. There's about 3 weight differences.
Oh wow, this is proper amateur. Well,
yeah, the little man's winning it. The little man looks like he's more game. That big dude's scared, shook to his boots. Wow. Looks like Scaverna versus Wilder.
Well, he should be shook to his boots. It looks like he's fighting his dad. It's
like
kid versus dad. He's absolutely massive.
What is going on? Oh wow.
Yeah, I can see it. That is funny. 40 seconds left to go. Some crazy round.
3 rounds.
Got Fabinski up against the fence. Fabinski with a nice knee. I tell you, whoever is watching Triller, guys, it's quite a unique experience. If this is what's to come later on in the day, the guys throwing punches like this, they're both looking mega nervous. It's a weird experience. Yeah, you got Snoop bleeding off his neck. Meerschatz's on top, going for a triangle. He's got him tight in the neck. If he tightens this up, he's going to sleep. It's all over. Gerald Meerschatzz, I told you that weren't going the distance.
Done already,
gentlemen.
Wow.
Told you that wasn't going the distance, but I thought it was going to go the other way. I feel good for him though, Meerschatzz. He got knocked out last time by Hamzat. Became like a laughing joke. And then, back on the winning trail. Good luck to him. Let's see that again. So he flips it over. Goes for the guillotine straight away. Is it the guillotine? The neck choke it is, I think. And it turns him over. Oh, wow. And just chokes him out. He near enough does go to sleep. I think he does go to sleep. Oh, that looks painful. He's upside down, bent over. Oh, that's not a nice feeling.
That sounds dodgy.
But now you've made me look at these bloody nutters on Triller.
Right, look, I've got lied. My 3-year-old punches better than these two fighters here. They can't even call them fighters. This is a shambles of a fight. What is going on?
Yeah, we only paid 23 quid for it. I hope the main card's a bit better.
Well, you see better fights most Friday nights in the pub. Jeez. What is this?
That is hilarious.
Oh wow! If you haven't paid to get Triller, don't get it right now because this fight's not the one you want to watch. I can assure you that. Unless you want some entertainment, this is hilarious. What?
Yeah. Honestly, guys, for those who aren't watching Triller, it's just like literally those sort of everyone has those fight nights they get put on in the local community centre with a couple of lads giving it their go. There's no real technique, but there's loads of sweat and guts. They've got all that, but there's no technique. It's
no technique.
I'm watching this out of my right eye, and then I'm watching proper elite fighters in the other eye. It's quite alarming, really.
They're snapping with the insides of their hands in this fight. I mean, there's no technique whatsoever. It's appalling.
So Izzy's getting a bit of grief in the chat. Class FN saying to be the best you have to have an all-round game, which he hasn't. On his feet, incredible, but on the floor he is lacking massively. Bill saying he needs to stay light heavy. I think you've both got a point, guys, in the chat. And Bill,
you think you should stay light heavy, Leon?
And Bill's just said that guy has gone sleepy weepy, which he certainly did. I think he did go to sleep. But a big win for Gerard. And another fight in the bag.
Do we believe that Izzy should stay light heavy? I do not see that, to be fair, personally. He's dominating his weight at the moment, and he had one fight in light heavy and not done anything. So for me, I'd stay where he should be.
The only problem is though, if he now goes back down to middleweight, where there is loads of aggressive wrestlers, and everyone just starts wrestling him, he's probably got less chance of getting wrestled at light heavy because they're slower. So he can probably evade them a bit more, stay on the feet. There's only a couple of heavyweights that even like wrestling and light heavies. Do you know what I mean? Most of them want to stand.
He's one of the best movers in the game. You know how good it is for he can catch you. He's coming in, bosh, flying knee, you're out. So isn't this to stay true to what he does? Don't start doubting yourself after one fight with some big Polish dude. Jan was a beast in that fight. So I know they've shown him that taking him down might work, but Izzy for me will still dominate that weight.
Yeah, I thought the same before, seeing Holland just get done exactly the same. I think once you've unearthed it, I was listening to DC, and once they know you can't wrestle, you're in big trouble. And he can't wrestle. He's great at striking, he's great at avoiding, but he's great at avoiding strikes. He's not great at avoiding takedowns. It's going to be very interesting, but like we were talking about Ngannou earlier on, what's stopping Izzy improving in that realm? And then it would be really interesting. Yeah. Imagine he comes back and he can wrestle now. Now people are really, really in trouble.
Yeah, definitely. But I really think if he sticks to what he did best, he'll catch most people coming in and clean most people out like he has done his whole career. So he's not short in the game. Over 100 fights he's had, not in UFC, but overall. So
yeah, well that's it. Not in UFC. That's the problem. He is a kickboxer. And that's the reality of it.
Yeah.
Of course, his wrestling is not going to be top draw.
Well, we're heading into the final round
for Meerschaert there. What was that, mate?
We're heading into the final round for the boxing, and these two warriors who have been fighting like Trojans. Yeah, anyway, they're getting in there for the last round, and take your hat off to them because they're trying. Bless them.
No, take your hat off to the small guy. The big guy should have walloped him out there ages ago.
The big guy's more scared.
He is, and he's puffing. Yeah, he is more scared. Yeah, you're right. The little guy has got something to give.
Swinging at least.
So Bisping interviewing Meerschaert. He looks very happy, quite buzzing for him. It's not nice, is it, being put asleep like that, like he did? And when he got put asleep, no one even mentioned it. Do you know what I mean? No one cared about it because they were like, "Who's this Chimaev?" So that can't have been nice being on the other end of that. So buzzing, he's come out and won.
Come back. Got back into winning ways. Yeah, good on him. And it would have given him some limelight. I'd not even heard of him much before that, so it would have got a spotlight for him, so maybe he can build off it.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Penny versus Godinez, I believe it is next. So start preparing that card. Quiet for a few minutes, so bear with me. Obviously, if you're new around here, guys, like and subscribe, help us out. And to everyone in the chat, helping us get more comfortable on here, it's much appreciated, guys. Much love to you. We're now about to see the first women's fight, which to anyone who obviously watches boxing, how mental was the Bridges versus Courtenay fight the other week? How mental was it? You see it, Ramsey? Mate, crazy.
Her eye. I'm still feeling bad for her now. Her eye was massive. And she was hot. I was like, hey, my girl's looking good. And then Arthur was like, nah, you can keep it, mate. I'm all right, I'll pass. But she was hot, boy. But her eye, Jesus.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean about the eye, and I don't know anything you mean about, if my wife's watching, I don't know what you mean about hotness. I didn't see no underwear, I didn't see no weigh-ins. I didn't share it on my WhatsApp group. Oh, there you go. To anyone who did see it, obviously, and anyone watching in Australia, bad accent I know, but big up yourselves, because she came to fight. When I first saw her wearing underwear and talking about knickers, and I'd seen Courtney fight before on Eddie Hearn's on Fight Night, so I knew she could fight. I was like, this is going to be very interesting. But to be fair to her, she
was game.
She came to fight. It was a really, really good fight.
She was
I think
good.
that's probably the best women's fight I've seen, I think, in terms of boxing.
It was close as well.
The only other women's fight that got me more off my feet, I don't know if you guys saw it in the chat, is the Wailing Zheng, I think her name is, if I pronounce it right, versus Joanna Jędrzejczyk, where Joanna Jędrzejczyk's head was out here, Wailing was all mashed up. I think that's the best women's fight I've ever seen.
That was an epic fight.
Wailing Zhang has now got a fight. Thug Rose as well, which obviously she's done Joanna twice, so really, really good fight. And women's UFC is up there. It's weird, isn't it? Because women's UFC is much more respected in men's UFC than women's boxing is respected in men's boxing. You know what I mean?
Maybe it's the competition as well. I think it's better competition in the UFC. I mean, Nunes versus Cyborg was another awesome fight. Well, but at least card. I mean, I thought that was going to be absolutely epic, and Nunes dealt with her so well.
Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest travesties that Dana just bombed her out. I hate it when he does things like that. And when you see
everyone wanted a rematch. Everyone wanted to see that again and see a rematch and see if Cyborg could do better in the second fight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bill up saying looked like a stripper at the weigh-in, but looked like a hobo after the fight.
She was looking on fight in that weigh-in.
Yeah, she was looking good. So just showing the most knockouts among active UFC middleweights, and Whittaker and Gastelum are 3rd and 4th respectively behind Uriah Hall and Israel Adesanya. So yeah, what a fight that's going to be. Whittaker and Gastelum, they're used to putting people to sleep. And Derek Bunsen is 5th on that thing. That's just crazy considering he's a wrestler. It shows you how many fights he's had. He's still high up on the knockout list.
And big fights as well. I mean, some of them big names he's fought and been close in, to be fair to him.
The Penny versus Godinez. Straw weight for UFC. Let's see what these girls have got to bring. They're showing the fights. Go on, mate.
I think I've got Justin Bieber up next, so I might switch back over to the.
Well, you've not just that. You've got Justin Bieber, the Black Eyed Peas. Oh, I gave you a big list there. So there's actually concert time. It's absolutely mental. So those who like UFC, those who like boxing, but those who like music, they've got you as well. Which is why someone needs to tell me who Raycon is, because I know that although I got abused in the chat that it was Akon, I know that you all have to eat humble pie in a minute. The Raycon made a song we all know. Someone find it for me.
I honestly don't live in the good life over here. My commentators they're all blazing up, drinking up, he's smiling away. Jeez, they're having a good time out there.
Yeah, it's crazy America, isn't it? When you see everyone's legalised everything.
Yeah, COVID was about.
You reckon Snoop has that in his contract wherever he goes? It's in there, isn't it? You know, it's up, there's someone who rings up and says, look, you've booked him, but you know he comes with a tour bus of people who just roll joints for him all day.
100%.
I'm sure that's what they do. And I think Snoop Dogg's launching a new band tonight, which I read. So yeah. He's launching a new band. Yeah, he's in the adverts. You know, he does the adverts. And he does the advert for this Triller, and he bigs up Justin Bieber and blah, blah, blah. But then you've got Snoop Dogg and something. So it's his new band.
Snoop Dogg's crazy. I'm seeing him now with some sort of blue, green, turquoise trousers on, multicoloured do-rag on. Snoop Dogg's just crazy, my guy. He's just Snoop.
Yeah,
Snoop's just fun all the time.
It is. And what's also crazy is Jake Paul's got a robot mascot, which...
Did you see him? Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. For those that have young children, I've got a young son or 2 young sons, and they both watch Real Steel. For those who've ever watched that, and it just reminds me of that, a kid with his robot. I think Jake Paul needs to... I did watch his interview and he was like, well, other sports do it, so why can't we? I think he thinks he's so powerful that he's going to change boxing, which is quite alarming that he thinks that, really. Quite audacious, to say the least.
He's a deluded man. I think some of these YouTubers believe the hype so much that they carried away with themselves.
They do, yeah.
And he believes the hype.
But
I'm watching over here. It's not even about boxing anymore. They're just sitting there. I don't know what they're saying because I can't hear it, but they're sitting there, 2 dudes just smoking away, blazing away, geeking off, having a right crack left. Yeah. Who's he on there with?
Yeah, it's crazy. That's why what you're watching now is the reason why it's not on NBC or whatever in America. They've had to put it on some dodgy site. A site I've never heard of, that is for sure. So we're just coming back from the break now. For those who missed earlier on, for those who are new to All Fans TV, we are a fan channel based on showing watch-alongs and covering different sports. If you ever wanted to come on the show, you're more than welcome. We're an inclusive fan channel. Just simply email allfanstv@gmail.com. Over the next week or so, we're going to be basically lining people up to come on. So if you want to get your opinion heard, come and join us, have a laugh. You're more than welcome. Just make sure you like and subscribe.
We've got Bill up in the chat. He's saying, I'll come on to the UFC show with us next week, especially if we do the show like they're doing it at Snoop's show right now.
Yeah, I think if there was a channel that existed like that, Bill up, I think it would be very, very popular. Maybe when it gets legalised, Bill, that's your calling, mate. There's your channel made for you. The women are just coming out looking like to fight. This Lupi Godinez from Italy, I believe that is. She looks up for it. She's bouncing on her feet. She's either very, very nervous or she's up for it. And her name's Lupi Godinez. I like her already.
Do we know either of these women? You've got a better UFC understanding than I have.
Jessica Pena, no. Don't really know this. Godinez. But yeah, it's funny, the women's one. I have a rough understanding of them, but they just get outweighed by the big ones. The one I am looking forward to, and I've just forgot her name, is, I hope someone can tell us in the chat. Misha Tate's coming out of retirement. Now that is very interesting, because she can fight, and she's been away for a little while to have babies and career. I'm interested to see what she comes back like.
They're all going away to have babies. I take my hat off to the women that do that. I mean, they go away, destroy their bodies to a degree, put it through childbirth, get that maternal instinct and start being motherly, and then go back into a cage and smash people's heads in. I mean, I take my hat off to them to be able to do it so easily.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. And you think in the fight camp, men probably disappear from the kids completely and get that sort of silo experience they need to become warriors. Women, I can imagine, I'm talking probably nonsense here, but I can imagine most of them are still doing sort of mummy stuff, and yeah, I mean, it's madness really that they do it.
I mean, they're still doing most of the normal day-to-day living, more than likely. They'll still be training as well, but they're still mums at home, I reckon, so, or mums on camp.
Round one underway. Pena versus Godinez. Godinez in the white, Pena in the black, for those that are watching it. My money is on Godinez. I've never seen her before, but she looks well up for it. But Jessica Pena can fight. She's had about 16 fights now. Oh, she's just got cracked though by that Godinez. Lovely left hook. Oh, this is a fight.
I'll catch it again in a few seconds, as I'm a bit behind you.
A great left hook. Yeah, some of these women, their movement and stuff is absolutely amazing.
Oh, they're swinging. Oh, they're definitely swinging.
Oh, they are, yeah. Godinez has now got her up to the fence. She's the smaller lass, but
she's stocky, built solid as well. When you look at them fire, she's solid.
Lovely trip. She's now... Oh, that Pena near enough wrapped her up though. She got back up, took another couple of digs. Godinez has started strong here. I think I just read that she is the favourite, so...
Man, the way she's ragdolled, outpowering it easily.
I don't know if people are watching this in the comments, but this with fighters, you just have that one that look of shoulders, and you know, Amanda Nunes has it, and just fighters have it, that look of the neck and the shoulders where you just know they bring that extra power. And Godinez is literally just manhandling her, just threw her to the floor again. 2 minutes gone in the first round, and
wow.
she's getting her ass whooped.
Jesus. Punch combinations there. Whoa.
But to be fair to Pena, she looks a bit old in the tooth. She don't look like she's panicking that much.
Definitely. If she's still controlled in there, she's still composed. She ain't shaken by this. Some people get blown away by quick starters. She's game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Obviously, everyone's welcome to come on the show, but what I'd really enjoy as well is if we had some up and coming UFC or MMA stars in this country or other countries that maybe aren't known yet, but have had a few fights and would like to come on and join us for a watch along, give us a bit of proper insight into the sport, into the mindset that's involved.
Into the intensities and the camps they go through. I'd love to find out a bit more about the camps and what they actually have to go through in those camps.
Wow, take a bow, love. She just literally picked her up and just threw her like a teddy bear. And she's the smaller girl. Take a bow, son. She is literally kicking her ass. Excuse my language, wow. And she looks up for it. She looks mean. Wow, that was pretty impressive. But yeah, Class FM, I agree with you. Nunes is a beast. Oh, Pena's got her back now. Big trouble. Oh, no. Can she get to the cage and stand herself up? Or is Pena going to take her neck? This could be a great end of the round for Pena. She's had her ass whooped, but now she's on it. Wow, Godinez has got some strength. She's up. Oh, wow. She's bleeding by the nose a little bit. This is a great end
fight,
to the round. Great end to the round for Pena, showing her experience. And that, ladies and gentlemen, any young sports fan, any young sports person who plays any type of sport, that shows you. Don't give up. Because now that Godinez is looking like she's in a world of hurt. She's wrapped up, she's round her waist, hanging onto her like a bear. It's weird, she's mauling her from like a standing up position.
I love it when I take her back and they're standing. Sterling used to do it quite a lot. I love it. Just climb up them and take her back.
Plus, this Pena looks quite nasty in the face now. I'm seeing another side of her. But she's only got 30 seconds left to try and do as much damage as she can. As we gear up for Whittaker versus Gastelum and Paul versus Askren.
Hard round to call this one. Probably because of the back end of it, it might have to go to Pena. What do you think?
Well, oh wow, now she's took her down. Lovely end to the round. I don't know, you could make an argument that was still 10-9 for Godinez because she did give her a bit of a whooping, but then you could argue that, she hit her a few times, but she ended up eating it in the last bit of the round. So really good round. Just realised I didn't even change the rounds. Honestly, I only have one job in the chats. Let me know if I can't do it. Round 3, round 2, round 1.
That was a great round.
Really good round, really good start to UFC. Bill saying 10-9 Godinez. I think you're probably right. She still had the majority of that round. But Pena at least made her think about stuff now. She's going to think about that takedown. Will she rush in as much?
I can see what he's saying there, but Pena probably controlled it for the last minute and a half, 2 minutes. That's a tight one. And she does the same again this round. This could be interesting.
Yeah. Look at this bit, this replay of her just manhanded. That was epic. She actually threw her through the leg and just went wallop. As mad as it sounds for anyone who's got children, you've ever been in a swimming pool for kids, that's how you throw your kids in the pool. That's how they want to be luzzed in, isn't it? You have to proper wallop.
She got ragdolled.
She got ragdolled into a mat. She started with a round good again. Oh, that's lovely. Right, left. She's hurt already.
Oh, what?
But that Pena, she's got legs for days. She just climbs her like a drain pipe. This is amazing. She's actually doing it again.
But again,
She's climbing up her like a drain pipe. She's got one lucky husband. Legs for days, but Godin has just fought back. Yeah, it's a bit more competitive now. I'm liking this. It's a good fight.
Styles now, isn't it? We've got a banger versus.
You can always rely on the girls. I keep on looking down to my down here, guys. Apologies, obviously, with Triller, I've had to download the app, so it's on my tablet. And every now and again, I look down to it. But at the moment, there's a guy doing a weigh-in in his pants versus Raycon. Someone's still not told me who this Raycon is.
Famous singer.
Yeah, but what's he saying? I swear there's a song we all know. And now I've got Akon in my head, don't I?
Sorry, I can't help you there, mate.
Yeah, well, to be honest, even if someone told me the title and the song, that I still wouldn't know it. I'm not that great at music. You'd have to literally sing it to me. I don't think in our launch weekend we're ready for singing yet, Rams.
You're definitely not ready to hear me sing ever, so don't worry.
You don't fancy an All Fans TV theme tune?
I'm good. You mentioned the boxing and the fighting. I might get involved, but I'm no singer.
I'm seeing Frank Mir weigh in as well for the Triller fight night. Obviously, Frank Mir is an MMA star, or was an MMA star, making his way over to boxing.
Two totally different styles.
To bleed again now.
Yeah, two totally different styles in the cage here. We've got someone that's coming here to bang and swing.
And Peña's come to win.
Literally.
She's just come to win.
No matter how.
And she's gritty. She's climbing like a drain pipe. She's bleeding her now.
Who's busted open?
She's beginning to hurt her. That's Godin. She's beginning to hurt her now. But Godin, as is tough, gets out of it. Oh, I didn't even start the clock.
And you're still on round one, mate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I might as well wait for the end now. I'll at least change the round for you. But there is 2 minutes left. Obviously, you have to believe us, guys, when we say we're real people, we're not paid journalists. This was a dream for a group of friends to do. At least you know we're not lying because we're winging it. But we're here for you. We're bringing you the watch-alongs, morning, noon, and night.
Live and direct, no editing, raw, unfiltered.
Yeah, and while I've got that chance, I don't want to big us up too much, but big up to yourself, Rams. It's our first ever time on YouTube, and I think we're clocking up about 10 hours on our first day, which I don't want to put it out there, but I'm putting it out there. Is there another YouTube channel that's done that in their first couple of days? I don't think there ever has been. So, All Fans TV on the map.
Man, it's been a busy weekend, and I've not done as much as you have, so I can take my hat off to yourself, my man, because the schedule you put in for the last few days has been impressive, and I've not done all of it, and I'm feeling it now myself. I'm feeling a little bit laggy myself now, so God knows how you're going to feel tomorrow. But fair play, we're here, but we need you here with us. So there's no point us putting all this.
You've just reminded me, actually. So tomorrow morning, obviously, I probably told you a couple of times in the streams that I run a little kids football team, and obviously they're all asleep now. But it made my day earlier on when I got a message saying we got 5 subscribers from a little kids football team, which means I have to be very conscious during the day now to never swear, because I know there's a bunch of 10-year-olds watching the channel, seeing if I really do know anything about sport, which is interesting.
And no matter what, for you, that's going to be very interesting, my friend. They're kids, so we're not as the cool cats we think we used to be. So you're going to get terrorised anyway. I
will, yeah. No, but I thought you.
But fair play, Chris. It takes a lot to come on here and put yourselves out there, put your faces out there, and be game to do it. And we've done it, so big up.
Yeah, it made my day to receive that message. The little team, especially all the abuse I get them. I run that team with an iron rod, so yeah, it made my day that they tuned into it. Bless them.
Well, for me, this is definitely
YouTube is the way forward, isn't it? The kids, this is what the kids like what doing. End of the second round. Apologies, I let everyone down with the clock. I'm on you for next one. I've got you. All I've got to do is focus for 3 minutes, and I will make this happen. Don't know if I'm capable of focusing.
Might want to flip the round over now. So you ready?
I know, yeah. But that was firmly 10-9 to Jessica Peña.
all day long. And like I say, for me, you can still question the first round to a degree. It wasn't as clear cut as for me as it looked. I think she still had at least 2 minutes of controlling her on the floor / back / whatever you want to call it. So that was a tight round. So for me, she's got to go all out. Loopy needs to go loopy in this round and bang her out.
Yeah, we
need to see loopy, proper loopy.
Right, come on, John, you've got this. All you have to do is press a button. When this starts, we start.
I'm behind you, so I can't tell you when to start, but I'm guessing it's any second now.
I got you, All Fans TV. I'm not letting you down. Oh, I have let you down. I've not pressed the time. Still behind. I didn't put the time. I'll just press start with 0. So I'm 10 seconds behind. So they've got Godinez at plus 115 and Pena at minus 150. So they've got it as clear winner at the moment. This is Pena's to win. She's got her up against the... Although Godinez has her up against the fence, this is where they want to be, up against the fence. Bill's saying she's never going to get that choke. I think you might be right. She's tried for 2 solid minutes to get that choke. She should have just battered her. Went for the strikes. This is a lovely fight, though. Really would like to see this one over 5 rounds. I've got a feeling this one's going to be close as well. Because Godinez is trying her best to try and ragdoll her this round. Much more even up against the fence.
Yeah, but it seems like up against the fence is where Pena wants to be. Eventually, she'll just drain pipe up her, club up on her drain pipe and get her back again.
Yeah, she will. She'll just drain pipe her. Glancing down, you've got Ben Funky Askren talking about his upcoming fight. So it's obviously he's showing where he had his punch bag with Jake Paul's face on it, which was quite funny. And if anyone watched the weigh-ins, they were all a little bit weird, weren't they? They were all a little bit staged.
Staged as you like come on. But I just can't stand Jake Paul. I can't wait for him to lose. He's an absolute mug.
Bill, you've made my day. Do you know that? So Bill's put in the chat, I hate the Yank betting numbers. What happened to 3 to 1 and that is so confusing. So I'll let you into a little secret. I just read something out, and as I read it, I realised I didn't know what it went. So I was like, oh, she's plus 150, she's minus 150. And I thought, what does that mean? So I just read, there's clearly a favourite. And I was wondering as I said it, there'll be some American listening going, well, that's a draw. Because in my head I was thinking, does that cancel it out? So yeah, you're right, Bill. Where's the 3 to 1? Where's the 2 to 1? Where's the evens? Pena drain piping her again. Wow! Oh, that's won the fight. Right, Godinez has got it for me. 10-9. That was unbelievable. She's done it to her twice in the fight. The second one was better than the first. Picked her up, wallop.
She ragdolled her again, is she?
It was another baby slam into the pool for those who have kids. That was crazy. Oh, and she's hurting now a little bit. Now she's ragging her. Can she knock her out? Oh, she's ragged her again. Oh, now she's looking all coward on the floor.
When she ragged her, I mean, Pena put herself in that position. She wrapped herself around the front of her. I was like, all right, and then she's dumped her on the floor.
Wow. The ladies are swinging now, though. 2 minutes to go, and they are swinging, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
Pena going for the takedown again. I think she's going to get it. She doesn't. Oh, this is a good tangle. These ladies are going for it.
This has been a fight. Tight, close, even fight.
As I say, if you do MMA...
I think they're right.
Yeah. If you do MMA, as I say, love to hear from you, male or female. If you're an up-and-coming fighter, if you're over 18, come on. If you're under 18, make sure you get your parents' permission. And we'd love to hear from you. Hear a future star in the making. So 1 minute and 13 left, and I think this is Godinez to lose now. I think she's winning this round. If she evades a takedown in the last minute, she's got this. And it's been a hard
2-1 rounds.
And that Pena, I mean, she's done herself proud as well. She's gritty. Obviously, I can't hear the commentators, but I'd love to hear what they're saying.
I think this is a bit closer for me. Other than a few ragdoll moments, I think most of the control in the fights come from Pena. So I think it's a bit tighter.
Nah, I think this might even be 10-8 this round. I think they were both 10-9, so I think it went to a draw in the third. But yeah, she's held her a little bit this round, but she's been thrown 2 or 3 times. She was rocked once. Her eyes split now.
I busted open.
But she is hugging she's now up. She's literally like hanging on her shoulders. Look how high she's got.
Keep putting herself in that position to be dumped again.
7 seconds left. All over, ladies and gentlemen. I give him a round of applause for that. What a fight that was, guys. What a fight that was.
The girls came to fight. I'm about 25 seconds behind you from the sounds of that, but the girls came to fight.
Oh, they really did. That was a really, really
two
good
different
fight.
styles, two totally different styles, but both willing to put it, leave it all in there and get the results. So fair play to them.
Just separately, guys. The ones Bill's got draw all over it. I think
Yeah.
definitely got a chance. Well, I got a feeling she might win that. But I tell you what, if for those who have just paid for Triller tonight and maybe don't watch UFC, I would be so disappointed. So I've obviously got it on at the same time. We're now, well, a long time into their show, and I think they've had one fight. They've just watched Snoop talking to his mate for a little while. They've re-showed all of the weigh-ins in near enough full. You'd be fuming, Rams, wouldn't you, if you're just watching that? You've literally seen one fight.
They're filling it out with just fluff, aren't they? They're just filling it out where they're
absolutely milking it. Absolutely milking it.
And you can't say there's been one fight. The second fight was a 2-head guard from a 3-rounder. It wasn't even a fight. It was like a charity event. Like I said, I've seen better fights in my pub. So, geez, it's not quite a card, is it? One fight so far.
No,
what do you reckon we got altogether? 3 or 4 max?
Yeah,
2
well,
or
on the
3?
main card I know it's 4. I didn't know these ones existed, so maybe there's a few more. Tell you what though, I know Jake Paul isn't a fighter, but when you glance down and you see Askren and him, and you didn't follow MMA and you didn't know Askren was, you'd assume the chubby guy in flip-flops from YouTube, wouldn't you? And you'd assume the guy in tattoos and looks quite manly and angry looking. You'd assume he's the UFC guy. It's quite funny, really. So here we go. Here's the announcement. It's on mute, so I'm waiting for the hand to go up. Peña's got it.
I see it. I saw it. I saw it. A tight fight.
I've
I think
got
she
to
won the
turn it up for
second.
1 second. Surely the commentators can't be agreeing with that.
I was going to draw. So I can see where they got that. She had more control for me.
That is absolute madness. I actually can't believe that. She's crying, bless her. I don't think she can believe it. But fair play to her. She stayed in the game, so who am I to say that she didn't deserve to win? She stayed in the game. She took some digs. She's bleeding. So fair play to her, really.
And like I say, styles make fight. She didn't have the most gracious style, but for me, she controlled it with that style. And other than getting ragdolled a few times, I think she had more control in the fight. Not looking the best, but actually controlling it for me.
So apparently there's a Class FM saying, I assume this is in Triller, not in UFC, but he's put, did you see the guy holding up the banner saying, why am I here? Oh, that is funny. But yeah, big up Peña. I think Godin has won, and I get a little bit annoyed with these sports sometimes that I'm not too sure what that encourages, but it is a mixed martial arts, I get. So same as what I was saying earlier on about the takedowns are so important. It shows you just how important they are. Because she definitely isn't a better fighter. She got slapped up in most of the things. I think she got thrown, physically released in the air 3 times, which you don't often see in a fight. You're lucky if you see one slam, but even then they normally keep them wrapped in the guard. Do you know what I mean? But not actually.
Well, like I say, it's all about styles. I don't like this whole wrestling and up against the fence. I want to see you bang and stand. But rules of the game, controlling the ring, controlling the fight. She done a lot of that with what she was doing, so I can see why she got it.
Yeah, it all counts, exactly, it all counts. For those who like their
Might as well
football,
start
obviously make
banting
sure you
out.
join us tomorrow for the watch-alongs. Be live from about 12:30 with the Arsenal-Fulham game, so make sure you join us. See if Arsenal can make a late push for European places. Bisping's interviewing Pena, she looks absolutely over the moon, bless her. And a little bit surprised and tired. She's got that real fighter look in her eyes.
Well, she had to graft it. She had to grind it out, didn't she? Like I say, she had to take some bombs. She wasn't the prettiest. She had to graft it out. But like I say, for yourself and for the chat, they think it went the other way.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. When I said it, I thought I was bang on point. To be fair, but clearly not. As I say, this is the great thing about, well, the great and the bad thing about both boxing and UFC is you've got these judges. We've all seen those fights that you just go, what the hell? Look at Wilder Fury the other year, and there's loads of them in boxing, aren't there? But there equally is in some UFC. So.
Like you've heard some of the cards in UFC sometimes in boxing, you think, how have they got that scorecard? But how have we got it that wide? Dana's always calling people out for it.
Yeah, exactly. Just while it's on the break, obviously we'll be here for all UFC fights, guys. So we've got some massive events coming up. Obviously the most notable ones are Poirier versus McGregor in July, but coming up in a week or so, we've got the Masvidal versus Usman 2, which, if you like fighting, you've got to be a fan of that. Then you've got Nate Diaz. Who's he fighting again, Rams? I forgot. My mind's gone blank.
He's got Edwards,
Leon Edwards. There you go. You got that coming up. You got fights coming up, and then obviously you've got the big one when it gets announced, which will be Jones coming into heavyweight. They're either going to give him a little warm up, I believe, versus Derek Lewis. And then I think they're going to throw him in.
A little warm up against one of the biggest knockout artists there has been in UFC. Give you a little warm up, a little bit harsh, Derek.
I think that's what they're going to do. Yeah, again.
Mate, Derek clean him out with one punch. I'm not saying he will, but he could do it with his power, couldn't he?
He really could. He could put anyone to sleep. And he didn't get put to sleep by Ngannou, so it's one Espino next.
Bill, I'm with you there. I love Masvidal as well. I think he's a legend, proper gangster. But I hope I see what you're saying. I think Usman's got it, but I'm just hoping with my heart that Masvidal can do it. To be fair, because I love the man.
Yeah, it's the same as the Masvidal Usman. Who do you want to win on that? Because I like Masvidal, but I've really grown to like Usman.
That's what I say. I mean, I want Masvidal to win. My heart wants Masvidal to win because I just love him. I think he's a total G. I just think he's an absolute street fighter and as real as you come. But I can't stand Usman. He does his thing and he's a great fighter, don't get me wrong. I just don't like him as a personality, and I really hope, beyond hope, that Masvidal can do it. I don't believe he can, but I'm just hoping that he'll get that result.
Yeah, it made me laugh the other day, because I know what you mean about Usman is a bit boring, but he did make me laugh the other day. He put something on Twitter where he was dancing around to some sort of Mexican music, just practicing foot stomps. So he was just going around, not punching, just going foot stomp, foot stomp, foot stomp, foot stomp. And I've got to be honest, I thought that is brilliant. Like, he knows what people say about him. Like, and he was doing it really girly as well, like Masvidal says it doesn't even hurt. So he was like ramming it into the floor, but as it hit, he was like touching it like to some Mexican music. It was the only thing is with Masvidal, he kept that illusion alive, didn't he? Because he was still the gangster. Because I only had 6 days, and I had to lose 350 million pounds of water, and we were like, do you know what? You're still gangster. Where if he loses this time, he's gonna fight in such a weird thing, and that we have these people on pedestals. We did it with Holland. Now he's lost twice. He's crap. Izzy's only lost once. He's crap now. Sport for the elite level is brutal, isn't it, to say the least? But Whittaker is a perfect example.
Just fickle fans at times. 1 minute we loving them, next minute they've had a loss, we're hating them. So we are very fickle in that sense. But
yeah, Whittaker's
honestly, I really.
Whittaker's the perfect example. Undefeated champion for a long time, bashed everyone in his way. Like that Jared Cannonier fight, excellent, and then boom, loses a couple, and you can't have an off night, can you? In this high level sport, it's Mad. It's like when I come and take over Essex Olympian with Bill. Do you know what I mean? There's levels to this. We have to raise it, innit?
It's losses are remembered a lot quicker than the wins are, so you've got to do a lot more off a loss than you have to normally. But I think Whittaker, well underrated. One loss, well not one loss, but one loss recently to Izzy, and it's all forgotten about what he's done in this weight. He was dominating that weight for yonks against some great fighters in his weight. So, and the same with Izzy. I think Izzy will come back down to his weight again and control it again. He had the loss, but people get on his back. But I actually think he'll just control it again.
Right. Class FM asking, will we be showing the Canelo versus Saunders on the 8th of May? We will. Join us for that. I'm a massive Saunders fan. Obviously, if you like boxing, you tend to appreciate Canelo, even if he's not your man. Very good fighter, but if there's anyone to beat him, it potentially could be Billy Joe, because he's got that sort of grit and determination, but he's also got that swag.
He's a great boxer. Billy Joe's got swag, got bants, got great footwork. Mate, he calls it in the rounds. He's doing gestures. Who was he fighting a little while ago? The Canadian that he battered and was doing gestures in there when he's swinging.
Yeah, he's crazy.
He's a great entertainer, but I can't see past Canelo in any other boxer. No, for me, no one gets near him.
No, you're exactly right. So they're coming up for another fight now. We've got Romanov versus Espino. These are some big boys. You would not want to be fighting one of these lads. And if I remember rightly, Espino is 8-1 or something. I can't remember what Romanov is. But this should be a very, very tasty fight.
Apparently, it's
right. It's time
for the big time.
What's that, mate?
Apparently, it's the last prelim before the big time.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And your singer's on next, apparently, from the chat. Akon's up next.
Akon. Yeah, Akon versus Fournier in the boxing now. So this is the one. I think Fournier's the one that's 8-0. It's just absolute madness how they're getting away with this. The first fight I watched, it looked like his dad versus son. What is going on? But Snoop Dogg just got on one and just made the card. He was like, yeah, I'll come on, but I'm making the fights for bants. So the big one versus the small one. They just showed that these boys have got I think they were 2nd and 6th on the all-time list for submissions. And I've just seen a couple of them, and they're not normal submissions. These are brutal submissions. These are power, put you to sleep submissions. So they're not the most technical. They're big boys. They grab you, they squeeze, and out you go. And they're showing them now for those who are watching it. They're you don't want to be. Yeah, they're big lads to be doing that to your arms and your neck. Alexandra Romanov, King Kong versus Juan Espanol, El Guapo. El Guapo.
Any knowledge of these boys, mate?
They're big, they're scary, and I just read that they're really good. They're really good.
Getting banged out or tapped out. Yeah, someone's getting banged out or tapped out.
Yeah, to be honest, guys, we're the same as you guys in the chat. We love UFC. We love what we see. So we don't necessarily know all of what we see. We know the big ones. So all the big guys in the divisions, we're on it. The ones that are up and coming, or maybe don't get on the telly that often, we're just like average Joes like you, that we're like, oh yeah, that's that guy who knocked someone out, but I can't remember what he's called.
Yeah, I'm not normally a prelim man. I love to watch the main event, but don't always get up for the prelims. Especially, when you watch it in the UK, you have to get up so early in the morning. It's quite easy just to get up for the main card.
Yeah, I'm very similar. Yeah, the only problem is most of the time the bloody best fights are in the prelims. You wake up at 3 o'clock, you put the main card on, and Twitter's kicking off about some knockout, and you think, and then your main card is 3 boring fights. Amount of times I've done that. It's been a brilliant launch weekend, guys. Thanks everyone for joining us. You've made us really at ease. It's getting easier and easier to come in on here. We're passionate about building this community. We're not just going to be around for for a short time. We're going to be around for a long time and a good time. So I really appreciate your support. And eventually I'll get better at these one-liners. Eventually I'll be better with the clock. Do you know what I mean? Eventually I'll let Ram see what's going on from the beginning of the screen. We'll get there eventually.
But that just sounded like you was going on holiday in Thailand or something. Going for a good time, not a long time.
Oh, holidays, that's like a forgotten word, isn't it, for people in the UK? If you're watching this internationally, which I doubt we're that big yet, I think everyone's local. But in the UK, it's really quite bad still with the COVID. Things are slowly...
It's a massive support out here from Big Up. And hopefully, you know what, big man? Hopefully you'll come on to one of our next UFC watch-alongs. Because I've been watching this solid for 3 years. And there's so many fighters out there that he still doesn't know all of them and can't keep up with it all. So it shows you. And the way Dana's cutting the roster these days, Jesus, you gotta be on it to know what's going on.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And I tell you what, guys, if we ever make it to the lofty heights that we have aspirations for, I'd love to do like a tough in the UK. And if Bellator or anyone who's in a better position than us, why aren't you doing something like that? There's loads of unsigned talent in the UK. You could rent a house, put some people in, put some filming on, and just do a tough UK. So any investors, any backers, send us some money. We'll make that happen because there's a lot of unsigned talent in the UK, and I think it'd be epic, absolutely epic.
But even if you think the fighters wouldn't have made it, the show itself would make you bare money anyway. Alone.
I'd be serious. Yeah, everyone remembers them fights in the Tough House and those arguments. And then you obviously got to get coaches. You could have some UK coaches. Could really bring UK martial arts a little bit on the map. Bill said earlier on in the chat that Bellator, which is obviously Europe, but that's not exactly killing it. I'm not even sure BAMMA still exists. If it does,
I think it does.
If it does, and you're in the marketing department, then send me an email.
Wow.
And I'll let you know.
Wow.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Send us an email and we'll go on YouTube together and do some marketing tutorials because I haven't heard their brand. But just about to start, Romanov versus Espino. Both, wow, Espino's 40 years old. Romanov is 30. Both 6'2" and 3. Weigh a whopping 260 pounds each.
And the limit? Is that the limit for that weight, I think?
Just the limit, yeah. So these are big boys and they're both coming to wrestle your head off. Oh, look at Bruce Buffer. Fighting on the right hand side. We have Romanov. I know nothing about him, but he's big and scary. Fighting on the other side. We have someone in next year who's going to be cashing his pension. He's 40 years old. Coming all the way from Spain. One, Espino. Bruce Buffer, such a legend, isn't he? I like the way his veins come out of his head. I'm fighting. Oh, wow, he's going to win. Oh, wow. Romanov. Wow, he looks pretty scary. Fighting out of the Republic of Moldova.
But when you're giving away 10 years, surely there's something going wrong there. If you're giving away 10 years, surely you've got to be losing this fight at 40 years old.
I'm feeling a slight victory on the time here. I'm feeling like I'm about to do it.
Well, I couldn't tell you because I'm a little behind you.
Put up the mouse has got the cheese, yeah?
And round one as well.
Yeah, that's true, Bill. That is that Bellator do sometimes pay more than UFC because obviously that's why they keep on getting some of their old stars. Who's the guy who's gone there that we all love? He fought Izzy actually and done the backflip on the prelims. Come on, Rams. We used to talk about him all the time. He was made of steel. Everyone used to say. No one wanted to fight him. Till was like, sod fighting him. And then he lost.
Oh,
Romero. He earns more, I believe, at Bellator. You've got the guy who was in the light heavy who was doing really well. I can't remember his name, but he's gone there and earning good money. So yeah, good point, Bill. That's madness.
Apparently from Class FM, Akon just got flopped. So you better stick to singing as opposed to trying to fight. I haven't. I flipped over myself, but he wants to.
You know what? I'm absolutely fuming. So I've paid for this app. All I keep on seeing is adverts. And then I'm sitting there thinking, wow, these boys are big. And then, it's because I'm still on the pre-show, I think. You think that, honestly, you'd think that Fight 24/7 would just turn it over. I've missed that. I wanted to see Akon get flopped. So first takedown to Romanov. But when you're fighting submission artists, they sometimes just lay on the floor on purpose. That's where they want to go, don't they? So is it even a takedown? You're never too sure. It's a nasty knees to the side of the leg. For those of you who remember your youth days, do you remember when people used to cabbage you, we used to call it? Where they put the point of their knee into your thigh muscle. Oh.
Proper dead legs.
Proper dead legs.
Oh, these are big, big guys. They are units moving around this ring here.
Bill Up's coming with the nice information on the UFC. It's a Scouse kid, Paddy Pimbet, has just been signed. I watched that last week. Really, really excited about that. The guy's an absolute nutcase. He looks like a freak. He's British. He's even from Liverpool, so I've got a little shining light on him. Have you
Till round two? No. No Till, yeah?
Well, he's probably bigger than Till already. He should have been signed by the UFC about 3 times. Massive following the guy's got. Crazy hair. He's crazy.
What weight is he? He's bigger than Till. What weight is he?
Maybe Bill could maybe.
Light heavy?
No, he's a smaller lad. I think he might come in at 155 because I heard him talking about Khabib and stuff. So I think he might come in at 155, but I could be wrong. Maybe someone could let us know. Okay, he's got back up apparently, so Akon's still in the fight. I wish I knew some of his songs because I would have tried making that like... Oh no, it's finished. I don't even know what I'm watching. I've just paid 23 quid to watch adverts. Big up yourself, Triller. Espin's now turning it over. He's going for some sort of crazy armbar submission. These boys, be interesting to see how long they can go on.
Took him down well. They haven't got more than 2 rounds in them. Surely the size of them.
Welterweight, Bill's saying he's coming in. Well done, Bill. He's coming in as welterweight. And Akon just retired on his stall. That was fun.
Well, mate, if he
sing Akon? Is it? I got locked up. Is it that one? Or is
that's the one. That's one of the ones. Yeah. I can't believe you just did that. You actually started singing.
I'd sing more of it. That's all I know. I got locked up.
Well, I won't do that to myself. There's been a few times you've gone, I'm like, I can bust into tune. Nah, I ain't doing that to myself.
Well, that's why I did it, because that tune kept on coming in my head, but I knew I'd probably bust it out and people would start laughing and go, it's not even Akon.
No, it is.
Espino's got his back, taking Romanov down. Be very interesting how long these boys can do it, because they're big, big lads. And the other guy's 40 years old.
To be fair, I mean, I know they're big lads and they're known for submissions, but I want to see someone bang someone out.
Yeah.
Let's see some bombs being thrown. Let's see someone get dropped.
Yeah, that Espino is a big guy for 40 years old. Still looks pretty fit.
Better shape, yeah.
9 seconds left, first round, bit of a feeling out process, both going for submission. Oh, lovely back hammer punch by Romanov. I missed him, but nice to see a flying fist from one of the boys. So round 1 in the bag. Wow, I've just got a glimpse of, this is like WWE.
What are you watching?
I'm watching it.
Boxing?
I don't even know if I'm watching boxing.
You pay for something, you don't know what you're watching.
I've got a guy dancing in the middle of the ring in pants.
Well, I'm going to flick across to it. That really intrigued me.
Zach Mason.
Wait, to be fair, this first round of the UFC for me was dead. I didn't really enjoy that at all.
I won't lie, I don't know what I'm even watching. I think I keep on putting it back on and it just takes it off. Better book that. So second round just getting underway.
What are you watching?
I think I've got it on now, but it's now buffering. I'm living the dream over here. Luckily, I've got BT Sports, so I can actually watch UFC. The other one's just buffering. I'm actually going to make a complaint live on YouTube. Oh, here I am on YouTube actually, so I better complain.
So you're actually doing that?
Do you know what I mean? Triller your crap. Look, what I'm dealing with. Proof to you. Just buffering. Look at it. 24 quid for that. So when I complain and you go, no, you watched it. No, I didn't. And I've watched adverts. So anyone else having trouble with their Triller download? Oh, lovely. Now they're fighting. Romanov's coming to fight. Ooh. Ooh. See, it's funny when you see wrestlers because they can clearly scrap, but they obviously just like wrestling, because that Romanov was really aggressive then, throwing some haymakers, the lad.
Well, for a big lad, he gets his leg up well, doesn't he? Jesus.
Yeah, he's very good. Yeah, he's very good.
They are swinging now, yeah. Oh, what an uppercut that was there. They're definitely swinging.
Come back out and go back in. Let's see if that works.
You're not the only one having problems with Triller, by the sounds of it. Class FM says it's died on him as well, so
yeah,
they're struggling. Having technical issues like we were yesterday.
As mad as it is, that's probably because they've done so many. You watch the numbers that will come out for that. That'll probably do more than, I don't know, Canelo versus Saunders or some mad, actually legit boxing fight. That's crazy.
That's about the numbers that will do afterwards as well.
Yeah, mental. Well, apparently I get unlimited replays of this buffering with my $23.99. So I look forward to that tomorrow, rewatching it all, rewatching that circle twizz around. And I was actually bigging them up. That's what's funny. I was saying how easy it was to download and book. They've done quite well. So Romanov is now ground and pound. He was laying in some heavy dig. He's a heavy-handed guy, this Romanov. Very heavy-handed guy.
Mate, their weight's going to start to tell soon. They're going to start to tell soon their weight, and they're going to start to slow right down for me.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'd be very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
Could be a late knockout.
When I do the Michael Buffer, I should have gone into my mic. I'm fighting in the left-hand side. I'm going to perfect that next fight night. I've got you guys. Romanov is still on top of him, putting heavy pressure. 260 pounds leaning on your back right there.
Blowing big time.
Yeah, they're big lads, aren't they?
They're going for this round. They put a fight in now. This is better.
Yeah, they're going for it. This is quite a good fight now, to be fair. They're big guys. Yeah.
It's one of them,
it doesn't look a great fight. Get in there and you feel like you're in an absolute war.
Mate, when they're swinging the way they're swinging, mate, they catch you once, you're probably going to give up.
Yeah, well, that's why it's so clever at that size to try and be a wrestler. It's weird, isn't it? Because you see these boys and you go, well, actually, I think you do okay against the big guys. Because you're clearly a good wrestler, gritty, determined. Yeah, I've hardly heard of him. Well done, Bill, and only half a loss. Fair play to you.
Still livid though, mate. It's a loss is a loss. Still livid a little bit, ain't you?
These boys are really tiring now. For anyone who's done any sport at any level, it looks like they train every week. It's only been fighting for 7-8 minutes or whatever. But it's the heart rate and stuff and the breathing. Romanov going for another. I think Romanov is, from what I've been watching, I think he's got this round.
Totally his round all the way. Round and pound, control the fight.
Class
Easy
FM
fight.
saying Triller servers have blown up. I think, to be honest, they're just sitting there having a laugh with Snoop, looking at the amount of money they've made. They don't care that no one's watching it. Who are we going to complain to? They won't be around for another year. I might update you, actually, All Fans TV, for the interest of clarity. I will make a formal complaint. I will update you over the next few weeks how we get on with it, on our search for justice with Trillo to get our money back. I'll update you. Let's see if I even get an email back.
You paid £23 to watch adverts and Snoop smoke and drink.
Yeah. What's funny, I've probably made them more money with that £23 because all I have watched is adverts, and I couldn't unclick them.
You got to press skip. You said you couldn't skip them after a few seconds.
Espino's looking very tired. It's dawning on him now that he's 40 years old. It might be time.
And fair play to him, though. 40 years old, still giving it a go. Fair play.
Yeah, it's big up to himself. Class FM's trying to make me feel jealous, saying he's got his stream back. Bit unfair because then I'm slagging them off live on air. You think they might have prioritised me over you? But someone might have sent the all-important John at All Fans is not happy. Clock. No, I didn't even have done a whole fight. Oh my word. Oh, we're 11 seconds behind, people. Apologies, Polly. Romanov straight for another takedown. He's an aggressive young lad. But Espinosa smashed him down. What a takedown that was. But he's back up. Romanov's oh mate, these are beasts, these men.
Right, it's the final round. So do we see a knockout in the last round?
I don't think we do, unfortunately.
No, I mean neither. The way they were blowing, I was hoping to be a late stoppage, late knockout, but I think it'll go all the way. But yeah, Espino is absolutely dead. He's so tired.
Yeah, he really, really is.
Fair play, I took him down. The boys are both going for it. Fair play to them.
The last fight of the prelims, guys, and then we obviously will go on to the main card. And hopefully Rams will be able to update you on the Logan Paul fight as I update you on my search for buffering to stop. I've now used my Wi-Fi, the neighbour's Wi-Fi, no Wi-Fi. So Trillight's not me. I've even tried using my neighbour's Wi-Fi.
Let me flick over, see what I can see.
Hang on a minute, what have we just missed? Oh, was that an illegal blow, was it? Someone tell me in the knockout or heartache. Yeah, I didn't see that one. It was, is that that's his crown jewels by the looks of it. Crown jewels moment. He's already been on the floor for 50 seconds. Is he going to milk this? Oh, I don't like seeing this. I'm going to call it as I see it, people. I'm not going to sit on the fence. If I think he's been a bit of a bottle job, I'm going to say it. Because I won't tell you a little story, but I had some problem with balls once. You need to get over it. Man yourself up. Don't be. He's going to milk this, Rams, isn't he?
Mate, they all do it. We saw it with him in Sterling the other day. They all do it.
Yeah, Sterling's was brilliant. Sterling's
was
brilliant.
He was hilarious. Like he was an actor of the year. But he got an Oscar for that performance. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he should. And if anyone's a fan of Sterling, we're not slagging him off because I think we both spoke.
No, I like him.
Both agreed he should have done it because he was getting his arse tanged by Peter Yan. And
he was not winning that fight.
Have you seen Peter Jan trolling him on Twitter? Keeps on sending videos saying, "Sterling, where are you?"
Well, especially after the Mighty Mouse lost in Bellator or won the other day with a similar knee, but got straight up after the loss and manned up and owned it. It's like, well, hold on a minute. He's showing you, look, you're blatantly acting.
I cannot believe we're about to see. I don't think he's getting back up, ladies and gentlemen. The doctor's talking to him. He's not getting up anytime soon. He's talking to other referees. Oh, it's clearing the crown jewels though. To be fair to him, Espinosa's doing that. Do you know when you get caught at school and you're trying to pretend you like didn't mean to, like?
What was it, John? A low blow?
Yeah, he's basically need him in the ball bags.
Can't DQ it though, can he? So it's got to be 5 minutes and get on with it.
No, that's an illegal blow. So if he takes his 5 minutes, it's over. The only thing is they make it that long, so you have to go through a hell of a lot of embarrassment. 5 minutes is a long time. Look, when we done our minute of silence earlier on, it felt like about 10 minutes. Where if you know you're not really that hurt, it's awkward to not get back up.
Mate, and if you're someone like Sterling, you do it for like 10 minutes because you've got to like perform to the crowds over and over again. Jesus, you got some credit.
And Class FM in the chats are saying, I've never seen the 5 minutes taken. And you've made me think now, I don't think I've seen the full 5 minutes. It either gets called off by 2-3 minutes, the referee says that's it, seen enough, or they get up. We're on 3 minutes and 25 seconds here. Which basically means you think them doctors are like, I'm not helping you out. I think you can get up. Because normally they call it off, don't they? They're all looking going, well, we're not going to help you. If you want to sit here for another minute and 30 seconds, you can. But that is pretty much what they're doing, isn't they?
Well, what can I do? What do you want me to do? Check your balls and make sure they're okay? Make sure they're all there? I'm counting for you.
And don't forget, they wear cups as well. This isn't hitting flesh, guys. This ain't hitting the meat and potatoes. This is hitting the protection around the meat and potatoes.
Yeah, you've got a protected area. It's not like you get a knee to the head and you're not protecting yourself. You know what I mean? It's not a head injury. It's protected as well. I'm not dropping you out.
He's definitely not getting up, ladies and gentlemen. This is he's calling it. He's called it. They didn't even get him to get the whole 5 minutes all over. And Espino on his 40th, and he's 40 years old, probably deserves a little bit more than that, really, to be fair, because he didn't do that on purpose, I don't think. Official decision coming up, but yeah, I think that's what it means, is he's disqualified.
So John, is your Twitter event stop buffering? Because mine is not doing nothing right.
Nah, it's not stopped doing anything. And I don't know how else to do it because I've downloaded the app, so I don't even know if I've got a password or whatever to go on other things. I can, if I just leave it on the main bit, I can actually see that we've got some lady singing now. Very, very attractive lady singing. Wow. Very attractive lady. I don't know who she is. But as soon as I actually press on the video, then... Oh, I'm actually live now. I'm in the game. Someone tell me who this is, because as I say, I could really offend some people here, but is that like Nicki Minaj or something? Very attractive. Let me know in the chat who it is. But the worst thing about it is this looks like a really, really good show if you're maybe not into fighting. So if you just want a good night out, you're probably having a great time. There's a bit of fighting, there's a bit of entertainment.
Oh, if you're going out, this is you're going out. This is a proper night out. You got boxing, you got fighting, you got live shows, live music. You got Snoop Dogg just being Snoop Dogg, smoking and drinking and cracking everyone up. They're having a good time. And you got a clown as well. You've got the biggest clown in the world at the moment, Jake Paul.
Yeah.
What else you need?
Exactly. Yeah. I'm just waiting for the official decision, but it does mean. Yeah, I think this does mean it's disqualification. And to be fair, he looks in a bit of pain, you know. Espino's sort of laughing. He's getting limped out of there, and Espino's smiling to himself like, really? Let me get this straight. I can punch you in the face, but you won't make a big deal out of it.
Like you say, you got a cup on, ain't you? I don't know.
Yeah, and again, this is why, as we said earlier on, we'd love to have some insight from people who have actually done it, been there and done it, and say, look, it's not as easy as you think. I used to have a little thing with boxing.
Honestly, we complain about boxing sometimes, but these last few weeks with some of the acting going on with Sterling, and now, like I said, we might be injured, but whether or not you need to be carried off and you can hardly walk, it's a little bit much. We've all had some low blows in our years.
Yeah, it's all a bit much, isn't it? Now, don't get me wrong, and also as well, I don't know how long that would last for. We've all had Your men and women have had bits in their private parts, and yeah, this, mate, it's a sore blow to take. But how long does it last for? Not too sure. What's this now? 15 minutes.
How long are you going to milk it for before you go?
What do they call it? I assume they're going to give this to Romanov with a disqualification for Espino. Wait and see.
He's been carried over to, like, come on, fella.
Romanov wins, so he does give it to Romanov. And the guy can hardly walk. Espino's laughing at him. Did you see that? Espino's shaking his hand and laughing at him.
It's a bit embarrassing for me. Like,
it is a bit embarrassing.
You're not that. You don't need to be carried around. Look at the size of your fella. Jesus. Absolutely, like, it's too much. You're getting into a cage with, smallest gloves in the world and smashing people in the face, and then you're like, "Oh, carry me, please. I've got a low blow." He literally don't even want to look at him. He just don't even want to look at him. He's walking around just laughing, like, what? He's actually giving up on that.
Yeah, now I've got the Triller on there. It does look a good bit of entertainment. There's dancers and all that sort of stuff, but I can't wait for the big guns to come out. And I say the big guns because I know they're not, but I'm actually really looking forward to that fight. Logan Paul versus Askren could be really good fun. And obviously that's it for the prelims, guys. We're moving on to the main card. We're just seeing Gastelum and Whittaker. And obviously Whittaker ended Bisping's career. I forgot about that until I just saw that. That was when
Whittaker?
Bisping...
Gastelum,
sorry. That's when Bisping took the two fights, one after the other, when he never should have.
Yeah.
And he came back
for
that second fight.
Blind at that stage. Doctors were telling him like 5 days earlier, don't do it, and he's getting in the ring again. He's mental.
Exactly,
Love Bisping.
Yeah. Rams, I'm just going to leave you to it for 2 minutes. Perhaps you've got to do something. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
You're good, my man. So, you're with me, people, on my own. What are we saying? How do we see the main event going? Whittaker, Gastelum? Who do we see taking it? So, Bill Up, you think it should have been a no contest? Yeah, for me, I didn't think you could get a DQ, to be fair, from a low blow. Wasn't aware of that, so that's news to me. But you can't be taking an L from a low blow. That's just madness. And to be sitting there for 10, 15 minutes acting like you can't move and needing to be carried off. Man up, big man. Jeez. Same with Sterling the other week. I know it was worse. It was different. It was a knee to the head. And don't get me wrong, must have rattled him, but you don't have to milk it and win Oscars. You're meant to be fighters. You're meant to be men, warriors, and then you're looking like, well, I won't say it, but sheepish. Class. You want Gastelum to win, do your class? All right. He's been on a bit of he's turned it around after a couple of losses, so you never know. But I can't see anywhere near or past Whittaker. But I think Gastelum's still a little bit upset because he was due to have his title fight with him, wasn't he, a few years back, and then Whittaker got injured and he lost the opportunity and never got that fight. So I think there's probably some bad blood underlying still with Gastelum. So you never know, he might be coming out to blow him away. And you've seen what he did in other fights, like against Izzy. So he's got a good chance. This could be a really good tear up for me. Welcome back, my man. You good, John?
Yeah, I worked out while I was buffering. I was trying to come off my internet, so I just wanted to make sure my internet was fine. Now I've come off it, it seems to be working. So I really wanted to watch the Logan Paul. As much as I love UFC, I really was looking forward to both. So it was annoying me that I was sitting here buffering. Obviously, for the last few fights and songs, I've not been bothered. But come the main walk,
I actually want to say, you actually needed to go and, like, you know what I mean, relieve yourself or something. Normal stuff. You actually go to the internet.
No, luckily, touch wood, I haven't needed it. I haven't needed a toilet yet. I don't know what's going to happen when that happens. When you're here, it's easy. When I'm on my own, I'm not going to sure what I'm going to do. That's why I was glad you was here for the second watch along for the minute silence. because obviously, excuse my ignorance, but I forgot that was coming, that minute silence. So on the first one, I glanced up and I was like, what's going on? Obviously, it's on silent. I've registered it was a minute silence. Didn't know it was for my ignorance. So I was like, should I do it? And obviously, I'm glad I did for His Royal Highness. I'm not the most regal, is that the word, of people? But I do appreciate what they've done. So I'm glad that we did it. But yeah, that's why I was glad you were here on the second one, because on the first one, it was the weirdest minute of my life.
Yeah, no, it's awkward moments as well, isn't it? You know, you're sitting on YouTube where you're meant to be talking and be in front of a camera, and then you've got to stay silent and be like awkward. So yeah, it must be difficult at times. But yeah, I can imagine needing to go to the toilet, mate, and be live streaming on your own on a 6-7 hour stream like for one of the UFCs. Good luck.
Yeah, and I obviously, as I've told you all, we've been watching a lot of YouTube, which is the reason we started allfanstv. So one of the channels that I was watching a lot of, as a Liverpool fan, it's mad to say, is AFTV, and rest in peace to Claude from AFTV. Big inspiration for a lot of people suffering from mental health. I listened to him a lot, really liked what he was about, loved his catchphrase, it's time to go. So big up, rest in peace, Claude. Yeah, I was watching a lot of that.
Yeah,
that channel.
I think it's all farcical, all that at the moment. Everyone's getting on the bandwagon and pretending that they all cared, but no one cared when he was in the state he was in, and no one cared when he was going through the adversity he was going through. So it's all well and good shining light on someone afterwards, but during the moment of need, where was you? And there's not many that can say they were there. And that's there to see, black and white on YouTube. They can't hide from this. I'm not necessarily my opinion. People can see that in black and white and be like, well, you're as good at actors as these two last fight's been, right? You're milking it a little bit, boys. So come on.
No, it's true. It's very true. So yeah, rest in peace. Big up to Claude. Big inspiration.
They're just showing some of the highlights for Whittaker. And I know you think I'm a fanboy, but mate, let's be fair. His last 5, 6, 7 fights, he's just been banging out warriors.
Yeah.
Cheers, Canelo. Mate, he's been banging out warriors, mate. Tills, Romero. Oh, mate, there's loads of them. His list of opponents over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 fights have been awesome.
Yeah, I know I would be with him, but I'm a massive fan. I've been a big fan of him for many, many years. I love his head kicks. That's what made me not fall in love with him, but like him as a fighter. It's because he used to be able to
throw so much to his game.
That right, left. Or it's Pena versus Munoz. So Pena, I've got a bit of a soft spot from Tough. You heard me mention about Tough before. I really liked him when he was on there. He weren't one of the most brash fighters on there. No one really respected him, and then he got that massive injury, and then somehow he stayed around, didn't he, like a bad smell. I remember it. He just stayed around with his crutches. I think Dana White and that was saying, like, you're not going to be able to fight again, just go. Stayed around, and then boom, made his way into the UFC. Yeah, really, really like him.
He's got a lot of style to his fighting as well. I think he's a great fighter to watch. Keeps you entertained. Got great hands. Yeah, I'm a good fan. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I love it. I love these ones that come off the reality shows, as mad as it sounds. I really, you get to know the person before you get to know the fighter. But with most of the others, you only see them fighting. I like the ones where it's a little bit different. Let's update the scorecard. Ready for our first main event.
Bit up wants to cut the first round KO so he can get an early night. Bless him.
Yeah, I've seen him. He's got football tomorrow, I see.
You're not the only one. I'll be there with you somehow.
Yeah, I've got 9:30 in the morning. It's not going to be fun. And unfortunately, little kids won't understand that I'm tired. And even if I go and I take it quite seriously, I go and I think it's Premier League match day and kids better have had their breakfast and come in their suit matches, and I take it quite seriously. So even if I go there tired, I'm still going to be like, right boys.
On them.
But as
like
I say,
Sergeant Major.
Like a Sergeant Major, yeah, which is why it was one of the proudest moments today when I found out that they'd found out about the channel and they'd logged on, and they're only 9 years. I say 9, bloody hell, it shows how long I've coached them for. They're 12 now.
Oh, it's nice. It's got to be nice for you as well.
Oh, it was a massive moment, yeah. And they weren't just liking it to abuse me, which is, I would have accepted. Their kids, I give them a hard time, but they actually gave me some quite nice comments. And
That is fortunate based on their age, though. You know, in a couple of years' time, if you told that to a bunch of 14, 15-year-olds, you would have been terrorised, mate. I mean, terrorised.
Oh, this if we manage to make
They're
this
doing it
channel
now.
what we want it to be, that this chat will be full of this team going, John doesn't know what he's talking about. He plays me in the wrong position. He tells me to go forward when I should go the other side. He brings me off when I'm playing well.
It looks like Bill Up's had a bit of a result. Cancelled training, so he's all right.
Oh, he's loving that, isn't he? Although, obviously, when I come on around Bill, there better be a big excuse for that training cancelled. So there'd be some heads rolling if I was a manager there. Who's cancelled it? Why is it cancelled? I want to see some more commitment from the boys. So when I come on board, you know what I mean, all that will have to shape up. Don't worry, Bill. I'll give you lessons on how it happens. But Bill in the chat, to be fair, has gave us some permission to come and film some of his football teams. So he's going to ask the team, and if they're up for it, we're going to come down and film some of it. So Bill will get a chance to show what he's made of. And for any other grassroots football teams or amateur MMA stars or amateur darts or snooker players that would like a bit of exposure, send us your clips, allfanstv@gmail.com. We'll do a little compilation video and get you out there for the world to see. I would have loved that when I was 12, 13, 14 playing football. When you Rams, when you was younger and you scored those worldies, and to be able to have a channel you can send it to and get all your mates to see, I'd have loved that.
Yeah, when you was younger, that would have been awesome. You're not wrong. I think if you're going to go and see some of the guys you're talking about, I think they're more veterans, mate. So I don't think they'll have the same opportunity at their age. It'd be better.
I won't lie, I'm using them for great content. You're right. They're going to be old, fat. They're all smoking. Half of them have bloody got work in the morning, so they're ducking out of challenges.
You'll see it, mate. You'll have someone with a kebab in one hand, a beer in the other, and playing football.
But to be honest, that's pretty much like the equivalent of this channel, so we'll gel fine. So Pena versus Munoz. Munoz is the older fighter at 31. Pena is 27, but the bigger fighter at 6'3". So he's a big lad, 75 reach as well. So really want to see Pena do some damage on the feet. Bill wants to see some knockouts, and this has potentially got the potential to do it because they both like standing up. Pena loves the leg kicks.
Mate, and he's got... How has he only got that reach, though, to be fair? Given how much taller he is than the guy, he's got, what, 6 inches in height? Jeez. He's in a tower over him.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
And with them rangy leg kicks that he's got, this could be naughty.
Yeah, Bill will come and join you on some training sessions. We'll get a little bit of footage on it. It'll be good fun. And as I say, to any other amateur teams that want a bit of exposure, get in contact. As I say, I'd have loved it as I was growing up. Even as an adult, I scored a worldie the other year playing as a friendly. I'd have loved that to go viral. I'd love it to go viral now. Matter of fact, I might take over the channel in a couple of days. You might just see my goal come on. Be brilliant now. I'll just bring it in. Oh, you mean this goal? Rams, did you bring up my goal? Straight on the screen.
You're more likely to go viral from your managerial technique, mate. We're better off watching you do your kids coaching, watching you abuse some 10-year-olds. That'll go viral, mate. And get into a fight on the sidelines. That'll go viral.
That potentially could. Ringo looking extra spicy. I like this one. I don't know who she was because they normally say their name. I'm going to call her Maria. Right,
when I see her, I might know, mate.
Rams,
I've got them down.
You need to help me out with this, honestly.
I'm 30 seconds behind you, mate. Mine's not even started yet.
Well, from now on, you can manage the time. We'll never be behind. Yeah, this is definitely a stand-up fight by the looks of it. Both looking like they're going to come and bang. Some of Pena's movement is very, very slick. The way he moves his body around, he's long. Lovely feints. They're showing the background on Triller. So Jake Paul's doing the meet and greet with hundreds of people. So random. They're just not doing anything like you would normally do. It's so many people in his changing rooms taking pictures, lining up. It's just weird. But fair play to him that he can do that in the middle of first takedown for Munoz. He can do that just before a fight. It's quite fair play to him. Really.
I can't believe how much taller Pena looks in this fight. He's towering.
Yeah, it's funny. It's only 4 inches, but he looks a lot more, doesn't he?
Right.
So I think Snoop Dogg's getting ready to come on stage with his new band. If anyone can let me know what that new band's called, because I do like a bit of Snoop, so I'll check that out. And he ain't brought anything new out for Mr. Westmore, it's called. MT Westmore. That's his band.
I saw them on the card, so I assume that could be.
I think that is his band. He's there with his extra long cigarette.
Big up, he's one of your friends.
I think Bill Up wants to come and be the Snoop Dogg version of All Fans. I think we found our All Fans T version of AFTV's Troops. And Bill, just to let you know, Troops is worth about 5 million now, so not a bad shout.
Living that good life in America.
Living that good life. Pena with a lovely head kick inches away, but Munoz did not see it coming. If that connects, it's good night. Munoz has already gone down for 1 takedown as well, which shows you he don't fancy it with Pena on the floor, on the feet.
Right. Like you say, and it makes sense with the height advantage. You'd want to take him down, surely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, lovely leg block as well, McGregor. If you're watching, that's how you turn your leg to the side, and they hit their shin, and they don't throw another.
Check properly.
They
didn't check hardly any of them kicks last time. He was trying to check them. You could see him trying to check them, but they weren't being checked at all.
Nah.
How'd you see that one going? How'd you see the third one?
It's back to angry McGregor, so chances are he'll do him again. Now McGregor's been called out for not paying him this donation, and he's got embarrassed, and they're not going to be talking about hot sauce and helping each other's branding and all that. You think McGregor's at his best when he's look at what he did to Aldo in the press build-up. That's still one of the best ones when he pulled up in that limo on the embedded and undone the bit and started calling out pussy and Brazilian or whatever. It was just
it doesn't McGregor at best. He gets in your head, doesn't he? He's one of the best at mind games.
But Poirier, when obviously he fought Holloway and we watched it, we were both amazed by Poirier's ability to outbox Holloway. So he's a different fighter than when.
Yeah, but there was a power difference there, wasn't there? I mean, you could see everything Poirier hit him with, he stayed hit, whereas Holloway wasn't touching him with his power. So I don't think that's the same in this. I think the power is quite similar for Poirier and McGregor. I think because they both can bang.
No, but what I mean is he was able to outbox Holloway. Yeah, he had more power, but he landed more digs when they were exchanging. He looked a better boxer, which is madness against Holloway. So I think he's a better boxer now than McGregor. I think McGregor just has that amazing stance with the left hook, which shows you how good Poirier is because he knows that stance and that left jab comes through. So he kicked him in the leg. Oh, yeah. Munoz just throws Pena. Pena's getting slapped up a bit here. It's a good fight right now. Pena's coming back now. This is hotted up all of a sudden. Pena's done the old, come on then, let's have ya. Oh, and then he gets chinned. Oh, he's got wobbly legs as well. Oh, he's smiling. That's never a good look, is it? You know they got hurt.
You know the proper hurt then, the pretending they haven't been hurt.
Even I've got hurt again then. These are whiskers away.
Right, he ragdolled him around as well. Dashed him up against the cage.
Ooh,
like a little boy.
This is a close one. I can't tell you who won that if I'm honest. All I know is Munoz is up against the fence looking very, very tired. That's never a good look. Not
Mate, for me, just for the last minute, Munoz won that round. Now, that last minute, he was throwing some leather.
Yeah. I think whatever way you call that, you'd probably be okay.
To be fair, I got a little bit caught up in our conversation about McGregor, so I didn't watch the first minute or so, to be fair, I won't lie.
Yeah, McGregor has that ability, doesn't he, to take over.
The thing is, I still think Poirier was a little bit unlucky for the first fight because I think he got caught off guard a little bit, and it was in his head, like you say, from the mind games. But I think Poirier now is too long in the tooth to get caught up in that games anymore. I think he's too seasoned. He don't get caught get involved. So I don't think that's gonna
I
affect
just
the
hope
fight.
the McGregor from Diaz number 2 turns up, and the McGregor.
That's what happens.
And the McGregor from who's the guy who's over at 1 now? Eddie Alvarez. Eddie Alvarez has some of the best boxing I've ever seen. That one where he just bosh, all on the way down, 4 or 5 hits. Unbelievable.
He beat Eddie up.
Second round started. I've let you down again, but I'm on it. It's just a casual 20 seconds behind. Munoz coming with a lever again. Lovely leg kick. He didn't check that one. He tried, but that one went through. Shook his whole frame.
It looks like fed up of hearing about McGregor. He thinks if Khabib hadn't retired, he wouldn't even be relevant.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. But then you could also say that did Khabib retire because he didn't want of that smoke? You could potentially say that. Because all I know is he did win a round off him. But the great thing about the Khabib McGregor bit was that right hook from Khabib. That was unbelievable.
But at the same time, it's still hard to give him that because when you're looking to defend a takedown because you've been on your arse, it's, you know what I mean. You're deceptively luring someone in for a punch, so you can't say he's still.
It was epic. It was epic by Khabib. Boom, going in for the takedown, over the top, boom. And to be fair to McGregor, he took it, but he went flying back, didn't he?
Yeah.
Pena still bouncing around on his feet. Munoz looks like a gritty fighter. Fought again. I tell you who was excellent the other day, though we haven't mentioned so far, is Sean O'Malley, the Sugar Shoal. How good was he the other day?
Come back strong.
He had to knock the guy out twice, basically.
Felt sorry for the guy. He came back strong, to be fair, after the loss, which I think really grated on him, to be fair. I think it really got to him a bit. He came back strong and looked solid.
Pena's going to get knocked out if he don't start defending himself, this lad. Getting caught with some big digs. And now Munoz has taken him down as well.
And he's kicking his leg off, mate. Munoz is taking that leg and working on it. He keeps getting them kicks in there.
This is quite a good even fight, to be fair. Class FM is saying, is anyone actually going to fight on the Triller? No is the answer.
I've not even flipped back for it. I'll give up on that now. I've had enough.
Yeah, Bill's right. He is proper unlikable, O'Malley. I do get that. I just don't know why these people have to be like they are with his hair and stuff. But as I say, I enjoyed his first loss, but I equally enjoyed him coming back, if you know what I mean. Because he has got some skills, isn't he? I've just looked at Triller and there's a woman twerking. I don't know what I'm watching, and he's just put his mic in between her arse cheeks.
Hey, mate, O'Malley to me looks like a McGregor and 6ix9ine Love Child with his pink and purple hair. What's he on?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that would be the ideal love child there. He'd be like, Jesus. And he thinks he's McGregor big time, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
He is literally their love child.
That's the only thing, and McGregor set the scene, didn't he? So anyone afterwards, you can't help but think, who you trying to be like here? The only one that's
you can see it so much
is
of what he does. O'Malley, he really is trying to be McGregor for me. And yeah, be yourself. You got to own who you are.
But Nate Diaz is still the G for me. He's still the G. I can't wait to see him fight again.
No, I'd go with Masvidal over him, to be fair. Especially after you beat him up in that BMF fight so badly. I mean, he beat him up like it was...
Yeah, but Masvidal's only been good for 2 years. Nate's been good for about 12, hasn't he? Masvidal, I've seen so many of his fights back in the day, and they just used to go to decision all the time.
He was becoming a journeyman at one point, and then he just had a release of life. And
well, I don't know if you heard the story, but he actually went on reality TV, didn't he? On some show in America, yeah. He went on where they had to go on an island and live off the island resources for a month or something.
Right.
In the chat, you better tell me if I'm how accurate I am with the times. But yeah, he had to go on a reality show where they had to go on an island and basically come away from telly and news and all that sort of stuff. And he basically said that he grew his hair long again because he had it short. He grew it. Do you remember when he came back like
Okay.
Jesus? And he found himself spiritually, and that's when he decided that all of these split decisions and all that, he was on a course for to be a champion, and then within 2 years,
Well, I think when he was younger, he got a lot of fame from the back garden fights. He was a wide boy going out, living that Miami lifestyle. You know, he was on it. He was partying most nights. He was with a girl there. He was loving it. So, you know, he wasn't dedicated like he should have been to fighting at the time. He was too young, too unfocused. Whereas, like you say, when he came back from that, I don't know what it was like before that, but he came back a different beast.
He came back a killer, didn't he? He came
And he's
back.
always had a skill set. He's always
And I
had a good
remember
skill
when he
set.
first came back, he didn't say nothing. He was in that press conference, just sitting there. You had Till to the right, Edwards to the
Arguing,
left.
yeah.
They're arguing, and he's like, "Has anyone got the Wi-Fi?"
What's the Wi-Fi code?
I was like,
What's
it
the
was just
Wi-Fi
there, I was like,
code?
gangster. He's not bothered by any of these boys. And then he obviously puts Till to sleep with a gorgeous left hand. Yeah, and then he's been on a tear ever since. But as I say, he met his nemesis against Nunes, Usman. But it's also another person we should talk about is Colby Covington, because let's be fair, he's gave Usman the best fight. I think he won that fight. Yeah, I don't think that should have been stopped, and I think he was a minute or two away from being the champion. And he's been shunned since. I know he's avoiding people because he wants only Usman return, but Marsville's got a rematch, even though he did get his arse handed to him. He was on his arse most of the time, getting wrestled. Yeah, he didn't get beaten up, but he didn't do hardly anything. Where Colby, Jesus, that was a war.
It was a war. It's hard for me because I just can't stand Colby. I think he's an absolute. I can't even use the word, but you can see. So I really just don't like to even talk about him. I really despise the man. I can't stand him. I want them to punish him badly. So go back in there, Usman. Please do it. And hopefully Usman comes out even better than what he did last time. Breaks your jaw, and your flimming hands, and your flimming whatever else you can break of yours, your mug. Can't stand that dude.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He is very annoying, and he's so sad when he comes out of all the women. But mate, do what he did to Lawler. Who else did he fight? The Sanjos. Who else did he fought?
I'd much rather see him in there with Masvidal.
All of them.
I'd love to see them two go for it. Like, make that a decider for the rematch, because them two have got some hate behind them.
Yeah.
There's some bad blood. Let Masvidal and them tear it up.
But I've watched. They're on YouTube. You can watch them. They were housemates for 2 years. There's about 6 hours worth of footage of them two fighting, and Masvidal don't win 1 second of it. And Colby keeps on saying to it, watch it, and he knows it. And don't get me wrong, it's fighter versus wrestler. And he says, I'll just take him down and bully him all game. Colby's a good wrestler, and so on their feet, I think Masvidal would tear him up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even think he'd tear him up.
I think Masvidal can throw hands with most people. I think he can throw hands with nearly anyone. I mean, Bill just said it in the chat. It would be great to see him in bare knuckle, and that's a great shout because his hands really are up there.
They're very, very good. Pena's doing a bit of dancing with 3 minutes left. I didn't even turn the last round on, did I? Apologies, people. I turned around for you.
I think Pena
3 minutes left.
Might know he's lost this fight because he don't seem to be.
Snoop's now on stage with a pole dancer in a thong.
Told you, he's living that good life. Drinking, smoking, got the old whining on him. He's living that good life.
Look at his mic. The mic's probably worth 100 grand. It's all platinum blinged up. Tell you what though, the woman pole dancing, not only is she very attractive, she's doing that, do you know that walking bit off the pole where they hold all their body weight to the side? That takes some amazing strength. She's been doing it for a good minute or so. The 2 minutes left.
Munzo been swinging. He's put up his hands. He's got some big shots he's throwing at him. Oh, and that leg kick again. He's been getting that leg kick in, that lower calf kick every time.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think Munoz has got this takedown in the last round. If he can control, he takes his back. Pena's looking at the clock. I think he knows he's in trouble there.
Yeah.
1 minute 40 seconds. Come on, Pena. I had you for this one. Good fight though. It's not. If it got called to Pena, I wouldn't be surprised. But this guy's definitely got some power. But
Yeah, if Pena was more active in this fight, I think it'd be more comfortable for Pena to be having it. But I don't think he's been active enough.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Munoz got his back again. And as I say, if you're just joining us, guys, thanks very much for the support. If you joined along in any of our watch-alongs today for football, appreciate it. And don't forget, we'll be on again tomorrow for the Arsenal versus Fulham game. So make sure you join us. And then starting from Monday is our shows, which we won't tell you too much about now, but join us during the week. We've also got watch-alongs during the week, starting Monday with Liverpool versus Leeds. And then a couple of the shows, just to give you a teasers, if you like Football Fantasy League, then we're going to be joining or starting a league, an All Fans TV league that you're welcome to join. And you can test your team out versus a joint team versus me and Rams. So we'll see if you guys know enough about football to keep up with our points. And we'll also see if me and Rams can at least agree on at least a couple of the players. So it should be quite fun.
No chance.
Obviously, I don't mind. Saka can come in from Arsenal, maybe. I don't know. The rest, all Liverpool, I guess. I don't know. But we'll work that one out on Tuesday, I guess.
Yeah, that's how much he doesn't know about the game. No chance that's happening.
And also we've got football predictions, which obviously a lot of the YouTube people do it. We'll be doing it ours with forfeits, which should be a good bit of fun. And then we've got lots and lots of other shows. All over for the Pena versus Muniz. They're both celebrating like they've won. My money, after what I just saw in the last judging, my money is on Pena. Because I think Munoz won. So I think they're going to give it to Pena, because I thought the other guy won and they gave it to the other guy. So
Munoz has won this one.
Bill's saying both the Diaz are G's. That certainly are. One of my early times in UFC, years and years and years ago, I was watching it and he was on some, like it weren't Zoom, I'm talking like 10, 12 years ago, but it was some Skype and he was getting interviewed by an MMA interviewer, and he basically just disappeared from the interview, but he was only next to it and you could hear him whacking nunchucks along, and then you can hear him and Nate talking, and then you can hear the bubble from their bong. And then he comes back on and he's like, sorry about that, guys, I've had to do something. And I was only a young lad. I was like, brilliant, this is the fighter for me. Excellent. Didn't give a monkeys. And they've helped mould the sport. A, make it popular. B, they've introduced this CBD now a day before and all that. They really have. And they're the only two people that ever seem to win with Dana. Everyone else, if you start a war with Dana, you end up losing, where these boys just take the piss and Dana just takes
when
it.
Did one of them last win a fight though? They're like McGregor hasn't won since 2016. Like when did they last win?
Yeah, but they only fight the best of the best, and they only fight every 2 years, so.
And lose.
No, you think he beat Anthony Pettis only 2 years ago, a year and a half ago? Well, no, it was less than that. It was just before the Masvidal fight. He fought him straight afterwards, didn't he?
We've seen Pettis go down to fighting on the undercard now. It's been main prelim. That's how much he's dropped his stock.
No, that's what. Yeah, but you could say that's what Diaz did to him, because he weren't doing that before. Before that, he was headlining. Then he fought Diaz, got whooped straight down to prelims.
I think Diaz and you could even say about McGregor to agree. Neither of these guys have won a fight for so many years. You could say they just passed it for me.
Nah, you're only talking 2 fights. Yeah, a number of years, but who's McGregor lost to? Poirier, who he's already beat. Khabib, who's never been beaten. Mayweather, who's never been beaten. That's it, isn't it?
It's 5 years though in the sport of not winning a fight when you're meant to be a top winner. It's just.
No, but in that 5 years, he's hardly done anything. But that is who he's only lost to, isn't it? Poirier. Yeah, Poirier, Khabib, and Mayweather. And then
I think so. It's just 2016 since you had a win. It's a big stat.
That's just because he's such a big star. He only fights every year and a half, so it makes it sound worse. Really, it's only 3 losses. It's only 2 losses in UFC.
There's something that I can't remember when. I know you say he wanted to get Pettis, but I can't really remember when he'd been in the fight. I think I didn't see the Pettis fights. Maybe I missed that one, but I can't remember him winning.
He beat McGregor, and then obviously lost to McGregor, and then obviously them two didn't fight for a year and a half. And he fought McGregor when McGregor's still probably one of the best in the whole world, but he fought McGregor when McGregor was the best, and he beat him after being out for a year. Then they had another epic war. Then he came and fought Pettis and won. Then he fought Masvidal.
When they were fighting each other, they were men. I'm not doubting that. They've done a lot for the sport, and they were the men then. They were the boys. But to have not really had a win for 4 or 5 years, I know they've been in and out of sport, but for me, that's too much.
Yeah, when you say it in years, but when you say 2 fights, their record's still amazing, and the people they've lost to, as I say, Masvidal, as you said earlier on, can stand with most people. He only lost to him.
Yeah. Masvidal definitely can.
And McGregor had to bring the fire to beat Diaz the second time, because that's the McGregor I loved. That second fight, kept on dropping him, standing him back up, dropping him.
I remember, what was that, 2015, 14? 15.
Who, what, the first one?
When Diaz actually beat him, 14?
No, I can't remember, probably 16, something like that.
No, because he went in and had the loss in 2016 to Mayweather.
Nah, Mayweather wasn't 5 years ago, surely not. Seems miles too long. Nah, it can't be 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he was fighting people like Aldo, I think. 17, my guess would be. Saying that, we've lost a year and a half because of COVID. Forget we're still in 2019. And get the next card ready. We missed it while we was talking. Who won out of Pena and Munoz, guys? I missed that.
Pena's talking, so it's got to be Pena.
Is he talking? Sweet.
Yeah.
Well done, Pena. I'm glad about that. Big up yourself. They're showing Gastelum and Whittaker promos, so it's getting near that time. And I'm just looking at Triller, and I think it's been a good hour and a bit since their last fight. It's absolute madness, and they're re-showing prelims yesterday from people I don't even know. What a weird sport. Wow, what an attractive lady for ESPN. Big yourself up. Wow. Never seen her before. Very attractive lady. Watching some heated interviews again from Triller. Did you find out when it was? When was it?
So McGregor beat Diaz in 16 and then lost to Mayweather in 17.
Yeah, fine. Okay, I thought 14 was a bit much.
But for you guys in the chat, if it makes it better, we'll allow for McGregor chat as soon as you think it's becoming a McGregor show. So we'll leave it out. But like I say, it's been a number of years since he won. So for me, I just think it's a bit much.
Yeah. And just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, it's called UFC. It is the McGregor show. He's the biggest fighter in the sport. You can't have a show and not talk about him. And Diaz as well. Diaz is, that's the reason we brought him up. They're the legends, aren't they? Massive influences in the sport. But Rams is right, they should all fight a bit more. But you think that's mental? Look at boxers. How many times has Joshua fought and Fury fought, and how many fights has Wilder had in the last 3 years? He's only fought one person.
Yeah, I mean, boxing's even worse, mate. Boxing's a joke. No one's fighting no one in many a way. They just need to put the big boys against the big boys and start making the fights that everyone wants to see. That's easy.
They need to get Dana White involved. That's what it is. He'll make that happen. He'll draw contracts. They're all on individual contracts. That's the problem. So no one can be forced to do anything. Where if they all work for one person, that guy says, "Look, you got to fight."
Yeah, so many different governing bodies, so many different sponsors, so many different platforms that they're all competing to be on whose show, who's what, who's the top dog. It's get the
It's
big boys
weird
in the
as
ring.
well, isn't it? Because in UFC they try and raise you to the top quickly. So if you have a couple of wins, you've got to be very careful. They'll put you in with a monster. But with boxing, even when you're ready for a monster, they give you another. Look at Joshua. First, like 13 fights. It was just embarrassing. They're showing some of the ladies' fights that are coming up. Jessica Andrade versus Shevchenko. What a fight that's going to be. Can Andrade be the first woman to actually at least make it difficult for her? Do you think she will, or do you think Shevchenko will just take her on?
Well, I like Andrade. I think she's awesome, but I hope so. I think she's awesome, so I think she's going to give her a good fight. I think she's in a first round will be interesting. I think the first round will be very interesting. If she gets better first round, it'll be a fight. If not,
so hard to see past Shevchenko and Nunes, isn't it? Whoever they fight, even when Nunes fights people, you're like, yeah, that person's really, really good, but she's not Nunes. And as I say, Jessica Andrade was getting badly beaten by Fug Rose until she dropped her on her head. So Fug Rose, I think, would get beat by Shevchenko. So Shevchenko's like just got that something about her, and she's the same as that Peter Yan. Peter Yan is
he's deceptive, Peter Yan. I was never really a fan, thinking he was anything that special, to be fair. But he's deceptive. He's better than what he seems to me.
Glass FM is saying now we've got Ric Flair on Triller, and I just glanced down to Ric Flair between two very big guys. I don't know who these guys are. Are they doing a slapping competition? Oh, wow.
What is this show about?
It's weird, mate, that is for sure. It's very, very weird.
Could
you imagine if you're Ben Askren in the changing room with all his family, because they used to go to professional shows, they're just in there going,
it's just a mockery of the event.
A lot.
Embarrassing. He's getting paid loads for this fight.
Yeah, I think it's Cortez versus Kish next. So I'll get those ready for you guys.
Come on, let's get it going. Looking forward to this.
I'm just glad UFC's on at the same time. Could you imagine just doing this Triller on its own?
Oh, I'd have give up, mate. I won't lie. I'd have probably give up. You're not even watching. You can't even say
Well,
you should watch it.
You'd have to have the music on, wouldn't you? Because it's a concert, essentially, isn't it?
Well, what's the watch along for? It's not for sport, is it?
No.
Oh, jeez.
So Cortez versus Kish. Let's hope I don't let you down and actually set the timer.
Again, I'd say I'd help you out, mate, but I'm so far behind, I can't even help you.
I'm now watching a slapping competition on Triller with Ric Flair as the judge. This is the most random thing I've ever seen. The Bill saying that Shevchenko was the little girl in the video years ago that went about smashing the tree up. She was about 10. I didn't know that.
Didn't see it.
Yeah, I remember that. I didn't know that was Shevchenko. That's funny. I like things like that. They showed a picture the other day with Mbappe as a ball boy at some match, and he's getting a picture with Henri or whatever it was. And I like things like that. It's cool.
But it shows they go from the fan to being a star, don't they? So
Yeah. It's cool. Yeah, I love all that. Obviously, we all at one point we're all little kids, so we all had massive dreams to do all this stuff, didn't we? Now, obviously, for us, it wasn't MMA. We're too old. It was kickboxing, and that was about it, and boxing. But I definitely wanted to be a footballer when I was younger. I'm sure millions and millions of kids did. And then obviously I'm sure all of us at one point put the a tie or a belt round our head and done the old crane. And done the old music of Karate Kid. Do you remember that?
And your son, wax on, wax off.
Yeah. Big up Cobra Kai as well. My kids love that. New series coming out on Netflix. My kids can't wait for that. It's really good to see because obviously Karate Kid was a bit of an influence on all of us growing up. So it's cool that they've been able to bring it back and influence the younger generation. My son loves it.
They love a remake these days as well, don't they? What don't they remake?
Yeah, well, this is probably one of the better ones because they've remade it, but they've not tried copying it. Does that make sense? They've actually brought it back as old people. Have you not watched it?
No.
It's absolutely brilliant. They've all got this, all the same characters.
No, like Coming to America.
Yeah, like Coming to America, yeah. Which I watched the other day. I didn't think it was that good. I was a bit disappointed with it.
Yeah, it was okay. It wasn't the childhood classic that we had before.
Nah, exactly. They ruined it.
Apparently, the man in the white t-shirt just got slapped the shit out of. He's been knocked out.
Oh, I missed that. I must have been one off that because I was trying to sneak down on it. But I'm very conscious. My phone's miles down there, so I'm very conscious that all you'll see is the top of my head. So I'm having to glance at it, and I know I'm not missing nothing. It just more looks like a bit of an advert for like a. I feel like I'm on something I shouldn't be late at night. You know what I mean? Just to look down. I'm
10-minute preview.
I'm like, what
10-minute preview.
Yeah, what have I downloaded here? Look at the statement. I'll be like, oh, it wasn't quite Triller I ordered. It was something similar. But in a way, as I said earlier on today, I knew it was going to be a bit like this, an entertainment and show. So in a way, it's epic. They just forgot that they're also meant to be doing boxing. In the middle of these songs, throw in a boxing match, then another song, throw in a boxing match. Instead, you had a couple of fights, and then it's just, I don't know how many acts they've got on there, about 8.
I'm just reading some of the chat groups. Sorry, mate. I was reading away. Apparently, Cobra Kai was shite.
No chance.
Didn't watch it.
I'd suggest Class FM. You've got no imagination.
And Bill Up thinks it was a bit cheesy. Same with Coming to America.
Yeah, they were cheesy.
That's American shows for you as well, isn't it? They love a bit of cheese.
Cobra Kai is mega cheesy. But as I say, it's aimed at children, so it's meant to be. My kids loved it. So yeah, just coming up to the quarters, Kish fight. If you're joining us, obviously, thanks very much. First day of full watch-alongs. Really enjoyed them. We've made plenty of mistakes, so we appreciate your support.
Appreciate even more if you could come along and join us on one of our shows. You know how to do it. Get involved. Send the email to allfanstv@gmail.com and we'll get you on and get you involved. Be it UFC, be it football, whatever the sport is that you enjoy, come and tell us about it.
Yes, sir. Come and get involved. As I say, that was the reason we originally started the platform, is because we want a channel that is inclusive and you don't have to experience what we all experienced.
Bill Up, to answer your question, I'm in my outbuilding in my little home office, so no one's coming down here to talk to me, mate. So no missus is coming to chat to me. And I think John's the boss of his house. I'm pretty certain he's pretty secure.
Nah, it's the opposite. Luckily, my missus is bang into this channel, guys, so if anything, she's going to come down and say hello one day. I'll just see a chair slide in next to me. I'll be like, oh, hello there. Welcome to the show.
Instead of sliding into DMs, you slide into your YouTube channel.
Slide in, yeah. One thing is for sure, my children will one day join this stream without me knowing. So if you ever see a little head appear here, make sure you let me know in the chats.
Mine nearly did today. Walked straight in, but I go.
Just
so this is what I'm going. Cortez versus Kish. Where do we see it going?
So
I don't know much about
I've got my money on Kish, to be honest. I like the look of her hair.
Is that what you're basing it on? I like the look of her hair.
I like the look of her hair. She looks mean. She just gave a fist pump to the camera. She's here for action. Oh, no, I like this bird. I hadn't seen this bird. I'm Cortez all the way. 8-1 as well. What a good guess. I'm here all the day. She's going to win. Tracy, she looks a bit meaner. She looks big compared to the other lady. Yeah, my mind's on her.
Bill up, you're always welcome to come and join me. I'll put you right next to the door just so you, don't ruin the show.
Really interesting day of games tomorrow. Should be interesting. Can Arsenal or Man United? I'm sure Class FM is going to be interested in the Man United Burnley game. Surely you'll probably go 1-0 down and win 2-1 like you normally do. Typical Ole. Fight's underway. I forgot the clock again.
Mine's just started, so...
It's madness. If only I was doing this on purpose, I could at least be consistent at that. The Kish going straight in for a double body lock. Going for an inside trip. Lovely defensive there by Cortez, but she took a whack for it.
Kish looks solid.
Yeah, these women are coming to... Love these women fighting. They go 100 miles an hour. We've just watched one guy get kicked in the balls and can't get back up. And then we're watching women fight for their lives.
You got a takedown now. Yeah, Kish looks good.
Lovely reverse trip by Cortez there. That's skills that pay the bills, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what it's called, but it's called something. I've heard DC talk about it. Alabama Slam or some crap he'll call it. But that was pretty impressive, that was. Now she's landing elbows. Next singer's coming on to Triller. I don't know who this is either.
But actually putting any fighters on at all, this is ridiculous.
When was the last fight? Don't get me wrong, there is some amazingly attractive women coming on Triller. So I'm sure for a lot of men watching it that maybe aren't that bothered about boxing, it's probably a good night, but it'd be nice to show some
Cortez has landed some good hammer fists here and some good elbows. She's going in.
Yeah, she's quite aggressive, isn't she? Last FM says an easy win tomorrow against Burnley. It probably should be. But if I was you, I'd be more worried about. It looks like you're probably going to get in the top 4 either way. I'd be worrying about that Europa and try and get a trophy. Get that monkey off the back for Ole. Get a nice trophy in the bag. And then you can try and convince Pogba, because you all love him so much, to stay.
Well, to be fair, if they want to get Declan Rice, then he's got to go, surely.
Yeah, he should go anyway. And the thing is, they don't even play him, do they? They play McFred, don't they, in the centre of midfield? In every big game, it's Fred and McTominay. Then they play him on the left, as they haven't brought him to play him left midfield.
They only do that because he's less a liability there.
Yeah, exactly what it is, a lesser liability, exactly. How mental is that about a top quality player? You're saying that's crazy.
He hasn't got discipline to play centre midfield and do the tracking back and do the work he needs to and put a shift in.
Lovely wrestling by these girls. Yeah, they're going for some lovely wrestling. Now she's got her neck.
I think she's still working on the floor, working on the bottom, getting some elbows in, but she's under control at the moment.
She gets these hooks in, she's in trouble, Kish. She's trying to get her back if she gets her heels in underneath. The bill up saying Fred's got to go. I totally agree with you. I think, to be honest, honestly, I was bigging up Man United earlier on, and they're not my favourite team, but you're on the cusp of doing something very special. You just need a few little changes, and it's not many, but most of them are in your midfield.
And your management.
I can't believe you want Pogba to stay though, Bill. That's surprising. He's a big waste of your money, I'm afraid. Great player, don't get me wrong, great player, one of the best players in the world on his day. It's just he only has probably 6 days a year where You need, from a top player, you need 20, 25 days. That's the problem. He's on a bit of a purple patch this year, isn't he? But I'm not too sure how many goals or assists he's still got, and he's in a purple patch.
I don't know if I can even call him a top player. I mean, he has top moments in games, but I don't think he's a top player, because top players are consistently doing it. He doesn't do it stat-wise in anything for me.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Attacking. I don't know what the noise is about. We said it earlier on the show. He has moments in games, and he might have the odd game that he's good in, but that doesn't make you world class.
No, he's a frustrating player, because moments you see him are world class, and you think, wow, and then half the time he flops, or he can't be bothered to run. But you've got Fernandez, good player. McTominay, I can see you bigging up. You do need a player like that. That's what I say about Henderson. You just don't want to play McTominay and Fred. Keep McTominay in there. He's big, he's aggressive. I could see that. And you just need someone, maybe like a Declan Rice, or just someone who's a bit more of a baller next to him than Fred. And you need to get wingers, Bill. Obviously, Man United, that we all grew up with, had wingers for days. That's what you did. Where now you haven't really got wingers. You're playing Rashford out there, you're playing Greenwood out there, and the only winger you have got is James, and no one seems to really like him in the fan base, which is mad.
What's more, winger come forward, or a bit winger come forward in. A lot of players, they're not just Man United. A lot of teams have winger come forward these days. It's sort of half and half.
Yeah. And as well, they all try and copy everyone, don't they? Everyone's done that three up front, and now everyone wants three up front. It only works if all three work together. Do you know what I mean? And then the next fad will be whatever it will be. Someone will. I think now it's doing inverted wingers. Pep tried that, so now Arteta's doing inverted wingers. And it swings and roundabouts. But I think you can only stick to what you are, aren't you? Where Man United growing up, Kanchelskis, Giggs, then obviously Ronaldo, just had wingers that scared the life out of you.
Second round, have you done the time and the clock in that, mate?
Oh, 15 seconds. Oof. I actually had it ready as well. If McTominay was English, Henderson would be out of a place. I think you're well off the mark there, I'm afraid. Well off the mark. Go and check out Henderson's stats for the last 3 years. They're unbelievable. Games played, assists, you name it, he's got it.
Well, as fights getting underway, these girls are definitely coming to fight today, aren't they?
They are, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are coming.
Who do you think had the first round in there? Did that definitely go to Cortez? I think it had to.
So, yeah, I think so. I think she had more game control, more ground control. Rice would be a perfect replacement for McTominay, probably would, if you can afford him. But if West Ham continue to lose like they did today, then he will definitely be getting sold, I would have thought. Cortez got her up against the fence. She's getting some nasty knees to her belly here. Now she's got her back. Cortez has got her back. Now she has got hooks in. Okay. Now she's in trouble. Now got her back. All she's got to do is spread her out, and this is all over. All she's got to do, straighten her out, get an underhook, and this is good night.
Great bit of control though. She sunk the underhooks in, ragdolled her around, took her back. Great bit of MMA fighting.
Yeah, it is, yeah. If she's now going to be able to finish it is another thing.
I think she's got 3 minutes to finish it, or 2.5, or whatever you've got your end. So
yeah, she's got enough time. Although Kish has reversed that, as we say, now she's got her back. That's terrible by Cortez then. She got over aggressive then. Kish has got her back, going for an inside leg sweep. Fails, drags her out of it and throws a few bombs. That was nice. Van der Beek saying he would play Class FM saying he would play Van der Beek. I think everyone would play Van der Beek, or at least give him a go. You can't do what he did for Ajax in the Champions League and be a bad player.
Mate, I would definitely not be giving £80 million and Jesse. No way in this world. Declan Rice is worth about 50 at best for me.
Yeah, that's just crazy. All the numbers that get thrown around now,
As
especially
soon
because
as
he's
you're, as soon
English.
as you're a British player, that value just skyrockets, and all of a sudden we think we can just demand a crazy amount of
Just
money.
think how mental that is. You've got half of England who don't like Henderson. I'm fully aware of that. And then some idiot thinks Declan Rice is worth £80 million. What's the guy done? Like, let's be brutally honest. He isn't even. Shouldn't even be lacing Henderson's boots yet. But half this country will think Henderson's crap, and half this country, or probably more, will agree that Declan Rice is worth some extravagant amount of money. Madness.
Declan Rice has got a potential to be a really good player, no two ways about it, but he's not £80 million plus.
Nah.
That's ridiculous. It's a 40, £50 million player at best.
Yeah, they ain't getting dressed at 80 million. They're smoking. I think they are. To be honest, Jessen 20 million is Jessen 30 million because Jesse Lingard's proven himself to be a good player.
The only thing they've got in their favour is Jesse's in the last year of his contract next year, so that means his value goes down slightly. But make straight swap otherwise for me, straight swap, 40, £50 million player each way. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Last 50 seconds of this second round, or is it the third round? I've lost my marker. But
Second
I think
round.
this is quite an even fight. But Cortez, I think,
I still think Cortez won the first round, and again, she dominated for a moment on the ground in the second fight.
She's edging it.
Yeah.
Kish is in there, but she's definitely edging it. Significant strikes. Kish is winning second round, but Cortez won the first round 12-2. Definitely landing a bit more Kish in the second round. Cortez just waved her off though with the old no chance. Mad when a lot of these fighters do these spinning fists, don't they, when they're nowhere near the opposition. It's weird.
You got been up giving it to you on the chat. He's letting you know that the bar's underneath the timer. Note the rounds, John. Come on.
No, yeah, I noticed it halfway through. I probably drew attention to it because I noticed it halfway through. Yeah, I'm a very simple soul.
Yeah, I think Ortiz pinched that one as well, to be fair. There wasn't much in it, but she dominated on the ground for a moment, and that's the difference.
Yeah, it's hers to lose now, I think. Let's have a look at what Triller's doing. Oh, Triller's doing nothing. But I tell you what, they've spent all their money on just getting celebrities there and singers and people just to smoke with Snoop Dogg. It's the weirdest thing ever, really. I think Ben Askren's looking around now thinking he could have got paid more.
Come on and smoke with Snoop Dogg. They've paid these guys money just to come on and sit there and smoke with Snoop.
I have no doubt they're all paid.
Not a bad gig, is it?
This is an absolute production. You can tell they got Oscar De La Hoya there. They've got some real big stars that have just been paid to come and have a giggle. I think Oscar De La Hoya has something to do with Triller saying that. So next round, damn. One day. I've changed the round though for Bill. Yeah, Bill's saying if they value Rice like that, Jesse's technically worth more. Exactly, yeah. Jesse's played for Man United, he's played for England, he's played in Europe. It's madness sport, really, the way they look at things.
And mate, he's come into West Ham and scored something like 8 goals in 9 games or something stupid. He's on a tear.
Yeah. It's mental fans, isn't it? We all do the same.
Fickle people.
Everyone loves Gerrard, but he didn't win us anything really. Yet Henderson's won us the Champions League and the Premier League and the Europa. Do you know what I mean? And no one appreciates him. It's madness. And I'd probably be the same if I wasn't a Liverpool fan.
Henderson was never rated from Sunderland days. He's developed into a good player, to be fair to him. As much as I don't really like to say it, but Gerrard
you say that, but everyone wanted him when Liverpool went and brought him.
I don't remember that myself, but I think he's developed into a nice player.
No, you remember when he came through at Sunderland, he was only there for about 6 months. Everyone wanted him, they sold him. Everyone was in for him. As soon as we got him, he was a crap player. Madness. It was madness, it was. And don't get me wrong, we've done it to other players. We're in for teams and players, and then some other team signs him, you're like, nah, shit. I've heard Liverpool players doing it about Werner. We never wanted him. Of course we did. I wanted Werner.
You still want him now?
Yeah, I probably would take him. Yeah, he does miss a few chances. Don't get me wrong, but mate, so does Mane.
Taken down again by Cortez. Yeah,
Bill's ventured in someone's eyebrows. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've actually got a fight on Triller to announce. I can't actually believe it. And I think that is Frank Mir in my view. The only person I'm probably going to know from tonight's card from boxing.
He's not a boxer, that's probably why.
Yeah, it's madness.
How old is he now? How old is he now?
UFC champion, heavyweight champion in 2004 and 2008, Frank Mir was. So no mug, you think he was champion of this division, this organisation twice. Cortez has got Kish in a very nasty headlock. I think Kish can breathe. I think she's just got her fingers in there, so she's going to survive. But it's a knot. Yeah, she's out. She's out, but she looks like a beetroot. She was definitely struggling for breath. She was.
Class of M's telling you they definitely weren't in for Henderson, mate.
Who?
The shoe boy. Man United. Class of M's a Man United fan, I think.
Yeah, no, Man United weren't in for him. You're right. Ferguson was slagging him off, like he did with Gerrard. Apparently, he didn't want him either. Both had problems running, apparently, according to Ferguson. But I think Henderson now clocks the most miles in the league. It's quite a funny scenario, really. Minute and 30 seconds left of the Cortez versus Kish, and Frank Mir versus Steve Cunningham has just started. So Steve Cunningham's a proper boxer, right?
Yep, definitely, legit.
And Frank Mir's a proper UFC star. So this should actually be a scrap, this one.
But they're both 50. It's going to be like Tyson and Jones again, not to the degree, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird. You can already see Cunningham's a much better boxer. Frank Mir, as you can tell, is an MMA fighter. It's all a bit weird.
But they've tried to make it MMA versus boxing, didn't they? So that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, they've quite cleverly done it, really, to be fair. It's the first one that's made sense I've seen all night. Kish and Ortiz into the last minute. I can't really call this one, to be honest.
This fights in on every card, and we've not seen a knockout yet.
Yeah.
Mad.
A lot of slipping in that ring tonight.
And we've got Alioski after this. He'll bang.
Oh yeah, Arlovsky, yeah, he will. Yeah, and Sherman, yeah, forgot them two are fighting. That will be a fight because Sherman comes to put people to sleep. Cunningham, Frank Mir looks like a bit of a what's that thing they do in boxing? Exhibition.
Yeah, it's going to be same as what Jones Tyson was. They're 50 years old.
I think they've agreed that they're not going to hurt each other.
How many rounds is it?
6.
6 2-minute rounds.
So all over versus Cortez versus Kish. They've both got their hands in the air celebrating. My money is on Cortez getting her hand raised.
Oh, I love it. I love it, Class FM. Amazing how you can polish a turd. I think he's referring to your man Hendo there, boy.
I just think it's embarrassing, to be honest. You lot still all say it. You do realise he's won the Champions League, the Europa League, Champions League, the league. You do realise he's in every England squad when he's fit and he plays. I think you guys need to readdress what year we're in, I think.
Wait, big man, they need to put some respect on his name. Put some respect on his name.
No, they don't even need to do that. He's already done it for them. That's the great thing about being a Liverpool fan now. Class FM and Bill and you, Rams, you know all about it. When you were good, nothing really bothered you. Because the only thing we were hanging on to was half the time not that relevant. Because you were winning the league and that's where Liverpool are at.
No, I'm there now. What are you talking about? Because we're not any good anymore, I'm not bothered either way. It's like, when we're good, I'm not bothered. When we're bad, I'm not bothered.
Exactly. I know what it's like. I understand. I was, as a Liverpool fan, I was there where you both are.
I agree with Bill. 3 rounds to Cortez, easy. I totally agree.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, close rounds, all of them. Definitely weren't easy rounds, but they were close. But I think she's nicked it. But as I say,
Yeah,
with UFC, you never know.
every time she was on the ground on top, so I think she had more control in the fight overall. But
She definitely lost on strikes though on one of those rounds. It'd be interesting how the third round went. You never tell with UFC, but I think she should nick it, Cortez.
it was a tattoo on her arm.
And
Like
the
a
winner
UFC fighter.
is. Come on, Bruce. Ortiz looks relieved. I don't know what that tattoo is. It's weird, isn't it? Like someone playing baseball. So Frank Mir versus Steve Cunningham is in round 2. I can't tell you much of what's happened, but it looks like Cunningham's definitely getting the better of it. But you would expect that against the UFC and Frank Mir because different, isn't it? Boxers try and avoid getting punched, where UFC and MMA you try and engage in that because that's how you get your shots off. Where Cunningham's just jabbing him out.
John, I'm going to leave you for a minute, mate. Need to have a quick break. I'm back in 5.
All right, go for it, mate. Cortez looking happy going off. Did land some nice digs, to be fair to her. Be very proud of herself. Wow, I'm seeing Gary Pallister's name in the chat. I haven't seen that for a while. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, only one ref gave the right numbers. But Tracy Cortez, 50 significant strikes to 37, so well deserved. And we're getting closer to the big boys. So let's watch a bit of this Triller for a few minutes while we wait for the next one. Minute left of round number 2. And to be fair, Frank Mir looks like he's giving it a good old go. But Cunningham, with his years of experience as boxing, looks a little bit more crisp. Doing very well. They're both big lads, to be fair. Frank Mir, still a very, very big lad, but Steve Cunningham looks extra fit. So it'll be interesting as the rounds go on, who comes out on top there. Big up to everyone in the chats again. Really appreciate your help tonight. And I totally agree. It is amazing how judges see the fights different. On that, it's interesting. Should it even be done like that anymore? I don't know. Should it be a little bit more scientific rather than one referee from one side or whatever? Oh, I think I've changed the wrong fight here. I think it's someone else. Another fight first by the looks of it. Al Hassan versus Jacob Malkoon. Fair enough, so I'll change that. They're getting ready to come out. End of round 2 for the Frank Mir versus Cunningham fight. And now I'll just get this one ready. Al Hassan. And don't forget, guys, you can join us tomorrow if you're into football for the Arsenal versus Fulham game. We'll be on live from about 1 o'clock. They're just showing the highlights from the second round, and Cunningham clearly got the better of Frank Mir, landed some really good blows. Frank Mir's chasing him, but not with much technique. Let's change that over. Done that. Coming up for round 3 versus Cunningham versus Frank Mir. If you've just joined us, we're not only doing the watch along for UFC, but we're also doing the watch along for the very strange Triller fight night that's consisted of about an hour and a half of singing, and so far 2 fights. And that first fight was clearly some amateurs who'd never fought, and the second one is Steve Cunningham and Frank Mir, so boxing versus UFC. And then just coming up on UFC is Al Hassan versus Jacob Malkoun at middleweight. Middleweight, I always like seeing middleweight fights. They always come to bang. They're big enough to knock people out, and they're still quick enough to be exciting. So really looking forward to this. And we are now gearing slowly up to the big ones. Who's your money on tonight then, guys? Who's your feelings? You got Whittaker or Gastelum, and who's your thoughts for Paul versus Askren? Will Paul knock him out? Can Askren get to the later rounds and start to wear him down and lean on him, and then sort of hammer punch him like he does? Or is Jake Paul just gonna walk him onto a right hand and end the night early? Really, really interested to see that. Also be interesting now with Frank Mir versus Cunningham as they gear up and go a little bit further into this fight. These are ex-professionals, so they've at least got some skills. It'd be interesting to see if we can see a knockout. If you missed the matches earlier on, the football matches, we were obviously live for the Man City versus Chelsea game, which Man City lost 1-0, so Chelsea progressing through to the final. And we were also live for the Newcastle versus West Ham game, with Newcastle coming in 3-2 winners, which is massively helping their fight to avoid relegation, and West Ham taking an L, which they really couldn't afford to as they search for European places. So if you joined us for those, big up yourself. If you like football or any sport at all, please like and subscribe to the channel, and we'll make sure we bring you every sport, morning, noon and night, 7 days a week. So 40 seconds left of round 3, still not much to report on the boxing Triller front. And we're hopefully not far away from the next UFC fight. Steve Cunningham's definitely looking the better of these fighters. As I say, Frank Mir still in the fight, but clearly a little bit worse for wear. I don't think he's as fit as Cunningham, to say the least. So I think over the next couple of rounds he might start to tire. See, and Al Sassoon and Malkoun will be on any moment now.
Back in the game, John. So, Al Hassan next. I think he lost his last one, didn't he? Came up off that loss to the guy who's been out for 2 years. Both come in swinging. He's a swinger, isn't he? He'll be coming to fight this one.
Yeah, they're middleweights. So I was just saying, middleweights, I like middleweights. They're big enough to hurt people, but they're still small enough to be quick. Where the heavyweights can hurt people.
He gasses out after 1 or 2 rounds, what I remember. He's got loads of power. Big, solid power. He gasses out. I think built up San Malkoun in the early stages. Don't know much about Malkoun. Yourself?
Yeah, no, I don't know a lot, but all these middleweight's the best, one of the best ones I like, because everyone seems to be able to bang someone out. You've got to be pretty good to raise through the ranks of there. Frank Mir and Cunningham are just coming into round 4.
You still watching that Triller?
It's Cunningham's fight to lose. Yeah, mate, I got it, mate. We're doing a watch along for UFC and boxing.
I've tried to go on it, it's never. I'm like, oh, wow.
I've got you, fans. Don't worry, I've got you. You're here for Triller. We're gonna let you know. It's beginning of round 4, 2 rounds left, and as I say, Cunningham clearly is the more polished boxer. But to be honest, Frank Mir looks like he could probably do. He's not going anywhere. Obviously, he's used to getting hit with 4-ounce gloves. Cunningham just caught him with a lovely jab there, and it didn't seem to bother him one little bit. So Abdul Hassan is coming in. All wins by first round knockout. So he's got 10 wins by first round knockout. That's not a bad stat for you. And he's got. I love how
all these boxers are brave enough to fight these UFC stars in the boxing ring, but not one of them's got in the cage yet.
Nah, I don't blame them, to be honest. It's going to be a long time.
Shields is saying she's up for it though. She looks like she's training.
Who?
Shields. Clarissa Shields.
Oh yeah, she says that, yeah, but I don't know if they say it just to, it makes them sound cool, doesn't it? I think now she's got to be honest, she's got to step up against who was the fighter the other day that wants to fight her.
They want to beat an amateurs. What's her name? She's managed by old Peter Fury.
That's it. Yeah. She did beat amateurs exactly. So I think she's going to have to step up and defend her belts. But again, it'd be great to see someone do it. But I'm not 100% sure. So here we go. So Al Hassan, 35 versus Malkoun, 25. Both got the same reach, but Al Hassan is 1 inch taller. And as I say, Al Hassan is 10 years older. So Malkoun's definitely got the junior years. Buffer's doing his announcement.
But old McCoon trains with Whittaker, the training partner. Didn't know that.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. Fighting out Sydney, Australia makes sense. That's a good person to train with, that is for sure. Bit weird because he's your weight, so. Don't know how that goes in training, if you know what I mean.
He's so young though. He's probably not really on that scene and level yet, is he? So probably get away.
Exactly.
Look at Burns. Look at Burns and Bisman.
Yeah. That was a great fight, to be fair, as well. Massive, this house, and though, just thick. You know, you get those thick people, just solid.
He's got an African build, but Africans are built differently.
32 seconds left to the round 4 versus Demir versus Cunningham, and I just glanced down and it got a little bit angry. They were complaining about something then, so I think the exhibition's gone out the window a little bit. Because they're both ex-pros, they've probably got a little bit of proudness, a little bit, because Mir's just elbowed him clearly, which is illegal. Cunningham's face just looked at the ref like, just elbowed me. Right, I've got you people. Started it on time for the first time. Here we go. I'm actually on point. Here we go. I've got you. So let's see. Well, Al Hassan throwing some big kicks. McCoon don't want this magic already. Don't want this smoke. He's taking him down. Oh, and he does take him down with ease. Lovely trip, but Al Hassan's got him in guard. McCoon's rolling him over. Has got his back. Now they're going to stalemate this for a few seconds, I think. Really, that sounded good. Really hoping that Bill's right and we're going to get an early knockout.
Yeah. Al Hassan definitely comes with some power and some heat, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Taking it down definitely the right thing to do.
Last FM saying that the Triller's so unprofessional that Jake Paul's probably going to come out with bricks in his gloves. Nothing would surprise me if this Triller all over again. Or they're swinging, but Al Hassan's got to be on the money because this McCoon's just ducking it and trying to take him down.
Back the round up, mate.
He obviously this knows this Al Hassan is
here to bang.
Yeah, mate, he's here to bang. What's his third takedown attempt already?
Things you do, if you fight someone that's got the power to knock you clean out, you got to fight the right game, ain't you? Taking him down's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, you got to, yeah.
Like I say, he'll gas out after a round and a half, 2 rounds, so if it does go to a long stage, he'll have him in the later stages.
Lovely trip. He just isolates one leg. All UFC should do that more often. Isolate one leg and just put his body weight over it. He's just done it again, as I'm speaking. It's 3 times. There's nothing you can do about that. That's just gravity, isn't it, and weight. Nothing you can do. Snap your leg or go down. Now putting all his body weight on him, he's trying to wear this Al Hassan down.
Yeah, it was a lovely sweep, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice. Real technical stuff. Penultimate round for Cunningham versus Mir. And has stepped up a little bit, to be fair. This is not a bad little fight. If all the fights were like this on Triller, it would have been a good night. Cunningham's now offering him out as well. So I think words might be being spoken. Obviously, where I've got no volume, I think they might be getting a little bit shirty in there.
Bargy, eh?
Which makes sense because Frank Mir, I imagine, he's like that anyway. Although he's just been caught. It's funny. Fans that are watching this at home, it's actually really funny watching Frank Mir get hit with a big glove and not do nothing.
I bet he's not even flinching.
He just doesn't do anything.
I was really hoping this fight was going to be a banger. I thought they're both going to come out and swing. But we're having another wrestling match again. Oh, I don't like these wrestling matches.
Yeah, it's mixed martial arts for you, isn't it?
I know.
It does me in sometimes. Although this Makun, to be fair, is beginning to make this Al Hassan look less dangerous by the minute.
Mate, he's going to wear him down, grind on him.
Lovely sweep again, isolates the leg. But to be fair to this Al Hassan, he gets taken down fairly easily, but Holland needs to take a leaf out of his book and get up.
Learn how to get up.
Yeah, because this guy gets up quick. 10 seconds left of the round number 5 of 6 of Cunningham versus Mir.
Mate, this round here could be from in 10-8, couldn't it? He's controlled the whole round. Hasn't done anything.
No, yeah,
I mean, it's
right.
not 10-8.
Well, no, you're right. There could be an argument for it because he had, other than look dangerous with a couple of big swings that have missed.
The only thing he's got on his side is Malkoun hasn't really benefited and capitalised on when he's got him down and done much. Like I say, he popped back up again and we're in the same sort of deja vu scenario. He hasn't sort of punished him while he's been down.
No, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Which is the only thing that will make it 10-8 for me. But he schooled him on the ground and he keeps taking him down same time over and over again.
Cunningham was laying on the heat to Mir at the end there. Sure, mate, that is a punch. This is quite a good fight, you know. Cunningham just absolutely walloped him, man. You know when someone comes in as you throw your power punch and they both connect, so he's coming in, you're coming out. You've done absolutely nothing to him, but...
It's always going to be hard, like you say, when you've gone from fighting with 4-ounce gloves. You're now getting padded with such big gloves now. It don't make a difference, does it?
Yeah, it must be a different feeling, mustn't it? You know, it's like you've been hit with a boxing glove. It's that thud more than I reckon with the UFC glove, is a crack, and it's a crack.
Yeah. I bet you feel the knuckle through them gloves. Them UFC gloves. I bet you.
Yeah. Frank Mir's now going mega aggressive, to say the least. He's pretty much trying to put him through the ropes. You know what? They've mucked up on this thriller. They should have made this a 10-round fight because these boys have got it in and they could have gone another few rounds. And it's getting better by the round.
They sound like they're up for it. They sound well game.
Yeah, it's a good fight, to be fair. 2 minutes left of the last round. And second round underway for Al Hassan versus Makun.
I think you got that all spot on then, didn't you? You changed the round under time all banging.
I did it, and then the bloody ref decided to pause it for a second, so now I'm 10 minutes in front. Or 10 seconds. It was absolute madness. You couldn't make it up. I don't know what the ref done, but he had to go at one of them. Joe, and they stepped forward and he moved them back. I was like, what are you doing? I pressed it now. It's all good fun.
I really got to figure out this time situation. Being 30 seconds behind is doing my head in. I've seen it on some of the other channels, AFC channels and some of the shows, and when they're behind, it's proper like a bit of banter to try and get them on the right time.
Yeah, it's not the easiest. Last minute of Frank Mir versus Steve Cunningham, and to be honest, this is a really good fight. I wouldn't mind. Tomorrow I'll probably rewatch this fight because this is actually quite a good fight.
Malkoun's just come in and taken over from where he was again and taken him straight back down again.
I think this right now, Israel Adesanya, if you're watching, you better start learning to wrestle. Because it's just, every week I watch UFC, it's just a blueprint of, if you're a wrestler, you've got the advantage.
It's not just that. I mean, you should take a leaf out of Ngannou's book. You know, he went up against Stipe and got schooled the first fight. Schooled. He's come back, learnt a bit of wrestling, not had loads of time, and literally looks like a different animal. Like, I don't see how you can beat him now.
Yeah, the only thing is I was listening to DC and he was saying we might all be getting a bit carried away. We've only seen one sprawl. It was impressive, but it was in the
It was
first
very
20 seconds of a fight when he had maximum energy. When he listened to it, he went, I love it. He went, I love these improve. He went, I like people learning wrestling. He went, but I'm not quite believing he's a good wrestler yet until I see it in the second round and I see him get up from being taken down. But it definitely shook Stipe, didn't it? You could see by his face, he looked shook when he got up.
And he's so big, when he sprawls on you like he did there, can you imagine that size being on you, so agile, the way he spun round to his back? He's only got to pick it up a bit more, and it doesn't matter, because he's only got to nullify people trying to take him down when it comes to it. He'll knock you out anyway, so for me, that's enough.
And what I liked about him, Ngannou, is when he did take him down, his ground and pound, he weren't mucking around. He didn't take him down and lay on him for 5 seconds. He took him down as soon as he got separation. And I think that's where he could really be dangerous.
He played to his strengths, you know. We know he bangs. So as soon as he had his weight on you, he's like, I'm getting up and I'm going to hurt you. Yeah. And the same in this fight here. This guy, Al Hassan, who's got big powers, just been nullified. Billy Up said the same thing. Been nullified totally because he's been wrestled to the ground and been taken out, and all his skill sets.
McCoon's on a choke. This could be all over. If he tightens this up, let's see what Al Hassan's made of, because this is a nasty choke. He's out. I think McCoon actually let him out then, made the mistake and rolled over. He could have finished him then. He should have just laid on his head. Little bit of a stalemate now, coming to the last 2 minutes. I'll tell you who won out of the Frank Mir versus Steve Cunningham when it gets announced.
He had him nicely in that choke, like one of them anaconda choke things that he swung into.
He tried going round to put more pressure on it, and then he went over the top and let go. I was like, you fool. But it takes him seconds to get back to a leg.
Literally.
If you're watching here and you're an up and coming. So the winner was Steve Cunningham, guys. And as I say, that was actually the first time Triller. If you're watching, you've done yourself proud then. You've now got 9 million people in the ring, which is a bit unnecessary. COVID and all that, but
they're in America. This is what it is, isn't it?
Crazy, isn't it?
Different world, is what it is.
So Al Hassan, 52 seconds left. He's now going for a bit of a barrage, but he looks tentative doing the barrage where he knows if he misses what's happening.
Al Hassan's probably knackered as well.
Yeah, he's done a lot of having to defend. He's a bit slower. His leg kicks, his kicks are still mega powerful, but his arms doesn't look as sharp as it did.
He's got solid fire, so he's still going to have a lot of power in him no matter what. I just feel for him, this is going to be his second back-to-back loss. And there was a lot of hype around him when he was coming up.
Malcolm just caught him with a lovely right hand there. Yeah, this is a bad round, isn't it, for Al Hassan? He's not only been bullied, he just got caught with a lovely right hand there. I take it Beaver's about to come on stage, as I can now see him on Triller again.
Is it the headline music act now before the headline shows?
I assume so, yeah, I assume so.
Yeah, like I said, I feel for Al Hassan. He's had a lot of hype around him. He was coming up on a tear, and he's been back-to-back losses now.
Yeah, and he looks absolutely knackered.
Oh yeah, he always gasses out by the second round.
Snoop Dogg and Justin having a chill like they do. This is such a random event. Such a random event, but I'd love to have been there. Good entertainment, surrounded by celebrities. You got a tiny bit of boxing.
Mate, if you're a non-smoker in there, mate, you probably would have gone out lean as you like. But I didn't smoke, but gee, Snoop was so much on it, mate. I'm start. Whoa, what round is it?
Coming in for round 3. Malcoons just gave him the wink. You don't like that from a wrestler, do you? When he just whooped your ass for 2 rounds, he just winked at you like, sorry fella, you know how it is. All fun and games in the hood. Started it.
What's
round
the chat saying?
3 underway.
We got Class FM saying it's a bit embarrassing because we've had no knockouts, no rear naked chokes. It's a bit disappointing. I can't lie. I'm not a huge wrestling fan, so when it's a lot of wrestling type MMA, it does get to me a bit. So we're all here for bang outs and people getting knocked out. So it's a shame we haven't had one yet, but we've still got fights to come. Let's hope.
Well, I thought Malkoun was going to do him, man. Al Hassan looks like he's given up. He's now getting hit with stuff. Then he's getting taken down with ease. This Malkoun's going to be a problem in the division, no, let me tell you that. Because from what I'm seeing with him, he's going to be able to take down anyone.
Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing how good his stand-up game is as well, because he's been so focused on taking him down in this fight. You've not really seen what he can do on his feet as well. I'm assuming he's pretty decent there as well.
Yeah, we just caught Malkoun with a beautiful right hook.
He did 1-2 as well, yeah.
Now he's just going to lay on him for 4 minutes. It's all over. Yep, Justin Bieber is performing as we speak. Doing all unnecessary nuts grabbing like he's a gangster.
Right, that's top hood, man, you know. Watch yourself. Man will come and have you sprayed at.
What's mental is they're putting on like a proper production show, but obviously you can't see anyone. I assume no one's there, right? So they are literally just doing it.
People are there.
No, I don't think they are.
What, a Triller?
Triller.
Well, there's definitely celebs there, so maybe it's only like
I think it's a select few, yeah.
Like crowd.
So every time they film it, there's people in that footage, but I think what I'm saying is it must be really weird for these singers. They look up and they're just in an empty... Do you know what I mean? It's weird. They are putting on a full production, they are. And it's clearly for over 18s because there's scantily clad women everywhere. So 2.5 minutes to go of the last round. Malkoun's tearing him up on the feet now as well. He's just literally jabbing him, and then when Malkoun touches his face, he grabs his leg. This is an absolute dominant performance, to be fair.
It's been a masterclass on takedowns. I mean, how many has he had? Counted them?
Yeah, a lot. Well, I think, to be honest, everyone's just watching the next fight in the changing room. Their coach is like, look, you're a good wrestler. Like, you just go and get the W. Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone's like, well, I can do that, to be fair.
Well, let's be fair. If you want to look at it properly, the guy fighting on Triller later on made a career out of it with Bellator and won, and couldn't box to save his life from what everyone thought. And
yeah, it shows you how important it is, doesn't it? It's definitely the most important art.
Shows you how unskilled you can be on your feet and still win championships from just literally cuddling someone, and then I'm being a bit harsh there, saying just cuddling someone, but being able to wrestle and
I know what you mean. No, it's the important one. If you look at Al Hassan's face, he'd rather be punched in the face all day long. He's just been taken down again, and it wasn't a takedown. He moved his leg and he fell down where he's tired.
Yeah, I think he's been
to finish it.
He's been caught with barrage now. He's mixing it up with knees and striking, and then taking his leg, so he doesn't know where he's coming from.
Oh, he's getting all battered. Yeah, he's getting battered also, always now.
It's just been a masterclass.
Bill said no paying customers, only staff in inverted commas. I think that's probably what they did say to the COVID police. Sure, Snoop's staff. Yes. What about his 7 people who just come and like entourage? Yes, they're staff.
They're all paid, okay?
30 seconds left. Al Hassan looks like he's just aged. He looks like he wants to change sports and become a footballer or something.
He has done really well to get up though. I mean, like you say, Holland could not get up for toffee the other day, and this man's been up every time trying to get back on his feet.
Yeah, it's a massive hard thing to do as well, but that's why he's probably looking so tired, is because he's had enough aggression to get up.
Just needs to learn to do something on the ground when he's down here.
Yeah. Oh, he near enough knocked him out though in the last second there. So it's all over. Al Hassan's on the floor pretty much crying. He looks knackered. Whittaker's bigging up his boy Malkoun. Malkoun's going mental to the camera.
One win for Team Whittaker.
I think he wants to the camera. I think he wants a bit of respect on his name.
And I said 1 win to Team Whittaker.
Yeah, exactly. That'll do Whittaker the world of sort of confidence, this sort of stuff, isn't it?
Mate, he didn't take his head off there with that last punch, didn't he? Jeez!
Oh, he really
my
did.
God.
Yeah, he really did.
He swung, and that was like a couple of minutes away from him. That would have put his lights out.
Rams, back in 1 minute. I just got to charge my phone as I'm going to lose this Triller.
God, he's having it. Coon's well happy with that decision. He's having it. What do you think of the fight, boys? Easy win for him. Right with the call there, Bill up, but not quite an early one, but right with the call. Yeah, I know, Bill up. I'm about 30 seconds behind. It's well annoying. Don't even get me started on it. That's why I'm sort of a bit slow on the comments sometimes, because I can't really keep up with it. It's frustrating, to be fair. I won't lie. We'll have to hopefully work on it for the next one, so I can be in time. So who we got up next? How do you see the next one? We got any shouts out there? Who sees how the next one's going? It's still Askren and Paul to come, which should be an entertaining fight. Hopefully, I'm right and Askren deals with him in under 7, because Paul's a mug, needs to be taken care of. Quieting down, put in his place. Go back to sticking to YouTube. Can't wait for this Maslow fight. That's going to be epic.
That's it. They still have some charge to actually watch the Askren fight.
So we thinking it's going to be another boring fight, do you, Bill up? I hope not.
Who's next?
I think it'll be Arlovsky, won't it? Oh, I think so.
If it's Arlovsky Sherman, this won't be a boring fight. Put my name to that.
I just want to see someone get banged out, so I'm hoping for it.
Don't worry, I think Ben Askren's gonna let us see one of them. I can't imagine.
What, receiving end? Receiving end or
the receiving end? The receiving end, I think. Yeah. The more I think about it,
Askren's got this, mate. 5 to 7 rounds, he's got this. I've got faith in the boy. He's a fighter. He's a real sports person, not from in YouTube style.
Yeah, he is. You're right, he is, and that part of it makes me agree with you. But I don't know. I just think he can't. Saying that, did you see the last press release he released of him boxing?
It looks alright.
He looked much better than alright, and I think have you been playing silly buggers with us all, have you?
He's been in the game for 20 years. Surely he's got mate. He better win, because if he doesn't, mate, it's embarrassing for starters. But he's got to take this and have an easy win here.
Yeah.
Get through the first couple of rounds, Jake thinking he can bang someone out and swinging like a loser, and then boom, take the fight over.
And yeah, it might actually play into Askren's hands as well. Is Logan Paul might think he can knock him out and throw haymaker after haymaker. You know, you can only throw so many of them before you're knackered.
Yeah, of course. And like I say, he's not fought anyone yet. No one's actually hit him. So when you come under that pressure from a real fighter, what's he going to do? He's going to mince up. Mark.
Yeah, Bill's saying boring but effective with the wrestling, and that's exactly what it is. He is not as exciting as seeing people get banged out, but it is effective. And obviously we weren't around. Well, I was around, but I wasn't into it at UFC 1 to probably about 20, I think. And that's when it was madness. I've seen the highlights on YouTube of people coming out in their karate outfit, and then someone else comes out in their judo outfit. That's when UFC must have been so cool, actually watching legitimate. And then no one knew how to do any other art. Do you know what I mean? So you came in and you only knew judo. I come in, I only knew how to headbutt. Like, and you could headbutt, you could do all stuff then. You've seen some of them on YouTube, they're mad.
No, I didn't know you could headbutt. That'd
Go
be
back and watch
pretty
them
epic.
and put in UFC early fights, and UFC early as well. You had more than one fight in a night. So I think it's Royce Gracie in the first UFC. Check it out. I'm a bit loose on the stats, but I think he had like 3 fights in one night.
Crazy.
I think that's how they all went. The first 2 or 3, I think, were all done in one night. Glass FM, Bill,
Right.
you've probably got a chance to Google it and find one on YouTube. Tell me if how wrong I am, but I think I'm fairly right, because I think I've watched so many of them, and actually came out in like their outfits and stuff. Not they weren't like a universal MMA outfits. You came out in what you normally came out in. So guys were getting thrown with their karate gis, madness, head butted. There was hardly any rules at all.
That must have been well weird.
Brilliant, yeah. They just had to obviously
And
make
judo
it.
guy trying to fight a boxer.
Yeah, and the boxer generally did no other thing other than boxing. The karate, it wasn't like now they're a wrestler but can strike. And
It's like the old school Street Fighter. You had like Ryu coming out in his judo stuff against him in a boxer and whatever else.
there's one fight, I don't know if they can find it, but there's one fight where the guy's on the floor, right, and he runs around, he runs up to him and kicks him in the head. Like you'd see at a pub fight. Kicks him in the head, out cold, done. Yeah, so they obviously, to make it more commercial and to get people involved and backers, they obviously made rules and stuff. Yeah.
Must have been funny to watch though. You got some guy in a judo outfit fighting a boxer in shorts. Like, it must have been hilarious.
Oh yeah, Bill's talking about Pride. Yeah, Pride. Pride, one of the craziest fights. Diaz versus an Asian guy. And the Asian guy like picks Diaz up, and Nick Diaz just continues to punch him in the head, and then eventually the guy falls down. It's madness. Yeah, that's thanks to YouTube is the reason I got into it, because I started watching crazy things like that. Before I even knew who Chuck Liddell was and Tito Ortiz and all that. I started watching Ken Shamrock and random fighters.
I remember Ken Shamrock.
Yeah, they were the ones. They were definitely the ones. Tito Ortiz, I loved them all. Who was the Brazilian guy?
But up to have big fat sumo wrestlers versus little karate kids and that.
Yeah, it was madness. It was madness. Yeah, that sumo one, I've seen that one on there. That's one of the ones I've seen. He's the one I think who gets kicked in the face, Bill. He's too fat to get up and too slow, and the guy just kicks him in the face.
Might have to go back and watch some of these. They sound alright.
Yeah, they are crazy, yeah. So not that we can hear it, but on the screen being interviewed as a dual interview is Arlovsky and bloody hell, I forgot his name, he's just gone off the screen. Ortega.
Ortega.
So Ortega's in his car, so I'd like to have heard that, because I think they're obviously not telling each other how great they are. And it's good that Ortega's back on the scene, because I liked him before Holloway teared him up.
He destroyed him.
It was bad, wasn't it? And Arlovsky's been beaten twice by Holloway, so he shouldn't even be the champion. He's definitely
got. I don't know about the first one. But he definitely got beat the second one for me, 100%.
Yeah, the first one maybe he didn't lose, but he didn't win, and he had to win that. He had to take the belt. You got to take the belt from the champion. That was too close. That first one should have gave it to Holloway. Second one, he bloody battered him.
Holloway definitely won the second one. But then it'd be mad, because if Ortega wins that fight, then in theory it's got to be Holloway Ortega, because Holloway's earned a shot now after what he did to Cater the other day and destroyed him, and chatted to the commentators like on fire.
Oh no,
he's got.
This is the fight.
Exactly. But that's obviously been rescheduled, because obviously he had COVID. But if Ortega wins that, for me, Holloway's like, well, what am I going to fight him for? I'm going to batter him. I'll batter him while I bat.
Yeah.
Like, Ortega began that second fight thinking, what am I going to do? Because he got destroyed in that first fight.
Yeah, he did, but you might find that makes him much better. You never know. Butterbean was in it. That's right, Bill. Yeah, I remember Butterbean was in it. Madness.
Mate, if I was fighting, I'd just go back and watch that fight and be like, what's this kicking us doing to me? I've just battered him. Like, he's got no chance. But he looked really good, Ortega. In his comeback fight, how many months ago, he looked awesome.
So
I like his skin
Holloway
as
in
well.
his last fight as well, to be fair.
Zan.
Be very, very interesting. I'd like to listen to that because Michael Bisping don't mince his words as well, so he's a good interviewer. He will ask the questions that's a bit uncomfortable. He'll put the fighter on the spot. But they're doing a lot of nodding, so I think it's quite amicable.
Mate, Ortega looks like some sort of Italian gangster mafia dude from New York.
Yeah, he does.
Why are you saying
Yeah, he does. Yeah, them films. Yeah, I know exactly. I watched a film.
He's just to deal with him.
Yeah. What's happening on the Triller one, mate? See if I need to go and get my phone. Ain't missing anything, am I?
Let me try and flick it over, mate, because mine's not been working the whole time. I don't know what's going on with it.
Fair enough.
I'll try though. I haven't tried it for a while because it weren't working for me.
I assume it's probably some other singer at the moment.
Apparently, it's Progress coming up soon, so Progress can fight. Good fighter.
I've just realised why UFC are padding out these interviews. They don't normally do this on the main event, do they? I assume that's because of the dropout of
Must be because Rosenka dropped out of it, yeah.
Stevens' fight, which I was really, really looking forward to seeing fight closer. Bill's a Volkanovski fan. Volk's a beast. I don't know. I'm not sold on him. I recognise how great he is, Bill. Don't get me wrong. But
He does some great leg kicks.
I like his story.
Leg kicks.
I like his story because he played football and got injured in that, couldn't carry on playing football, so then came over to UFC, and then he's made a name of it.
Yeah, like I say, he had some great leg kicks in that first fight. I've watched him in some training camps and watched him work on these leg kicks. They're awesome, but I think he lost the second fight definitely, 100%. And I'm a Holloway fan, like all the way to the bank. Like, I love Holloway. That dude's awesome.
So next fight now coming up.
No, Bill up. He ain't with a name like Ortega, but I'm saying he looks like it in that picture. He looks like he's in a proper like American movie, and he's like some sort of New York guy. I'm not saying that with a name on my man.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Reckon he's Argentinian. I don't actually know. I think he's Mexican. I think. Ortega. Someone find out. Or is he just American and we're all saying he's from far away? I think he's American.
Yeah, but it's just his roots. We're going to name like Ortega. He can't be originally from America. He's got to be.
No, I think he is Mexican because I think I've heard him talking about Mexican roots before, and that's how he gets his fighting spirit and all that sort of stuff.
From what I'm hearing, Regis Progress is battering.
Oh, okay. Let me
his opponent. Just one-sided. Morning, Grant. How we doing, my man? Good to have you back.
Oh yeah, apologies guys, I didn't realise it had started. So I will update you now with this fight, but at the moment they're sitting on their stall and the guy's getting some treatment, so I assume he's losing.
Mate, Progress is a really good boxer. I mean, he come off a loss his last fight, but other than that, he was undefeated from what I remember, and champion. So he's a great. I'm surprised he's on his card. I mean, massive shock to be fair. He's proven.
The fighter he's fighting has got weird coloured hair to match his shorts, so he just deserves to lose, to be honest with you.
It's one of them ones, which is unfair to him.
Bearing in mind he's got bright turquoise shorts, so he's now got bright turquoise hair.
What is wrong with these people?
I don't know.
I
don't know anything about him, but I already think he's not very good. Snoop's having a good time, that's all that happens. That's all that matters. He's having a good time, the lad.
I'm telling you, mate, he's living that good life. Smoking,
okay, so yeah,
drinking.
apologies, guys. It's round 3. Regis Prograis versus Ivan Redkach. Ivan Redkach is in the blue shorts with the blue hair. It's not often you say that. But I take it these are both pros because actually this guy clearly can box.
Progress is a great boxer, mate. He was champion last fight.
I knew Progress was. Well, I'm assuming this guy is because he's very good. Yeah, he's a professional boxer. Anyone know anything about Ivan Redkach? Grant, just getting up. Morning, mate. How's it going? Nice to see you in the chat, dude. Forget this morning.
I can hear the birds tweeting. It's definitely morning.
Regis is laying on the heavy metal now, but this guy can move, this Ivan Redkach. But Regis Podrag is very good. And it's 10 rounds, so it'd be interesting to see how this one develops.
Should be an early knockout, I would have thought. It was weird having this gap waiting for the next UFC fight. It's unusual.
Yeah, it's what's weird is Dana's normally a lot more resourceful than that. I'm surprised he couldn't come up with a fight. Where is it? It's in Vegas, isn't it? I'm really surprised with that. Especially if it happened last night. He's done that before, hasn't he? I think they should always have people waiting in the wings, don't you?
They normally do have, especially for the main card. Maybe they didn't have one for the undercard.
Big ones, you're right. So I won't lie. This is.
Do we know what made it get called off? Do we know what the score was? Was it anything to do with that shove? Or was it just nonsense?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they can let us know in the chats why the Stevens game got called off. Stevens fight.
Stevens comes to bang. Jeremy's always looking to bang. That would have been a nice fight. You would have seen someone get knocked out in that one for sure.
Yeah, you would, because Closer wants to bang as well. The Class FM, I was expecting to see this guy getting slapped up, but this is even fight what I'm seeing from it. And Regis.
Class FM is best.
He is a little bit better by the looks of it, this Regis, but he's just been digged there. Well, saying that was a lovely punch by Regis. The only thing is, it looks like he's flexing a bit, this Regis, so maybe I missed the first round and now he's just flexing a little bit.
Alright, so Class FM, are you seriously saying a shove has caused something? What, he got injured or something? Surely not. I mean, don't get me wrong, he did shove him across the stage, but surely he hasn't got injured off the back of that.
Yeah, he might have twisted his ankle or something. That's funny, that is. You might find they start doing new rules at weigh-ins or something.
You might find that Jeremy loses his purse if he's injured him because of the weigh-in, mate.
Yeah, he's won $500,000 on win bonuses. He probably just laughed. Dana rang him up. He's like, "Did I? Sorry about that, boss." You got Logan Paul being held upside down by his coach. Someone tell me they're watching this. He's being hung upside down by his coach and then massaging him on his feet. So he's got his feet up in the air, his coach, and Logan Paul's laying on his feet and he's massaging his back. Someone tell me I don't box, and maybe that is what all boxers do, but I've never seen that before. That's actually brilliant. The round 5 kicking off on the Triller Fight Night, and then now the big boys are entering for UFC. Chase Sermon, really like this guy, comes to bang, 15-6. What was that, mate?
His last fight, he was coming out swinging, old Sherman. He was well up for it.
Yeah, he's an angry man. Yeah, he's an angry man, and obviously Andre Arlovski, been watching him for years. Yeah, he's old now, but he still comes to fight. Still a beast. Still looks a beast as well. Just a bit old now.
Bit up saying maybe they had a replacement, but because the opponent caused it, they ain't going to give him a payday.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's true actually. I didn't think about that. Dana does work like that as well. You know, he's like, there's only one boss and it's Dana.
Many a fighter can attest to that. Jesus, he's cutthroat.
Tell you what, Regis Pogras is turning it on now though.
It's a silky boxer normally, very smooth, very good feet, good hands.
So Sherman versus Arlovski is underway. Round number 1. Let's see if we can get a knockout from some of these big boys. My money's on Sherman, round number 2.
Big John, flick the round up. Big John, flick the round up. Come on. Right, yours is gone, so let's see where I'm going to go. There we go. Only took a little while. Jesus.
Bit tentative like it is from the big boys to begin with. They know one thing, one fight ends the fight, one punch ends the fight.
Come on, let's see a knockout. I've been waiting for this for all night. Come on.
Someone Google who this Ivan Redcatch is.
Are we backing in the Sherman? I reckon Sherman's got this.
Sherman should have, yeah, he's younger. He's a younger version of Orlovsky. They're bangers, aren't they? They want to stand and trade, but you can't muck around with Andre Orlovsky. Cannot muck around with that guy.
Class FM thinks Orlovsky's getting knocked out. Yeah, very tentative to start off with, like you say. But both looking to go forward and swing, just on the outskirts at the moment.
Tell you what, I'm interested in this Redcatch because if he is semi-pro, he's holding his own, and Podgrass is trying to knock him out.
There's no way they can be allowed to put a semi-pro in there with
That's what I'm thinking. He's got to be a professional. Yeah, he's don't get me wrong, he's getting lit up at times, but not like he should be against someone of that quality.
Yeah, maybe we should put him in there with an opponent for his first fight on the card, but can't be a semi-pro. He's got to be, mate. Like I say, he was champion up until his last fight.
Yeah, he's
comfortably looking.
German and Orlovsky still looking pretty tentative. You know it can change in any second at this weight. 205 pounds coming at you.
I'm with your class of M. Someone definitely better get knocked out today. All right. We all love a knockout. We all want to see someone's legs go stiff.
Tell you what though, Orlovsky's definitely the slicker boxer so far.
He's a seasoned fighter, isn't he? So he's going to be more seasoned around the ring, more willing to be composed.
Yeah, he's technically sound, and where Sherman's a bit aggressive. We're halfway through the Podgrass versus Redcatch round number 5.
Oh.
Orlovsky's just been caught with a lovely overhand right there by Sherman. Sherman's looking like he's readied up already. Lovely leg kick by Sherman as well then.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Orlovsky. Orlovsky was up to start off for me. So
they're beginning to close the gaps now, which I like to see. Now they're in the pocket. Someone's going to get knocked down in a minute. And as mad as it sounds, Orlovsky's quicker, which is weird because he's older.
Changes stances quite a lot as well. Goes from one stance to the other quite regularly. Could make him more deceptive to hit. Look, done it again now. Come on, boys. Let's see a
people in the comments wanting to see a knockout, and here it might come. Sherman's lighting him up. Sherman's light. Look at Orlovsky though. He ain't going nowhere, but he's getting lit up now. Very experienced by Orlovsky. Just took a kick in and didn't seem that phased. Comes back with a spinning fist pump of himself. I like it.
Oh.
Into the last minute of the 5th round in the boxing and UFC. 20 seconds left of the first round. Sherman just tried taking his head off then.
He definitely went from there. This is better. This is what I wanted to see tonight.
Ooh.
I
Round
want to see
one
the
in the
bodies.
bag. Round one in the bag.
I'm definitely with you, Bill.
Last
Go
20
limps.
seconds of the boxing.
How's it looking now? Because you said the other guy was doing all right in from what you've seen.
Well, mate, we're just about to start round 6, and he ain't been knocked down once. So that's why I can't. That's why we classed of him. I wanted to see if he was semi-pro or pro. Because if he's semi-pro, then Podgrass is nowhere near as good as we think he is. But if this guy's pro, then maybe he's durable. Do you know what I mean? He knows how to defend a little bit. And don't get me wrong, he's winning. And I don't think that other guy's got a chance of winning, but he's doing all right.
Yeah, he's just got to be a journeyman. He's got to be got to be a professional. There's no two ways about that bit.
Yeah, someone let us know in the chat. Red Catch, what's his deal? How many fights has he had? Or is he a singer or something? Celebrity Master Chef. German looking redded up in the face from the first round. Antonio Reyes versus Prokratska coming up on the 1st of May. Good to see Reyes back in. Oh, Arlovsky now just took his head off. I forgot to start the round where I was so excited about that punch. Thought Arlovsky was going to clear him out then.
Yeah, he's been around for a while, to be fair. Pro boxer, fighting out of Ukraine. He's had 30 bouts, 60% knockout ratio. So Southpaw.
That makes sense.
Coming out of Southpaw, so he's no mug.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Coming off a lot. His last loss to Danny Garcia. So he's lost to Danny Garcia last. Danny Garcia can bang. So Devin Alexander, they're all big names that he's been fighting. So he's definitely a decent boxer. He beat Devin Alexander.
Oh, Progress proper throwing on the pace now, though, to be fair to him. He's really turning up the heat now.
And these boys have come to fight now. Definitely a takedown for Sherman.
So round number 2 of Arlovsky versus Sherman. These boys need to step it up a little bit.
Well, Sherman won that round 10-9 quite comfortably for me. We need to see more than a flurry, more than just a flurry of punches. We need to see a bit of an onslaught.
Yeah, we want to see someone get tanged. So knocked down for Rod Regis. He's holding his body. I missed it, but the guy has crumbled over. I don't think he's going to carry on. It looks like he's definitely not carried on. He's just collapsed.
They're saying in the comments it's a low blow.
But it looks like he's holding his nuts.
Wasn't a low blow. Dude just gave up. I don't know.
Oh, I'll have to have a look in a second. Be a shame if he has give up because he was doing really, really well, but maybe it was just he was losing the fight and battle. Let's have a look at it. Was it a low blow? Oh, I'll see that again. Nah, it's not a low blow. Got him in the kidneys. It's a good shot. Looked low to begin with, though. Looked like got him right in the gonads.
These boys are swinging out here. I think Arlovsky's been opened up. His nose is busted open. So he's got a bit of blood coming out of him there. So that's fight starting to heat up a little bit, but still not enough. Just the odd pockets, the odd jabs that could get him through, but nothing. No flurries that are just being sustained, being maintained for a period.
Respect for each other, aren't they? There's a couple of punches and out of there, Yeah. Although Arlovsky's looking a little bit tired.
Is that all over there? Have they called it?
He's still rolling around on the floor. Put it this way, he ain't getting up. And even if he tries making out that was his nuts, they've got cameras. It definitely was his ribs.
Surely he's been counted.
I've probably missed the counting. There's a lady laying on him pretty much at the moment.
Yes, it's got to be
like
done.
about to give him CPR.
Mate, there's a lot of actors out here today, isn't there? We've had Sterling the other month. We've had the guy today from him rolling around like a good one. It's all a lot of acting going on.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm watching it back and he's not even properly hitting. Yeah, Class FM hardly touched him. I can see that. It did hardly touch him. It actually went past him. Is this all just a farce? Have I paid $23.99 to watch something that's as scripted as WWE? I hope not. And if it is scripted, I hope Askren wins. The last 40 seconds of round number 2. These boys are going to have to come out swinging from the last 40 seconds in round 3. You don't want to see a light heavyweight fight go to the distance. No one wants to see that. Quite good defending by Sherman, to be fair. He defends the barrages quite well. And yeah, the Regis versus Red Catch is over. Not quite sure what the decision was, but there'll be an award being given out to someone. I know that because there's some acting going on here.
It's happening all over the place these days.
Don't get me wrong, if someone's listening who works for Triller, big up yourselves, because no doubt if I'd have watched all this, it's entertaining. Is it the entertainment I want? Probably not. But it's probably definitely been entertaining for someone.
Well, Class FM saying it doesn't make sense. He took loads of big shots on the chin, didn't move, gets a nice body shot, which you say, nah, body shots can't hurt you, and crumbles up in a heap.
Mad. And it didn't even look like it hit him, that body shot, properly. Madness. Regis is flexing, pointing to someone in the crowd. I think he thinks he just knocked Floyd Mayweather out or something. Totally forgot he's on Triller Fight Night with Justin Bieber.
I can't believe he signed for him. I'm shocked.
Money talks, mate. Money talks. No one's earned a living, have they, for the last year? Money talks.
You're not wrong. And DAZN done it. They come in and stole some people early doors, didn't they? So it can be done. We've seen it, but I just when I see anything associated with Jake Paul, I think, why are you going over to anything associated to that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So round 3 underway, guys. Really hoping we can, as we build up to the last fights on both shows, we can start to get some knockouts and some exciting for you guys on the other end of it. As we say that, they're beginning to open up. The weird odds again, if anyone can work them out. Plus 150 Sherman, minus 195 Arlovsky. If there's a maths degree, anyone with a maths degree in the comments, let us know.
No, but I'm guessing from that, Sherman's favourite for the plus, and Arlovsky's minus, so I'm guessing it's got to be in
yeah, I'm still not comfortable putting my fiver on it. I don't know what I'm getting back. And obviously we don't condone gambling on All Fans TV. If you do gamble, gamble responsibly and make sure you're over 18 and you only lose what you can afford.
You've heard that before somewhere, haven't you, my friend?
I have, yeah. I've heard that lots of times. I'm not addicted to gambling, by the way. I used to work in the casino industry. Anyone looking, thinking,
yeah. Just flowed off so well. Like, you've heard that before, I think, my friend. So who are you looking to come out on a stretcher? Class FM? You think he's going out on a stretcher? Who's that? We're talking about Paul or someone else? Talk to me. Let me know.
I think he's talking. I know he is talking about this guy. He is physically going out on a stretcher.
No. From the body shot, that didn't really hit him.
So he basically got laid down. He started crying. A woman came in, laid on him. Literally laid on him. Didn't really know what that was about. This is the weird. I've got to watch this back tomorrow, and to be honest, it's probably a show in itself just to do some highlights of this random event. All it's doing is Eddie Hearn's watching, going, Jesus, I'm good at what I do.
Oh, I do love Eddie Hearn, to be fair.
There's been an eye poke or something. Arlovsky's against the fence. Luckily, I think it's another low blow. No, luckily, he's not the sort of man to milk this. He'll be back on. Surely don't let us down.
Better get an Oscar-winning performance from Arlovsky. He's a man, isn't he? So I'm guessing give him a minute, he's back in the game.
He's gave the thumbs up already. Don't care. Balls, what balls? I'm here to fight. I've just stopped the clock. I'll wait for it to catch it back up because I didn't stop it. Come on, boys. Someone knock someone out. Honestly. Oh, it's a lovely punch by Arlovski, though. Lovely punch by Sherman. This is...
what a difference in low blows. You've got one low blow that ends the fight and the man's on the floor for 15 plus minutes. And we've got the other guy that comes on, give me a minute, mate, I'm good, let's go. Back in the game. Like, what's going on? Big up to Arlovski.
What am I witnessing now? Podgrass wins a belt. Someone please tell me they're watching this trailer. They've just put a Fight Club belt that looks like it was made in like, you know when your kids bring stuff home from nursery? I just cannot believe what I'm watching right now. Someone tell me
that bad? That bad?
It's made of plastic with like a rubber belt. Like my son used to have a WWE belt where you clip it on the back and put it around you. It's that. And it says Fight, it's the logo. Just to let you know, if anyone doesn't like any of our branding, we're like normal people not having a clue. These guys have got millions to spend, and this is what they've come up with. Come on now. Oh, and in that time, I forgot to start the clock, so now I'm behind anyway.
Hey, come on, this UFC fight, boys. Come on, we need a knockout. I've been gagging for a knockout all night. Oh, come on. Swing to Joe.
1 minute 45 seconds left, so I'm up the clock up. 1 minute 45 seconds. Can we see a knockout? Arlovski's going for it, to be fair. Sherman looks knackered. He looks 100%. Tired. Arlovski for the older man, still bouncing around.
You're popping his jab out.
Sherman looks tired. Tired.
At Grant, he's watching the Triller fight. Progress versus... can't think what his name is. John will help me out.
Progress versus Radcatcher. We're watching the Triller, which is Jake Paul versus Ben Askren. So it's a boxing watch along, but it's a pay-per-view event. You had to download an app that doesn't work. Luckily, after 2 hours of buffering, I've managed to get something out of it. You haven't missed nothing, Grant, I can assure you of that. Although I only brought it for the Askren Paul, which I'm actually really looking forward to. Oh, just after we see an ambulance come on, Bieber's come on for another song.
He's back.
So it's not only is it a fight entertainment, Grant. We've had 9 different acts: Bieber, Snoop Dogg. I don't know who the other ones were, but I'm sure you would. 24 seconds left. This is.
And Snoop Dogg, he's had a right good time. He's been on there having a laugh, smoking, drinking, winding up girls. He's living a good life.
This literally has been a show for him, isn't it?
Literally.
This is just like an average Saturday night in Snoop's mansion, I reckon.
In a dog pound. Oh, God, I lost that.
And it's all over, and they looked at each other very disappointingly at the end, where they both knew that was absolute rubbish, if I do say so myself. Absolute rubbish. I won't lie, guys. We would have loved for loads of knockouts tonight for you. We're here for you, but unfortunately we can't get in the ring or the UFC and do something. Because we'd have loved to see some knockouts on our first one. Luckily, we're here every Saturday night, and as you all know, if you follow UFC, there's always knockouts. So we've just been a bit unlucky on our first one. But you never know, Whittaker could put Gastelum asleep, and Logan Paul could put Ben Askren asleep. So hopefully we've still got some knockouts to see.
Always fine. On the next card that we go to, there'll be all knockouts. It'll go the other way, won't it? Instead of having it this way, it's just chalk and cheese of fighting, isn't it? But unfortunately...
And we've got some mega fights coming up. Mega boxing fights. Next month we've got Canelo versus Saunders. Then obviously you've got the big one. Joshua versus Fury. And I'm Team Fury. Just throw that out there nice and early. I like Joshua, but Fury's much better in my opinion. And then obviously you've got lots of UFC fights coming up. McGregor Poirier, Usman Masvidal, Diaz... I forgot his name again, Edwards. Lots and lots of good fights for you guys to get involved in. Never mind Andrade Shevchenko, Wei Ling Zhang versus Fug Rose Numianis, or whatever her name is. Some really, really good fights to coming up for us to enjoy.
Bill up, I like the way that you've given that to Orlovsky, and they think the judges won't agree, because we all know the judges don't agree with much. Like you said, in the last fight, they only got one of them got it right, so totally agree with that. Don't know about who won that fight for me. It was...
Well, Bill, you were correct. Orlovsky has got it. Hand is raised. Winner by unanimous decision, so they did agree with you, Bill. Weird fight, and something I don't think either of them will be proud of, if you know what I mean. So this is just a big one left now, isn't it? Whittaker.
Don't sleep on Jake Paul like that. The big two. Don't forget about Jakey boy.
Yeah. All I know is I hope that what just happened to that other guy happens to Jake Paul. I hope he gets done and he has to get put out in a stretcher.
Awesome.
Yeah, nothing bad. Like, we don't want him to be injured or nothing, but get slapped up, he'll survive. Be quite funny to watch.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Let's be nice. I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't want to see no one bloody get seriously injured, but I do want to see him get slapped. I want to see him eat humble pie.
Big time.
And I think what's that?
Bill Up's giving himself a trophy for getting it right, and the judges agreeing with him.
Mate, I don't blame him. It's not often you can get the judges to agree, so he's done well, to be fair.
So
I'm just going to
last
charge
fight
my phone for 1 minute, Rams, otherwise I've got 10%. I'm going to end up missing this Logan Paul and I'll be fuming.
Last fight to come. Big boys are coming up. Come on, Whittaker, all the way. Show me what we want to see. A knockout. First time tonight. End the show well. Love Whittaker. Come on, big man. Yes, Bill Up. It is time, my friend. Come on. This is what we all came here for. Should be a proper fight. Gastelum's going to come to fight. Whittaker's going to come to fight. Bit of a grudge from the 2-3 years ago when they meant to have their title bout. But Whittaker's going to take this from me all day long. Come on. Come on, Class FM. Who's taking this one from us? Come on, who you backing? Put your name on. Put your name out there now, nice and early. Who you backing, boys? You know who I'm backing.
Bill is right. It is time. Fighting from the left side. Oh, I should have had Bruce Buffer's job. I calls that job. He gets paid thousands and he just turns up and does a couple of shouts.
5 hours once a week. Boom, done.
Yeah. And how much of that does he work? 7 minutes? The rest of the time he just watches the fighting. Yeah, and you know what it's like. You've worked in hospitality before. You know he's got the ladies in the kitchen looking after him. He's got his own little special seat with food. You know exactly how it works.
The way he's respected in it, mate. He's top man, mate. He's probably getting looked after big time.
Yeah. I actually watched the documentary. I can't remember the ins and outs of it, but he had a brother who they'd never met, but his brother is the announcer of Bellator. Well, the one with the long beard. He'd never met them until they were 30s and they looked pretty identical.
What?
Yeah. I can't remember the exact detail, but Michael Buffer's got a brother. They didn't meet each other until their 30s, or about 10 years ago, 35, 40, and they both are announcers of boxing.
That's mental.
Madness.
What, is it the same guy from Bellator with a big long beard that he plats down?
No, not that. Not the guy who repeats the surname twice for no apparent reason. Fighting is Rams. And he's fighting John, that guy, yeah?
Yeah.
It's random, isn't it? Because you think, has he got something that makes him say words twice, but he only ever says the last word? It's weird.
Oh, Bill up, you're making me well smile here, mate. Chop me out, fella. He's gone. He's telling you about your charger and being able to charge it from your laptop, and he's just realised it's part of the scenery.
Of course it's not. What's he talking about?
Oh,
Same as
crap,
my
man.
mic. My mic's real as well. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Boom, 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 boom. I won't lie, Nuke H, who helped us design that, will be mightily pleased that
He'll be loving that comment. He'll be glowing.
I'm gonna. I should edit that bit and send it to him and say, look, they liked your laptop. Do you think I'm that good that I can get my logo on the laptop, Bill? Although you can't probably see the logo because we hid it a little bit.
Bruce and Michael, is it? Oh, Bruce and Michael Buffer. That's the brothers. There you go. Separated at birth.
Oh, well done, Bill. I know. Do you know when you say stuff, and I've watched so much stuff on YouTube, it's like, I got this confused. It does sound a bit random. They're both presenters. Yeah, mental. How mental was that? Separated at birth.
Yeah, that's madness.
So, Whittaker versus Gastelum. We are near enough there, live in Las Vegas, Nevada. And again, big shout out to Modelo. If you want to send us some beers, we will accept it. I'll even say your big long speech you make them all say. Pride in pride. Saying that, I've never had a Modelo beer.
Yeah, mate, until UFC came around, I hadn't even heard of them.
No, neither have I.
So they've done well, haven't they, with the sponsorship? Put themselves on the map.
Yeah, we should have had our, we should have had a bottle of Modelo ready. What else do we need? Monster cans.
So what? Come on, let's make some predictions. I'm going with Whittaker. Come on, boys. Who's got what? Chat, John. Who are you saying?
Well, I'm going to throw mine out there then while I wait for the guys to let us know. I'm going for Whittaker, second round KO, and I'm going for Logan Paul, first round KO. We've not had KOs all day. They're coming thick and fast. I can feel it. Coming thick and fast.
Yeah, so like I say, Jake Paul will be between 5 and 7 for me, and Whittaker by the third, within 3.
And the guys that are in the chat as well, Rams, I'm sure you agree, but I feel like we've got our UFC gang set for next Saturday. I think a few of these boys need to send us an email and come on and join us, I think. 100. Bit Up sounds like he'll be up for it. Class FM's been fun. There's a few of them on there. It'll be alright to get one. Yeah, don't be one of those. Welcome. Don't be a keyboard warrior, boys. Don't be scared. Don't be shy. We won't bite. Come on. You can handle it. Yeah, it'll be good fun getting you on. You clearly love UFC. You clearly, like me and Rams, have been up for the last few years every Saturday night. Tired by Monday, knackered doing stuff on Sunday mornings. If you're watching this internationally, you don't have to go through that pain for UFC, but in the UK, although we get most of it free on BT, we unfortunately have to get up mega early. Yeah, and when we have the benefit of having to pay for our television monthly, so it's definitely not free, but not quite what you pay for your individual fights. But yeah, I don't normally get up. We've got it easy. Normally I'm up for free, waiting for the main card. But for you guys, just for you lot, I've come out nice and early and made sure I'm up for the prelims. So make sure you join us on the next show. Showing some of those knockouts, and they were pretty impressive. Nice highlight reel to have, that is. And not even just a highlight reel, the names on the highlight reel. Like they're all big punchers, big fighters. Glass FM's accepted the invitation, I can see. Something about he used to be behind the scenes in the operation, but now he wants to come and join us next Saturday or something, I saw. So big yourself up, Class FM. When we do the wrestling, we've got another part of the team that you've not seen. So He'll be coming on and entertaining you for a bit of wrestling, so there's more faces still to see. Gastelum's coming out, running. He means business. He's also a bit overweight, so I hope he just hasn't done all his stamina. He's not the skinniest guy, is he?
Actually, he does this running up to the cage. He loves it, doesn't he? And Bill Up, thank you for letting me bite you, mate. But I think from the sounds of things, mate, I might come out slightly intoxicated from that one. But I might have to give that a miss, my friend. But I love the way Gaston comes running out. He's so like bull in the china shop. He loves it. And his flip flops as well. Like, it just creases me up.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Jesus, Manscaped is everywhere. Manscaped, come and give us some money and sponsor us. I'll pretty much get a Kiwi out and shave it like I've seen other people do for you. Manscaped are absolutely everywhere. How would you make that much money just from shaving your balls? Do you know what Manscaped is?
Yeah. She's when you say, I'll get a Kiwi out, I'm thinking, what are you calling a Kiwi, mate?
That's what they're all doing. They're all their adverts for they're shaving a Kiwi and pretending it's their balls.
I know what you mean.
So yeah, they want to come and get involved. They're everywhere. I can't look anywhere on UFC without seeing them. Manscaped. Genital essentials.
It doesn't say that bit, does it?
I don't know.
I got you, mate. Definitely doesn't say for your genital essentials.
It's something like that. It's something like that. I've listened to it so many times that it is something crazy like that. You enjoy that, Bill. You enjoy that.
Oh, Bill Up, you can definitely come on, mate. You crack me up. Hide the sausage.
Oh, it's time. The music's coming on. Let me go and get my phone. Make sure we're not missing Logan Paul.
This is doing me in. Like, for the whole fight, this being delayed for 30 seconds hasn't been too much drama. I've got by, but this is the fight I'm wanting to watch. I can't be dealing with being 30 seconds behind. Come on!
All I know is Justin Bieber is still singing, so I think now, between the boxing fights on Triller, I think it's about 40 minutes, and the rest of the 2.5 hours is singing. It's madness.
I love Whittaker's music he comes out to as well. I just had a glimpse of it.
Whittaker's looking like the Reaper coming out. He's looking up for it. They're all wearing flip-flops. This is a manly look. He's walking like he means business, though. 4 wins in a row on his march back to is he the champion? Can he do it? Big deep breath.
I mean, he deserves that rematch with Izzy, especially if he gets to win tonight. But he really needs to do a better job, because his showing last time out was embarrassing.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Who deserves it, him or Vettori? It's an interesting one. Vettori's only ever lost to one person, and that is Izzy. And that was a unanimous decision that everyone thought he lost.
Yeah, and if you've got to look at who Whittaker's fought the last 2 fights. I mean, he has Gastelum now, and he had the one he fought before that. What's his name? Jared Kinnear. They were the top 2 next to fight Whittaker, next to fight Izzy. And he's taken them both out now, in theory, because they were higher than Vettori for me. So in theory, on that basis, he's got to fight him first. I don't
know if they are higher than Vettori, to be honest with you. He's on the 12. He's only lost 1 fight and he in 18 or something, and that is against Izzy, so I don't know. It's an interesting one. You'd say maybe Whittaker does deserve it because he used to be the champ, but then maybe that's the reason he doesn't deserve it. Where Vettori hasn't had his shot yet. When he fought Izzy, he weren't a champ.
Yeah, but Kinnear was definitely the next one in line. Everyone was saying that, and he destroyed him, which surely means he takes his spot.
Yeah, but then Cannoniers, I don't even know if he's in. No, he is still here, isn't he? Or did he go to Bellator? I can't remember. I think he went
that was literally the last fight. Even Izzy was saying Kinnear's next for me, blah, 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 and then Whittaker dealt with him.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, Vettori still deserves a shot. I'm not doubting that, don't get me wrong, but I just think Whittaker's in front based on who he's been fighting.
He's lost a couple, and who did he lose to? He didn't just lose to Izzy, he lost another one, didn't he?
No, just Izzy. Beat Hill.
Justin Bieber's doing an encore. What Ben Askren must be thinking of that, I just do not know in the changing rooms. Must feel like he's been there for days. Gastelum's doing the head roll, Whittaker's doing the pacing, Michael Buffer or Bruce Buffer's about to give it the "it's the time you've all been waiting for. It's time."
Come on,
Dean's
Whittaker.
in the building. Oh, they look nervous. It's weird watching him with no music. You can't sense the atmosphere, but they look very nervous.
Should be a decent fight, this one for me. Really should. They both want to swing. They both want to fight. Hopefully, should be on its feet quite a lot as well. So yeah.
Yeah, this should definitely be on its feet. And I think the only person who would take it down is Whittaker, and I don't think he will.
I think it'll be Gastelum taking it down, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Every time I see him, I don't think he likes wrestling. I don't think he's got the cardio for it. Where Whittaker, I think, can do it if he has to. Some people on Twitter are saying Gastelum looks mega charged up, and he does, to be fair.
Looks in good shape.
Well, this is the end of him after this, really. And where's he going to go after this? The last couple of fights have been a bit crap, haven't they?
Yeah, we were saying that it was like a 2 or 3 fight, 2 or 3 losses in a row, didn't they? And it was like, well, you've got to do something, otherwise you're out.
He's got the perfect fight to have it with, hasn't he? Because if he wins Whittaker, he propels himself well high up. And Whittaker.
But who did he beat this fight?
Who, Gastelum?
He got a decent win, didn't he? Yeah.
Come on, Whittaker, you've got this, lad. You've got this. And it looks like we're going to get one at a time, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, how far away do you reckon the Jake Paul fight is?
Is it even coming on? Is it even coming on, mate? Have they just took 23 quid at the end of it? Like Jake Paul just goes. Told you I'm not as stupid as I look.
Steve-O's back in Whittaker.
The Tories in the building. That's interesting.
I bet he is.
Got his phone out, just here. He's just got his phone out, recording it. Dana will have him for live streaming. Oh, I've got so excited. I forgot to start the clocks. Just started, guys. We're only about 3 or 4 seconds behind. It's Gastelum in the white, Whittaker in the black. Let's do this, boys. Let's see some knockouts.
Come on.
You got to be very careful with Gastelum early, though. That's where Bisping got in trouble. That left hook. Oh, what a leg kick that is by Gastelum. Even I've tripped him over early. Good couple of stick and jabs by Whittaker.
Love that T kick Whittaker does as well.
But Gastelum's looking fiery like he did a few fights ago when he used to just come in regardless of whether he gets digged. He's looked lovely leg kicks. He's kicking the crap out of that leg. Watch that early doors. That left front leg of Whittaker could be in big trouble.
He spun him around.
Nice little exchange by both of them.
Oh, come on, boys.
And coming to the stage with a cardboard cutout that says, "This is Ben." He's Ben Askren. Someone else tell me they're watching this thriller.
What's happened there?
He's just come out and the guy in front of him is holding a cardboard cutout. Do you know what you have at like rallies and protests? And he's just walking along, and on the sign it says, "This is Ben."
Wow.
And there's obviously some funky music, so everyone's dancing.
Taking a mick. Kevin's getting better with this so far. He's doing all right, isn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me in the first round. He's dangerous. And he's got something to prove, and he's got to come out. But he's readied Whittaker's leg up and his left eye badly, to be fair. And again.
Great head kick from Whittaker.
I
Whittaker's
remember when
ground
they
into
were
it now.
first set to fight the first time, I said it would be a good fight. Wow, what did I say? Whittaker, see you later. What did I say, mate? I knew he'd do that. I knew out of any of them, he might just have enough of it. I think, do you know what? I'm just going to wear you down.
Come on, Rob.
So Whittaker's now inside control. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go of the middleweight main event. He's already going into a minute of side control, so
He knows no matter what, it can separate the fight. Even if it's close in the hands, a few takedowns will just separate the fight no matter what. He's a smart guy.
Yeah,
he knows that can.
It's the difference, isn't it? It's experience, it's understanding what he's trying to achieve in there.
And he's got a great complete round skill set, so he can do most things. So if he needs to take you down and get that takedown and increase his chance of winning, he's not silly.
Still in ground control with Whittaker. Logan Paul's coming out. For those who have seen Real Steel, he's coming out with a robot dancing behind him. Real random event. The robot's pretty epic though, I won't lie.
That's crazy. The fact that he's taken him down when we've seen him have two of the biggest wars in middleweight history with Romero. We know he can swing with the best of them, but got sparked by Izzy. And since that thing, I think I don't think he's as confident in his chin as he was before.
No, he's not. Gastelum just brings so much power in that left hook. But not a lot's happening. Yeah, he's got him down. Obviously, with the new rules in UFC, unless you do damage on the floor, it shouldn't count as points. So we should remember that. Not the old rules where a countdown takes for anything. Unless you do something, it shouldn't. The judges shouldn't actually count it. So he needs to lay a few gloves on him now. And then Jake Paul and Ben Askren are just basically getting their robes off.
Come on, Askren. Deal with this mug once and for all. Put him back in his place. As much as you're not a fighter properly, Askren, come on. You've got enough in you to deal with this mug.
He looks very nervous, I won't lie, for considering he's the professional athlete and Jake Paul's dancing with a robot and all sorts. Ben Askren looks like he can't breathe. When you're a bit uptight and...
Probably because the situation's super weird. It's like it's not even a fight situation.
How fun is this? Here's the other brother doing the announcement for the boxing.
Trust. He was in wrestling the other day, wasn't he? WWE the other day.
Yeah, so we've got Bruce and they've got Michael. So that's round one done for Whittaker Gastelum. Gastelum probably started the brighter. Whittaker taking over with his experience, taking it to the ground, nullifying him. Not what we want to see, all fans TV. We want to see knockouts. But if you're a Whittaker fan, it's probably was a necessary cause to keep him in the game.
Easy way to win the fight.
Easy way to win the fight, exactly, yeah.
Not that I want to see that right now after a night of no knockouts. I need to be seeing knockouts and wars. So, not what I want to see, but come on, boys.
Glass FM having some trouble with his boxing just at the crucial time. Starting to buffer, thank God mine hasn't done that yet. And then in the UFC main card, second round is underway. Just waiting for Herb Dean to give the go-ahead, which he's done, and now we're into round 2.
Oh, that head
Let's see how long
Whittaker.
it takes Whittaker to basically take him down. Although Gastelum is looking speedy on his feet. He is looking quick tonight. Oh no, there's definitely some amount of people at this Triller because they just done a crowd view.
Yeah, it might be limited to like 5,000 or something, like a lot of them have been. I did think there was a crowd there.
Yeah, I think it's even less than that. I mean, it's probably a selected few, but there's a good 100 or so. Very small arena they've done here, which is weird. Probably all Logan Paul's entourage and stuff. So 4 minutes to go of the second round. Gastelum still swinging. Whittaker still doing his little kicks like he does, his stick kicks and his stick jabs. I don't think that's going to put Gastelum away. I think Gastelum's coming to take his head off.
He'll keep walking forward, keep swinging haymakers. But with that being the case, he can walk on something quite easy doing that. So he's got to be careful himself.
In the new rules, they take takedowns, but it shouldn't be an influence on the result unless you do something with it. It's like putting someone up against the fence. That's what it's classed as now. So if you hold someone at the fence and you don't do nothing, that shouldn't be counted as any points. If you get someone on the floor, the takedown, if it's a successful takedown, you should get a point for that, but you shouldn't get anything else. So Whittaker will get a point for that, but unless he starts doing something on the floor, which to be fair, Gastelum's just got back up. So I'm a bit unsure of the rules itself, but I did a little bit of research this morning on it because I was listening to DC, and they've changed and it's making it more difficult. They're trying to make it more entertaining, so if you take someone down, you've at least got to do something. You can't just lay on them. But to me, Rams, it's not looking that great for Whittaker at the moment, mate.
Yeah, mate, Whittaker won the first round comfortably. He's got this.
Something's just happened, so I don't know what one it's on, so now I'm glued.
What do you mean?
Glass FM said saying in the chat, and
yeah, but I thought I was talking about the other fight. Jake Paul's flying up.
This is a mad start. Ben Askren looks like a fish out of water. I assume that's what he's talking about. Can Askren do it? Does Askren sort him out? 2 minutes left of the gap. Whittaker's bleeding up. Gastelum's eye is a bit buggered. This is becoming a little bit of a war between those two.
It's a good fight.
And in the first round, 1 minute 44 seconds left.
Oh, lovely. Whittaker's doing all right. I'm happy with Whittaker. He's doing well right here. He's won the first round. He's fine in this round, sticking his jab up really well, getting through.
Jake Paul's just throwing absolute haymakers, but they're Oh, wow. What a knockout.
Who won? Jake Paul knocked him out.
Oh, he's up. He knocked him down, that is for sure. Right hook, straight to the chin, down. And now he's up. Oh, it's called off. It's done. First round knockout, Jake Paul. First punch he landed. What a punch it was, to be fair. So we wanted to see a knockout, guys, and we got to see that knockout. Snoop Dogg's obviously a Jake Paul fan because he's going off his tits. Jake Paul's going crazy.
That's embarrassing.
Fair play to him, really. He's beat a proper fighter. So, Jesus, you can't really say much. YouTube, big yourself up.
Embarrassing.
It is embarrassing, yeah. Back to Whittaker, Gastelum. 30 seconds left. Whittaker sticking and moving.
Come on.
Whittaker's looking at the clock. And yes, Class FM, Askren did get destroyed. The power we've seen from Jake Paul in these videos is clearly real. Because that's exactly what I've seen in the videos. He throws a right hook, it lands, people go to sleep. Oh, he is crying like a... Fair play to him though, he's under a lot of pressure. And look what we all think of him, let's be honest. And if he'd have lost today, we'd have all took massive pride out of that. Let's be honest.
I'd have loved it. To be fair, this is sort of his step-up stage, isn't it? He's been fighting no non-fighters. At least now he's gone up to the fighter stage. So you can see why he's proud of the moment.
Proud of the moment, and yeah, he's obviously into boxing. And Snoop Dogg's having a fat one. He's loving it. Ben Askren is looking like he doesn't really know what happened there. I don't think it should have been stopped though. Class FM, what did you think? Yeah, he did knock out a wrestler, that is true, Bill, in a boxing ring. It's even more ironic. But he's So 33 shots to the head, Gastelum's received. Just coming up for round 3.
Whittaker took that round as well, mate. That's 2 rounds for Whittaker for me.
Yeah, his stick and jabs are nice, aren't they?
He's landed nearly double significant strikes. He's getting through cleanly with some of his shots. It's not barrage and combination, it's pick and go, but
yeah,
he's catching
that's what he does. He's always he's that karate style and he bounce on your feet, stick and go. Wow, there's some fireworks going off on Triller. It's yeah. That was quite good. Well, to be brutally honest, what's funny is the YouTubers gave us the best fight all night, which is quite funny, really.
All you need now is Logan Paul to go and beat Mayweather. Wow.
Well, you watch out. It's a great, mate, to be fair, they've just shown that again. Let me watch it again. Wow. Mate, this kid can fight, kids. This kid can fight. Because no one's been able to do that to Ben Askren, a left and a right like that. He's probably basic technique, don't get me wrong, but he's got some
He was
power.
in Lord, like, with 4-ounce gloves on, and he didn't drop like that. So, better play.
Heavy knockdown, nearly rolled out of the ring. Yeah, that's a proper knockout. That is. You get that to your chin, you're knowing about it for a couple of days. You'd like to think Askren wouldn't have been hit that easy, to be honest, but Gastelum pouring on the pressure now to Whittaker. He evades out, and now he'll probably go back to his stick and move.
With Askren, he's got all them memes after the knockout with Masvidal. He's have so many more now after the pull-up knockout. He's gonna be like,
yeah, this one's bad as well. Like with the Masvidal one, it was that surprise element. It was cool. He threw a left hand. You put your arms up, his right hand came. Now he's doing sit-ups. He's doing press-ups and sit-ups. You gotta like him. Jake Paul stopped. He's doing this big exercise thing. You gotta love it. He's an entertainer, to be honest. And I wanted to see someone get punched in the face all night, so I'm glad I got to see it.
mate, he's pretty much saying light work. I've not had any work. Let's do some work now because I didn't get any work out there.
Here's his belt. There's a belt for everyone. His is a little bit of a better belt. It's a different colour, but it's still plastic. Wow, Triller, what are they going to do? Defend these belts?
Yeah. From what I hear, they're plastic belts, aren't they? So
Madness.
plastic fighters.
2.5 minutes left. Gastelum versus Whittaker. What's everyone saying in the chats? Who've they got? Who've they got winning? Who do they think's going to win? Let us know. Lovely little smile.
So far,
Lovely little smile by Gastelum then. They both had a tear up. He lost both the digs, so he just looked at Whittaker and smiled like, that was fun.
He'll take the chin all day, won't he? But he's losing so far quite comfortably. If he loses this round, he's got to start doing something in the last 2 to get it going.
The only thing with this is there's no way he's getting a title shot after this Whittaker. No chance. Even he said it himself, he needs to put him away in a convincing fashion.
So far?
What's that?
What, because you think the performance has not been good enough so far?
Yeah, nowhere near good enough. It's not even the performance, it's just the result. You have to put him away in the first 2-3 rounds in a knockout. Unless you do that, that's what Dana wants, isn't it? He wants the people to be on fire, and yeah, you're winning, but you're winning against a Gastelum who's lost 2 of his last 3 or whatever it is. And did I expect him to be quicker than Gastelum to the punch? Of course I did. So nothing's really surprising me. If he puts him asleep or puts him away, then he can, do you know what I mean? He can get on the mic and really rave, but outpointing Gastelum after Vittori's just again put another person completely out. Do you know what I mean?
Old Bill Up thinks Whittaker, but Gastelum still looks strong, looks dangerous. So
yeah,
he
does look dangerous. Yeah,
he's got power.
It's that kick there that Whittaker does. If that would have landed, that's where he's a different gravy, because that right, left, and the leg comes up as he's just throwing the second punch.
Right.
You just don't see that leg like that's epic. Jimmy's
looking at the punch and the leg comes over.
He missed him, but if he'd have, I think
It's starting to
I think Whittaker's trying to pick it up. I think his coaches might be saying to him, "Come on, mate, you're beating him. Just put him away, and you can get on the mic, mate, and stop giving it." And Whittaker's showing that he can take people down in this as well, which obviously, if he does get Izzy, then it's another thing for Izzy to worry about. Oh! Gastelum can take a dig.
Mate, you can.
Busted up a bit, though. Snoop Dogg is in the ring, interviewing it like you do. I'd love to hear what Jake Paul's saying about Ben Askren, because he is quite good at abusing people. I'd love to see what he's saying now.
I'll be giving it a good one, mate. He'll be slagging right off old Askren and all the UFC. Like any other UFC stars, who wants it next? Come on, McGregor. Yeah. We're doing his accent. We're doing the whole thing, mate. You know what it's like.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
Class FM says, if it stays like this, Whittaker takes the win. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's in front.
He's getting through more cleaner shots. He's picking him off. He's starting to pick up the pace as well. I think he's picking him apart around a little bit.
Yeah, it's all good stick stuff. He's going to win on points, but for me, there's no way he's getting the nod over Vettori now. Not unless he knocks him out in his last 2 rounds. Or causes some serious damage. Doesn't have to knock him out, but get to the point where Gastelum's giving up. But at the moment, Gastelum's still in the fight. Clever from Whittaker, though, because he's not got involved in too many stupid moments.
I think Gastelum will beat Vettori, but I think Vettori will be a better handful for Izzy than anyone else.
Vettori would have finished Gastelum by now, I think.
Not for me, mate. Not for me at all.
So powerful, isn't
he? He is, but we saw the Holland fight. Holland was more powerful. He didn't like Holland's power, so he took him down. I think Gastelum would do better on the floor than Holland did. So I think Gastelum would do right against him. Definitely.
Yeah, Gastelum does all right against everyone. That's the point. But would he beat him? I don't think he would. You got to think Vettori's beat everyone in this division so far. I think there's only 2-3 people he hasn't physically fought. He's done pretty much everyone.
Yeah, he's a good fighter. I just think Gastelum would do him for some reason. I think for Starback fights, I think he'd have his number.
Yeah, he's definitely got the capabilities. He's a banger, isn't he? That's why Bisping should never have took him. You should never take Gastelum as a joke, which is what he did. Yeah.
But he's a massive handful for anyone for Tory. I think he'll make Izzy Potter struggle.
He'll beat Izzy. That's why I want to say that. I think he'll beat Izzy quite easily, if I'm honest.
Yeah, different fighters people problems. So
if you did you watch their first fight? You rewatch it. He beat Izzy. He's already beaten once.
Up here.
He just didn't get the nod because obviously Izzy was Izzy was Izzy. He was just becoming the style bender. They didn't want to see him lose, so Vettori had to take the L.
Yeah, I think
Izzy very crispy.
He gives him a pot of problems. I don't know. I'm gonna say he definitely beats him because they both progressed. So we don't know where they are now. So we can put problems. But and the same for me. I think certain fighters give different people problems. And I think Kelvin would be the same against Tory for me. I don't know why I think it, but yeah, definitely.
I can't remember, but I think they might have already fought.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but when Vettori was fighting last week, they had his list up, and it was pretty much everyone in the division. Which is why he was moaning, saying, "Where else am I going to fight?" Obviously, he can fight Till, but every time he arranges to fight Till backs out.
He can fight Whittaker.
Well, that's what Dana will probably end up doing. You know, it's like that.
Yeah. A lovely uppercut there from he's picking him off now. It's not enough. This needs to stay in the pocket trade for a little while.
I was so into it, I forgot about the time on that one. John, when you fight in Jake Paul, Rams can fight Logan.
I think size-wise it'd be the other way around, wouldn't it? I'm probably more like Jake's weight, and you're probably height, size, probably more like Paul's, isn't it? Logan's.
Yeah, Logan's definitely bigger, isn't he? Like taller.
Even though he's fighting a smaller man than Mayweather.
Mate, Whittaker's bleeding like you wouldn't believe. What happened there?
But either way in the chat, I deal with both of them easy. So don't worry about it. Whoever you want to put in there, I'm calm. Jake, Logan, any Paul get banged out. So don't worry about that, mate.
Last minute of the 4th round. Apologies, I didn't start the clock. I was so far into it, guys. Triller's not finished. Ric Flair's back. They're actually doing a highlight reel, so I forgot they had a slapping competition earlier on.
This is a whole show.
Whittaker down. Whittaker's got back up. Whittaker done well to get back up out of that. Don't have none of that. Don't be part of none of that laying down.
I picked him off so many times.
Problem you've got with Whittaker is how long would this fight go on before he'd knock Gastelum out?
Well, I mean, because with a few of his fights, he goes across quite a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. But if we run this fight for another hour, who gets knocked out first? I don't know, it'd be interesting. Whittaker would be like 100 points in front, but could probably end up getting stung, do you know what I mean? What an uppercut that is, though. What an uppercut that is. Slip moved.
He'd be out in a few rounds for me.
What's that?
Calvin would gas out after a few rounds for me. I think give it 5-6 more rounds, or a few more rounds after this, he'd be gassing out. He's quite heavy.
Yeah, he probably would, yeah. Going into the 5th round, Whittaker's to lose.
I just saw that uppercut you mentioned. That was naughty. He's caught me with a few of them uppercuts now, though. He's picked him off with leg kicks. He's apart now.
Yeah, it's clever. He's a shorter fighter, and it's clever. That's how you know he's so experienced, Whittaker. He knows he's going to have to come close to enjoy him.
He'll kick, he'll punch. He's always moving, so you can't sort of pin him down. He'll pick you off with shots because he's always on the move.
Tell you what, though, Gastelum was up for this fight because he looks fitter than Whittaker. Doesn't look like he's breathing heavy coming off his stall. He has done some work for this. You know he's fighting for his UFC sort of career.
He normally holds a bit of weight around his stomach. He seems in good shape for this one.
Yeah, I think he's had to, and he knows if you don't perform well here. So that's another thing. Whittaker's having a very good version of Gastelum fitness-wise.
Yeah, but for Gastelum, this is a
way.
2 years ago. This is what it is for Gastelum. He thinks it's his title fight all over again. This is where it should have been. That's how he's taking it, surely.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Final round. It looks like we're not going to get a knockout from you.
Finish him.
How have we not had a knockout in the UFC tonight? Looks like we're not going to get a knockout in the UFC tonight. Wow. I don't remember the last time I saw that when we did. Oh, that leg kick.
No, we did see a finish though, didn't we? We missed some things. There were some finishes, weren't there? How did what were their names? Romanov go the whole time?
Yep.
Pena
got
didn't go the whole time, did he?
We had a low blow in the Romanov, I think. Al Hassan went the whole way.
What about Pena and Godinez, the girls? They didn't, did they?
That was points. They give it.
Jesus.
I don't think.
No, I know we had a knockout, but I can't remember if we had a finish or not.
No, I don't think we had a stoppage at all.
Glass FM with his dodgy gift gaff Wi-Fi.
Mate, to be fair, if you've got gift gaff Wi-Fi and it's giving you any sort of performance, you've got to be quite happy anyway.
Tell you what, this is an interesting last round because Whittaker's looking tired, he's bleeding, and Gastelum's looking quite fresh.
He's looking flat-footed at the moment, Whittaker. He's normally popping and moving. He's a bit sluggish in there, but he's
Must be
done enough.
off-putting whacking someone loads of times and he don't move. Because he is hitting.
Yeah, he's just got to get through this round. He's got to get through this round now. He's been through so many wars. Getting for a round should be easy for him. He's 4 rounds up comfortably for me, so...
But looking at this, he ain't beating, is he?
That much is hard to argue no matter what, mate. I mean, after his last performance against Izzy, it was always going to be a struggle to fight him again no matter what. I don't think he even wants to fight him.
Is it? Because I watched Vittori last week and I think he's going to beat Izzy. So is it? We've just seen Izzy beat. I should be able to watch Whittaker and see him winning, but I can't. I can't see him on the feet hurting Izzy, and maybe he'll wrestle him. I don't know.
Izzy's too quick and he ain't got the power to...
He should be wrestling Gastelum now. He's winning this fight. Why stand up for 2 minutes and take the chance of getting knocked out? Saying that, he's listened to me. Well done. Well done, Whittaker. I only want a little bit of your salary. Because now this is just easy now. That last 2 minutes of pain that he was about to go through and panic, when he's clearly in front, now he's just going to win the fight now. Gastelum looks upset when he's done that as well. It's like unsportsmanship, really, isn't it? Last 2 minutes of a fight, and you just take him down and go, sorry, mate, I'm just going to lay on you.
That's it. It's over, mate. I'm grafting this out. You ain't getting nothing.
Yeah. It's a little bit unsportsmanship. And you could see Gastelum looked at him like, really, fella, we've stood up this whole time. But Whittaker's bleeding, I tell you that.
But they both were at one point, because Kelvin's nose was real bust open earlier.
Yeah, I think they Vaselined his up, didn't they? I think he got away with his. And obviously Whittaker's squeezing now, so everything's coming out. Go on, bit of ground and pound, Whittaker. Finish this in a bit of style.
Well, just quickly, everyone has been with us tonight. Really big up yourselves. Thank you for joining us on the show. It's been great having you. Your chat's really helped us get through for our first live UFC boxing duel watch along. So massive thanks to all your support, and hopefully you'll come on live on the next show with us, one of you guys.
"30 seconds left, and Whittaker's just got him in like a spider hold." He's actually going to stretch him out. So this is where Whittaker, he does me in a little bit. He's now stretching him out. It's 30 seconds to go. Finish him, or give it everything you've got to finish him. Don't just hold him here for 20 seconds. He's actually looking at the clock. He ain't going to do nothing. Now, he wouldn't choke him out, but it would make... Instead, he's been turned over. Ooh. I hope Dana don't be a prat and get rid of Gastelum, though.
No, he's still top 10 fighter.
Yeah, he's probably dropped down further than that, but he's still good enough to be a top 10. He could make another tear, couldn't he? He could easily knock people out. I hope he ain't a prat and gets rid of him. So, all over, guys. We'll obviously wait for Whittaker to come back and be formally announced, but I think we all know that it would be a pretty unjust decision if the judges gave it to Gastelum. Would any of us be surprised? Not really. I've seen some mad decisions with UFC. Mad decisions with boxing in general, anything with judges. It's mad, isn't it, that they go to war and then it's down to 3 people's decision or 2 people's decision. And
decisions that have ruined fights, to be fair. There's been a few over the last couple of years, but this decisions can only go one way for me, and it's Whittaker all day long.
Yeah,
at least 4 to 5.
But I've seen much more one-sided fights than this because it would surprise me. But it would be pretty unjust.
And the thing is, they've been called out so many times for the judges, and they don't seem to be getting that much better. I don't understand why or what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if you own the sport, you like that side of the controversy. I don't think you want to fix that as random as it sounds. Because look at the Wilder Fury, they got another fight out of it. They made millions more. And because it was so unjust, it made the second fight even better. Do you know what I mean?
Definitely. Good night, Bill up. Well done, my man. Thanks for joining us.
They're just getting towed down now. Whittaker's obviously going to be formally announced. Herb Dean's looking uncomfortable. Can't see the numbers being read out, but I'd like to have seen that to make sure that should have been at least 2 points difference, 3 points different in each judge at least. Gastelum shaking his head. I think he knows the inevitable.
Yeah.
And Whittaker's got it. He gives it the old chest pump like he does. But it's funny because before the fight he smashes his chest, then he's just done it all feebly, where he's obviously really sore. He was like, oh, I can't touch myself. So big up to Whittaker.
Post interview, see if he's going to call someone out, see if he's got anything about him. Because he doesn't do that sort of thing. He's quite quiet, really. He's going to do anything.
I don't think I don't even think he would if he'd have knocked him out. To say 30 seconds in, he will kicked him. I don't think he would have said it then either. He'd have said, "Oh, it's up to Dana. Me and Marvin both deserve it." He's that sort of man.
I don't actually think he wants it.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I don't think.
That's worrying in itself, isn't it? He says he does, and he's now what 4 or 5 unbeaten. So obviously making his way back. Obviously, a big thank you to everyone who not only joined us in the chat tonight, but those viewing. Obviously, you're more than welcome to join in the chat. I know it probably seems a little bit friendly, but it won't be like that forever. Everyone's welcome. It's not a secret boys club here. Get involved. You're more than welcome. And like Rams and I've said a few times, if you want to come on the show, then give us an email, allfanstv@gmail.com. They've just showed a picture of Vittori shaking his head, so he wasn't very impressed. So it'd be interesting to see now if that spices Whittaker's interview up a little bit, because it would if I was Whittaker, because not being funny, he still won. But even he's looking a little bit dejected, which is madness. It's all a front this game, and he should be giving it a bit more than he is.
Bit knackered, to be fair.
Yeah, but you only get one chance here, do you know what I mean? This is an entertainment business, and that's what Dana sees it as, do you know what I mean? Get on there, start giving it, give it a few whacks to your chest. But he does look knackered, to be fair to him. And I think he fought a very fit version of Kelvin as well. So I think he had to work hard to get over him. What's that back on here?
So there's loads of fighters that don't seem to be doing that, unfortunately. They don't seem to give that sort of entertainment value where they sort of, you know what I mean? Like they're doing in Jake Paul, where they're just bigging it up loads, both sides of the fight. So you get that a bit over it, I think. Be nice to see a bit more of it. Same with Edwards, there's a few of them that just need to be more talkative.
Yeah, exactly. Half of it, no offence, the fight's only 25 minutes long. What are we going to do for the rest of the time? We need a bit of entertainment, we need a bit of something to talk about. And with the skills Whittaker's got, if he just was a bit more boisterous, it might push the needle a little bit. Look at Vittori. He's just constantly, even then, shaking his head. He's constantly pushing, I want it. So, but 103 total strikes to Whittaker versus 64 for Gastelum, and head strikes 72-41, and takedowns 4-1. So convincing victory for Robert Whittaker. We're going to take this time to say one last goodbye to you all. Thank you very much for joining us. If you are new round here, make sure you like and subscribe. Thank you for everyone who's joined us throughout all the watch-alongs today. Join us tomorrow as we take on more football watch-alongs. And then, as I say, on Monday, the channel really kicks into gear with some of the programmes and shows we've got. So make sure you get involved. Make sure you like and subscribe. Rams, it's been a pleasure, mate. Really enjoyed it. Would have been nice to see a few more knockouts. But we can't control that, unfortunately.
John, it's been a good show. It's been a good first fight live watch along. I just hope that the guys that have been watching today and continue watching help us make this more of what it needs to be by getting on the show. The banter will flow so much more when it's got a few more characters on here, and we can start tearing each other up and getting the banter going left, right, and centre. So please do us a favour, support us by joining us on the show and having your opinion. Let's get it going. Let's get it cracking. But thank you for getting involved and joining us. And please keep liking, keep subscribing, and keep tuning in. John, It's been great this weekend. Keep up the good work.
It's been good fun. I've just looked, and we've been doing it for 4 hours and 58 seconds. So I'm going to do another minute and a half, because it'd be nice to break the 5-hour mark just for my, when I look at it in the morning, I think, what do I do an extra minute? And it also gives me a chance to big up a few special people to make the channel happen. So I've mentioned him earlier on, Nuke H. Everything you see on our screen, everything to the right, to the left, he helped us create. Wouldn't be there without him. And obviously all to our sponsors, so Deadman Gray, Property Auctioneers, Work and Wear Direct, who are offer premium footwear and safety wear, and obviously New Line Essex, family run business offering hygiene and cleaning products. So that's it for today, guys. Much appreciation. And as I say, follow us on all the socials. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We are also going to be doing some Twitch gaming. So keep an eye out on that channel for stuff to come in the next couple of months. And as I say, please join us over the next couple of weeks in all our shows, our watch-alongs. And if you are a massive England fan, like you should be, or you support your country, and you want to come on for a little bit of a special one, then obviously the Euro starts on June 11th. Be great to have as many fans on as Ramsay as possible, to not only help us give you guys real fan opinions, but also to make it a bit more fun and entertaining for all. So on that note, we've just hit 5 hours. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I am John, and I'm gone. Thank you very much, guys.